Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin. Guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian. Guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin. Guerrilla cricket.
Good morning, good evening, good dawn, good dusk. You are in the world. It's the end of English cricket. Well, no, it's not. It's the end of Jos Buttler. He's the last day as captain for the England side today as they play Australia, having already been dumped out of the tournament, with, I suppose, the caveat and the nice thing is they played the two best games of the tournament, but they lost both of them, so what does it really matter? Well, I'm here to shoot this out with Jason and Annie, who can't get on her computer, which is a bit annoying. I'm sure she'll get here sooner or later. She needs the link and a passcode. There is no passcode, Annie. It's just a link. Anyway, England have won a toss and they have chosen to bat. And they go in with... England are unchanged, I think. Phil Salt, Ben Duckett, Jamie Smith, Joe Root, Harry Brook, Jos Buttler, Liam Livingston, Jamie Overton, Jofra Archer, Azil Rashid. There is one change. Woody is injured. Saki Mahmood comes in for him. South Africa got a little bit of illness in the camp. Who's it? Desorby is out and Bavuma are out. Tristan Stubbs, Ryan Reckleton, Rassi van der Dussen, Aidan Markham, Heinrich Klassen, David Miller, VM Mulder, Marco Janssen, Keshav Maharaj, Kagiso Rabada and Lungi Ndidi. So Tristan Stubbs is going to open. Apparently he's never done it before, which is interesting.
He's batted 3 in T20s.
I'm sure he can do it. Oh, exactly. I'm sure he can do it. Who else is in then? If Desorby's injured. Klassen's back in, isn't he? He was injured or ill beforehand, and he must be back in for the humour, one presumes.
And who's the skipper then? It must be...
it's Aidan Markham.
Yeah, he was. He's captain the under-20s and the other side in other times.
Yeah, well, it's hot and humid in Karachi. There is no chance of rain. England decided to bat, presumably because it's hot and humid. Don't want to have the same mistakes they did in India, eh? Decide to bat in 40-degree heat, although it isn't 40-degree heat.
Well, it's interesting that all the bad weather's basically been concentrated in one group.
Well, yeah, I mean, I guess...
Actually, it doesn't rain in Dubai.
No, it doesn't rain in Dubai. I was quite thankful, though, that the game was called off on Thursday. I mean, a complete dead rubber between Pakistan and Bangladesh. I mean, in theory, I heard earlier, if England win by 207 runs, we can knock out South Africa.
Well, that's why we're batting first, because that's the only way that's going to happen.
Yeah, it's not going to happen, is it? Let's be honest. England have bowled pretty shit. I guess Josh Butler is the talking point. He's given up the captaincy. He's going to captaincy here. What are your thoughts on that, Jace?
I think that was inevitable, regardless of whether or not we did well in this tournament or not. I think it was his time to go, pretty much.
Yeah, I think he...
the problem is... there is a natural replacement that people have been grooming, choose the word carefully, for a while, and that is Brooke. But he's in such poor form at the moment. Do you really want to add to his problems with adding the captaincy as well?
Well, no. I mean, this is it. I think you almost want a horses for courses captain, don't you? I mean, so
who would you go to if you're not going to go to Brooke? That's the problem.
Well, I've got a sneaking suspicion they should go to. My favourite is Ben Duckett. I'm sure Farong will be here, glad to hear that. He might bowl himself, but someone whose place is clear in the side. He's never going to be anything but the opener. He's in form, so he doesn't have to worry about his form. I do think he's quite a little feisty character. I don't think he's scared to tell people,
Yeah, he's got short man syndrome, hasn't he?
He's definitely got short man syndrome, and I think funnily enough, he worked quite well with Ben McCullum because he's a kind of never say die sort of character.
He believes in being relentlessly positive.
Yeah, exactly that. So it might work out that he is probably he's
the best short-term solution.
Yeah, exactly that.
Right, should we do some socials?
Go on, we might as well grab some people while they're there.
Luke says, "Morning, gorillas. Hope we are well this morning." Well, yes, I am a bit under the weather, but I am not. I can still play. To put it it's the end of an era. Captain Butler's last time he was leader. Good guy, but we need to move on to a better skipper now. Yes, well, hopefully he'll still be in the side as a batsman as long as his batting stays good.
Yep.
Jonathan Shorten says, "Good evening, gorillas. Will England put on display today? Let them all walk out with some dignity. Afghanistan will hope so," says Luke Hallahan. And he says, "Can you get a big hello for Layla, my girlfriend, who I'm trying to convert into a cricket lover?"
Wow, hello, Layla. Enjoy.
Disinterested Handjob says, "Can't talk, watching the all-important domestic 50-over final
between
South Australia and Victoria."
Ah, okay.
And Luke says, "Give it to Adil Rashid for 2 years." Well, Adil Rashid's the only other person who's pretty much guaranteed in the side.
Yeah. I don't know how they feel about that. Is he going to be any good at captaincy? He certainly knows the side and knows what needs to be done to win. And you see him frowning a lot. Let's play some jingles for whoever's out there.
Get up on there. So salt, yeah, Phil is here. Want you to push it good into the offside. Scores runs around the park. There's no way you can hide. Push it. So salt, yeah, Phil is here.
And
Bang Duckett.
He is not very tall.
Bang Duckett.
But sometimes he hits the ball
hard.
Bang Duckett.
Can you hear us?
Duckett.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can.
Yes.
It's working.
It bloody
well
works.
done.
Tony has not had his revenge.
No. Good morning, Annie. How are you?
Apologies, I'm okay. I've had a bit of a nightmare. I've had to change computers and all kinds of things this morning. So,
Tech
but
troubles.
I'm here.
You are. And you made it before the first ball, which is always good.
just in time commentary. It's perfect.
Indeed, indeed, indeed.
Obviously perfect.
How are you? That's the first question.
I'm okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm okay.
Good. We shall get some of the questions. We shall get some of the questions that obviously need answering over to you as the session goes along. I've got to nip out at 9:30 myself. I've got to go and do some work.
Oh God,
For
you're
an-
working today.
Well, I do this thing called Vuber, which is basically Uber, but for estate agents. So I'm going to do a property viewing over in Kidbrooke at 10 o'clock. What joy. Not really. I've got bored of it now. But hey, here we go. We'll have the first ball, then we'll have his jingle. He bowls it to Salt. And there is no run. It is this man.
You think Marco would play polo, but there's more money in cricket.
So your important questions. I haven't seen you, I don't think, throughout this tournament. England's performance, shite. You in agreement with that?
Yeah, I mean, they haven't actually played. I mean, they haven't played well, but it's been disappointing, shall we say?
It has been, hasn't it? Well, there you go. Salt does what Salt does, and that's flash. And he flashes hard, and he gets away with it this time. I'm sure he won't in 3 balls' time, but he has now, and therefore he'll get himself first forward a day.
1, 2, 3, 4.
And I best the big question for our West Country girl is Joss Butler. Thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I hope he's okay. I think there's been so much stress going on, but he hasn't, it hasn't helped his performance, the captaincy. So I think it's a logical thing to do. I think they need something to happen, but I mean, really, it's down to poor selection as far as I'm concerned.
Oh, we can get onto that one. Here we go.
Yes.
Marco Jansen is in. There's Salt doing Salt things, and it's too wide. He flashes it. He actually got a wide there.
That was a really flat-footed, no movement slash.
Well, he just doesn't anyway.
And the ball was going away, and actually it was very well taken by, who's it, Carson behind the stumps or Rickerton?
It's Rickleton, isn't it, behind the stumps, I believe.
But yeah, he took it from the first slip.
Yeah. There was one ball yesterday did get taken by first slip, actually. I think it was it Australia bowled it? It was quite early on. Spencer bowled one across one of the Afghanis. That one
is definitely a plan.
Yeah, there is. Well, it's not a bad plan because Salt doesn't move his foot to the fucking ball, does he? I mean, he just plants it down middle stump and has a waft. Good chance he'll get an edge.
It seems to be a plan that quite a few teams use.
Quite successfully, I would suggest. So where are your selection issues with this England side?
What are my selection issues? Well, I think there's a lot of... I think there's been a lot of fast bowlers. Oh, sorry, look.
Oof, that's nearly caught a square leg, but I think he's going to get 4 for that as Salt plays across the line. The one he got bowled to against Afghanistan, but he gets away with this, and it wasn't far off a leaping mid-wicket, diving to his right, but he's down the track to it as well. Came off pretty much a splice of the bat, just evaded square leg. I presume it's Maharaj with that hat on. No, it's not. Can't see who it is. It managed to make its way to the boundary, and it got itself 4 runs.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
That's the one thing that Jansen does, is he gets lift off a length because of his height, and
that
hits the splice when you don't expect it to.
That's driven nicely, but can't beat mid off. It's on 8 off 5.
Yeah, I think they're concentrating too much on fast bowling and to pace them, and our fast bowlers aren't exactly strong. I mean, they do have problems with fitness.
With fitness, indeed.
I want some dibbly bowlers myself. I think we're lacking on left arm. We have about 17 wicket-keeper batsmen.
That's true. Oh, look, Salt's going to get himself out. Has he lasted an over? No. Salt's fucking useless, and they should get him out of this one-day side. He's just not an ODI batsman. It's fucking totally unnecessary. He scored 8 runs, and he's done it again. He just has a swish every fucking time and gets caught. It's so irritating. Anyway, he can do this.
Fuck off! Just fuck off! The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says
Well, it didn't take very long for the bear to lose his cool.
Oh, I mean, he's one person who's got to go, surely, ain't he? I mean, you can't have
well,
this.
him, Livingston, I think he's on very thin.
Livingston's got to go.
Livingston definitely is, hanging on.
You can see the potential, but you can't.
They
see
just don't have any patience, and they can't play.
They don't have a brain.
They don't have
No.
a brain. They just swing.
Too much bloody golf. They're all just playing their golf shots in the, from the morning.
If he's trying to golf shot it through square leg, then there's definitely something wrong. Anyway, let's get on to some socials whilst we're waiting for the new batsman. Stephen Coe says, all hail as future ODI captain of England, Ben Duckett. Suter Who says morning, and he also says to Luke Callahan, you're soon to be single, don't do it. And sort of introducing his girlfriend to cricket. I'm sure Annie would disagree. Ice Cream says hello and will England win. The evidence is probably no, based on what over so far.
I mean, that's how wrong-headed this England selection is. I mean, Root has been out of the side for 3 years, and he's, in this
and Jamie Smith, number 3. I mean, he'd probably go on and get a really good score, but so far it's been ridiculous.
He's had 2 failures in a position to which he's not accustomed to, in a format to which he's not really played.
Yeah. It's
so
it's
very muddled thinking.
It is quite.
Well, it's arrogance.
Let's go to jingle.
Then
we can talk some more.
Are you a good keeper or batsman? Either way, all your hopes of getting a game are fucked.
And the bowler from the other end is. Oh, and there's a front door. Do you want to go and get that? First ball. A little bit of an in-swinger to Duckett. And he just defends it back down the track. There's no run.
Let's play Lungi and Edie. Let's play Lungi and Edie. Are you down for Lungi and Edie?
I'm going for Duckett for my next captain. What do you reckon?
well, he's the one that will get in the side, I suppose.
Well,
him and Root.
Yeah. This is it. I don't think you want to go out to Root. I think you put Butler back as keeper, don't you? I mean, you might want
definitely.
Jamie Smith in the side, but that's nicely clipped by Duckett. Gets it out down to deep square leg, and he will get himself another one of these.
4 on the floor, and one more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4's are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
Do you think there's something in the fact that Duckett's small and there's different bounce and and he seems to be the only one that can play well?
No, I think he's got his game organised, and I think this does kind of suit him, this style of playing.
He knows what works for him.
And he knows what works for him, exactly. He's not all-out thrash either,
No.
He paces an innings well.
Yeah, this is 50 overs. They forget this as soon as they go in.
Well, that's what's so irritating about it. That's why Livingston and Salt just don't work at this level. There's no brain in them. As Duckett just defends that square on the offside, and there is no run.
We're bad at 50 overs, and there's a reason for that, isn't there? Let's face it.
We don't play enough.
Exactly.
Well, some of them don't play it at all.
Well, some
apart
of them
from
don't play at all.
his national version.
But I mean, is it fair to say that? I mean, there's loads of other players who don't play a lot of it anymore.
Well, there's lots of other countries that don't, but we have historically we have played it. Well, certainly in the last 20 years.
But what you've got at England's side, I mean, you look at a lot of these other. You look at the South African side. A lot of them have played Test cricket as well, right?
Yeah.
A lot of the English, well, the two that we've just picked out, Salt and Livingston, don't play any long-form cricket at all anymore, do they? That's again onto the pads by Ngidi, and again it's worked out to the square leg boundary by Ben Duckett for 4 runs.
Well, it's a 4 for a boundary where here's a rope. The bowler don't like it, but it has to go.
I mean, I have no problem with those two being in a T20 side.
No, and they play.
But anything longer than that,
absolutely,
it's not really worth them worth having them. If they can't stick their head down and realise that a defensive shot is not a bad shot to a good ball, because a bad
But
ball.
I do also wonder about, as much as I love watching him bowl and everything, I do wonder about Wood, how many overs he can actually bowl.
Well, I think that this might be the end of him.
Well, indeed. And Geedy is in, and again, it's worked into the leg side by Duckett. This time he can't beat mid-on, and I'll just get the single. Fifth ball of the over.
But we've just gone. Pace is what matters. Pace, and we're just killing our fragile fast bowlers.
Well, it's true. I don't think Atkinson works out at this level.
He's very hittable at this form.
Really hittable in this form. He doesn't have enough variation. He's not. He doesn't seem to have figured this game out at all. That's, as you can say, he's probably hardly ever played it.
Yeah.
I'd just stick him in the test side and leave it at that. He's good at that level, and at that particular game. So we've got to find the bowlers.
I just think we ought to really think a bit more strategically about what is good, what formats people can play.
Well, indeed, or play them at home. That's a good ball first up.
Well, yeah.
Smith. That one's gone away, beating the outside edge through the keeper, and there's no run.
But we bought in this other format that
it's the fucking useless format.
nobody else plays, and consequently we can't play our 50 over game during it.
Right, Drape says hi people.
Morning.
Hi.
Indian Vlogger says maybe important thing to do if they don't want to place Travis Head in the semis.
Well, the thing is, you don't know in this group, do you? I mean, if New Zealand beat India tomorrow, then you probably want to come second, don't you?
Yeah.
Frong says travel to Dubai, but you don't know what the result is, so it's quite fun in that sense.
Yeah. Frong says Wibble. Enrique says good morning. Luke Hansen says salt is known to raise blood pressure. Definitely for the bear, at least.
Yeah. Well, no, I kind of like him when but he just does it so infrequently, which is kind of okay in T20, especially in bloody massive great tournaments where you have endless games.
No, Frong says more Fs than runs for Salt.
Well, indeed. Janssen in second over. It's down the leg side. That'll be a wide.
And the Salt puns keep coming. Too much salt is bad for anyone, says Drake Mongreen.
Yeah.
It certainly is.
Bishwertus Curtis Bine says hello everyone. He's just saying hello and he'll be away for a bit and he'll be back after that.
Well, yeah, I'm here for half an hour and then I'm off for an hour and a half and then I'm back for the rest of the day.
You're doing your day job.
Doing my day job. Well, I've kind of rejected a whole load of them whilst I've been doing this, but you can't keep doing that forever, otherwise I get pissed off. That one's clipped out to deep mid wicket. And there is one run, because unfortunately Tone was supposed to be in yesterday, but his cat's gone missing.
Oh no!
And it still hasn't turned up.
Do you not have one of those cat GPS things where you can...
He said he had chips, but I don't think you can track the chip.
Well, no, you just put something on their...
I know, but I don't think he's done that.
I mean, I've got 3 of those damn things for things that are important to me, like keys and wallets.
Yeah.
Even though I know that most of the time they're on my body.
Yeah.
Because, clubbing rules. If it's important, keep it on your body.
Yeah, indeed. Janssen.
Is that clubbing rules, is it?
Oh, edged, not caught. Oh,
well, very
well taken, though. Just on the half volley, yeah. To whoever that is at slip.
Is that Markram?
I love the clubbing rules, Jason. I didn't know that was a thing.
Oh, God. Well. Always used to have combat in those days.
Oh,
pockets full of shit when you're clubbing. You've got to have everything you need.
I dread to think all the things you need.
Well, exactly that.
Bear would have lots of paraphernalia, shall we say.
Bear in mind that in those days you could still smoke in clubs. Oh, no. Fucking Jamie Smith has done just exactly what Phil Salt has done. He's had a shitty tournament as well. I don't really blame him as much as I blame anyone else. That's kind of management decision.
Yeah.
And it's not going to do him any favours either.
And it hasn't done Root any favours if he doesn't want to go in 3. He's still going.
Well, Root, weirdly, was always a number 3 for England in ODIs, wasn't he? Yeah. 4 at Tests, 3 in ODIs.
Another one bites the dust.
I should have gone under. I don't know why I didn't go under.
I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
And now, it's pointless. I mean, it's almost like starting a game 2 down.
Yep.
Because of the stupidity.
Well, it's also deja vu, isn't it?
Yeah.
All over again.
All over again, yeah.
let's get through some.
Now,
surface
Root
through,
and
'cause
Duckett, who've been very consistent, hopefully put on a big stand, and then you're in a position. But I mean, why waste 2 wickets at the top of the order?
Ironically enough, said David Wood, Stolt and Livingston both have been touted as potential new captains. Well, they've got to stay in the side first.
Salt? No, not as ODI. Maybe as T20. I could be down with that a little
Enrique
bit.
says, will England be demolished again by South Africa? Well, the answer at the moment is yes. Annie's on the nose. That's due to who? Arrogance.
Yeah.
It is. It's arrogance by McCullum
And we've
the
had an answer
selectors.
from Farong. He says, no Duckett for captaincy. The position is being akin to being the manager of Watford. Sounds good for a few days and weeks, then ends in tears.
Well, yeah, it may do, but I think Duckett's quite safe and his position's quite secure.
Well,
and-
it's going to
and
be Brooke, isn't it? I'm pretty
Well,
sure
I
it's
wouldn't.
gonna be Brooke.
I don't want Brooke as my captain if it's going to affect his form. I mean, look,
Yeah.
we've traded. There are lots of reasons for this, but we traded 4 years of brilliance to win a World Cup.
And
Yeah.
We've stuck with a formula that we don't have the personnel for anymore. Which
No.
means you have to adjust the formula, doesn't it? Go for it. Sorry.
one last one. Ombo Nova says, yes, Duckett is captain, frontline bowler, and let's throw wicketkeeper into a team of Duckets. How many Duckets fit in the bucket? Morning, fantastic GC.
Morning. Defended first ball by Root back towards the bowler, and there's no run. You know what Root thinks? You know.
She probably thinks, why if I come back into this side for
Well,
this
exactly.
rubbish?
I mean, yeah, exactly that. You got to think. He thinks, well, you know, I left the side in rude health, got dropped from a side in rude health,
Yeah.
and I've come back into this shambles. But such is the way. You wonder how long Brendan will actually stick with this thing as it goes up to mid-off and there's no run.
The other thing is, I'm wondering how long it will be before Brendan has a clear out of the people that Matthew Mott instigated into the side.
Well, yes, and
And who he inherited as the
this
team
is
incumbent.
I mean, I'm sure. Yeah, you'd think he's going to cast around for better opener and someone to replace Livingston. We need a second decent spinner. We need other bowling
We do.
options.
We absolutely do.
But
we need a left arm.
Yeah.
Or something, just someone that's slightly different.
Yeah, agreed. But, well, you'd know more about that. That's played out to the covers and there is no run. Who would that be, Annie? I mean, who is there out there?
Well, that is
Well,
the problem.
problem is Annie doesn't see enough 50 over cricket either because there isn't
No.
enough to watch.
Yeah, but I guess you see decent bowlers out on the county circuit. I mean, I don't really know. I mean, apart from the one, I mean, I don't really follow county cricket. So
In terms of left armers, there's not a lot around.
No. No.
Not just for England, but also around the world. I mean, Australia are struggling with Spencer Johnson at the top, and the other person they've got as a left armer is Ben Dwarshuis,
yeah.
who is
Well, we've got Reece
competent
Topley.
but not brilliant.
We've got Reece Topley, but he's permanently
Reece Topley, he's just too
fragile.
fragile.
Another one who's too fragile.
Yeah. but
Josh Holl is injured and too young at the moment.
and Sam Curran's totally out of favour, but
And the other one was...
Well, you wonder if he might get back in under. I don't know. McCallum didn't like him for the test side, did he?
The
But
only
he
other
might
one
like him.
I thought of was the guy George Garton, who was
Yeah.
touted but has never done it for England.
Driven by Duckett, but can't beat cover, and there is no run.
they need to. These two are good. They can consolidate these two. Even Duckett can score fast, and they can get some runs together.
Well,
but they really do need to.
They were the pair that got us to 350 against Australia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And basically,
With 250 of the runs.
yeah, and the pair that got us a long way towards the score we chasing down thingamajig. I mean, that was a good review by Afghanistan against Duckett. Umpire hadn't given it. We all thought it pitched outside leg, and it happened to have pitched on leg and was going on to hit leg. So it was a really good review by Afghanistan. Lungi Ndidi again strays onto the pads of Duckett, who again sweetly just clips him down to.
He
fine
loves
leg.
them, doesn't
He
he?
does. He loves it there. 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
It's getting a little swinging, Geedy, but that started on the wrong line.
Yeah, and just swung into where every left-hander loves it.
And if he moves that 3 inches across, that becomes a ball you can't really do anything with.
All right. Yeah, so England 24 for 2 after 3.2 overs. Apart from the stupid shots, they've looked pretty comfortable.
I can just imagine discussion about Jamie Smith when I go for my curry tonight.
I felt a bit sorry for him.
I do. I feel sorry for him because he's a good player.
Yeah.
And he, he did well immediately when he came in.
Yes. And I'm sure he'll do well again in the Test side.
Yeah.
Because they'll bat him at 5 or 6 in the Test side.
But they've decided to put him in at number 3 because
he's a pinch hitter, and I think he looks a bit discombobulated, really.
Exactly.
And Geedy is in again, cut nicely by Duckett. That's a really good shot. She's pierced the field really well. There are two people very close together at point and cover. Oh my God, we're going to have a run out. Oh no, we're not. Thank God for that. Again,
Markham is furious.
Well,
and so should be.
Duckett wanted a third. Root had decided to
way
get
out of his crease.
And Duckett must have been a long way up the pitch going for that third, and Root had just said no, clearly, and Duckett had to run back. Should have been run out, but Markham couldn't palm it onto the stumps from when he received it.
Well, he shouldn't have been the one who has to go to the stumps. There should have been someone there.
They nearly had this thing the other day. Oh no, they had gone for 3. Of course they'd gone for 3 because Duckett was coming back to the non-striker's end and he hit it. So they had gone for the 3. And he only just made it.
That's just what they need, a run out.
Yeah, a run out would have been a disaster.
The compounder. Oh, has he twitched something there?
Twinged. Well, no, we haven't got to play any cricket now, have we, for a couple of months?
Oh, so it's all right.
Well, they can all get fit again. Root is going to face out to Ngidi. He just drops it down into the offside and there is no run. They've only got one slip in. I presume the 2 guys are out on the leg side to Root. Probably down at long leg and deep mid wicket somewhere, roundabouts. It's a poor bit of fielding actually in that previous delivery.
Yeah,
whoever was at point. Was it
a little bit sloppy, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. I think it was Janssen. He's a big man. He has to go down a long way.
Janssen often fields at slip because he's got good hands.
I can see what Markham was saying. He was saying why wasn't Ngidi back at the stumps?
Yeah.
To take the ball, which is kind of fair enough actually. Didn't have far to go. Slashed out by Root over the top. Ooh, the slips. Bounces just before. No, it wasn't Janssen who defended that because he must be down at third man. Slashed out, gets a single down at third man, gets himself off the mark. And England,
I think that is fair enough because if Nagini had been there, then
he would have been run out.
He would have been out.
Instead, he's just standing teapotting. Well, he wasn't. He teapotted at the beginning, but then didn't get back to the stumps.
What are you doing, Ngidi?
Yeah. And then he holds up his hand, realising as he's wandering back, it's a bit slack. Bit slack, one might say. I wouldn't be happy if I was captain. But, as you said, England have to win by 207 runs to put South Africa out. That's onto the pads and clipped by...
Well, that's your first problem. You've got to score 207 runs.
Well, even from here, this is what I mean. They should get 300 plus. There's definitely the capability in this side. But I think if you're giving 2, possibly 3 wickets away, and the fact that Salt's shit, Jamie Smith.
Right. We've got a lot of people to talk through. On an international stage, says Billy Stevens, to play in this manner is embarrassing. Losing isn't entertaining, McCullum.
Yeah, I wonder how Baz feels. Again, carry on.
Nice score, says Ice Cream. Billy Stevens says, maybe Josh Hull will develop into a decent multi-format player. McCullum picked him for the Test side and then promptly injured him.
Yep.
Yeah.
And Sidhu says, England are playing exactly how they qualified. They only just got in.
Yep.
Bedford.
Janssen is in. Root does what Root does and guides it between sort of gully and backward point. They'll get an easy single.
Yeah, this is so essential in 50 overs. Just those quick singles between, just keep the run scoring. You don't have to.
Well, exactly that. I mean, in the first 10 overs particularly, there's a lot of space anyway. So if you do get a bad ball on your pads and you're a professional batsman, you can probably find the space where there is no fielder and get your 4 runs, right?
Exactly.
Get 1 or 2 of those off a cut of full of balls and over, and then a bunch of singles, and you're up at 60, 70. I mean, I know when Roy and Bairstow were there, they blasted it about, but that was an exceptional side, as we've discussed many a time in this tournament already. Duckett plays it out to mid wicket and there's no run. I mean, that was a side that had an exceptional top order.
Like the side could afford to leave out Alex Hales.
Yeah, exactly that. They had
But it also was a side that played 50 over cricket
a lot
domestically, a lot,
and played a lot of international cricket.
and a lot of international.
Had two
cricket.
genuine all-rounders in
Yeah.
Stokes and Ali, which was a genuine second spinner as well. You know, I mean, it's a you can't just play
Do
that.
you remember those days?
I do. Funnily enough, I was at the final, Annie.
Hey.
Clipped nicely by Duckett, but can't beat mid-wicket, I suppose you'd call him. Could be a wide mid-on or a straight mid-wicket, but we'll call it mid-wicket. Oh, they're calling it mid-on.
I mean,
no run.
what we have is a T20 side, really.
Yes, essentially, we do.
With a couple of good players in, well, a couple of players like Root in and Duckett that play Test cricket.
Again, into the pads. Oh, there's no one out there.
No.
Shots.
That was nice.
Nicely worked off his pads again by Duckett. He's on 21 off 13 as that one goes down to the boundary again for 4 runs. I'll do one more over after this, and then people will have to take over for me as I run away.
Well, Andy's here. He might be wanting to
Yeah.
come in and do a bit.
Yeah.
So do you have to put a suit on, Bear, and look?
Well,
smart?
what I realised quite quickly is they told me I couldn't wear jeans trainers and I had to wear a shirt, right? But I realised no one actually checks you up on this. And when people are buying a house, they don't really give a shit what you're wearing. So
They're not inspecting you.
they're not inspecting me precisely. So
Yeah.
I've clicked out.
Shame about the guy. I like the house, but I'm not getting it. 'cause
Well,
he
exactly.
had a jumper.
Clipped out to mid-wicket, there's no run. So I made an exception on the jumper because I realised if I've got a V-neck jumper, I can just wear a T-shirt underneath. I've got some dark jeans on and I've got some black trainers, right? So that all kind of works. So that's as far as I go.
Well, these dark jeans are the ones I wear to work.
Well, exactly. This is it.
No one seems to care.
This is the modern era. When I first started doing it, I dragged out some old shoes and put on some trousers. I thought, fucking hell, this isn't me. And I've since realised that I can get away with pretty much anything, and especially in winter I basically just put on my big North Face Parker as well, which covers most shit anyway, so who gives a crap what's underneath. Duckett facing up, it defends that one, and there is no run, but it was still 7 off the over, so that's not a bad over. 35 for 2 after 5 are England. I'll do one more over and then I'm out of here.
Camillo Coccia says, Ngidi has been poor this tournament. Is he still a bit chubby? That's a bit personal. No, I thought the man who was sort of renowned for being chubby in South Africa is the fast bowler Magala, who I don't think is in the squad.
No. I mean, a lot of countries have injury problems with fast bowlers these days.
Rich Turner says, morning all, Liam Dawson and Sam Cook will at least strengthen the bloody bowling. Well, Liam Dawson has been treated fairly shabbily by England.
Yeah.
And therefore has decided to give him the middle finger.
Go off. Yeah.
And play franchise cricket. Comics here says, why does Salt try to hit every ball into the leg side? Well,
that's because, well,
if we knew that.
That's defended by Root, and there is no run.
And Ombre Nuevo says, for all his greatness with the bat, Root's Achilles heel is, I feel, the forced run-outs of his batting partners. In my hazy mind, he's been the cause more than his fair share. Is there a stat to back this up? Well, I'm sure you put it into the Gorillaverse and people will respond.
Well, he's quick between
Yeah,
the
we
wickets.
need some stat people to go looking for that one. I don't know, actually. I don't think of him necessarily as a...
No, I don't
runner out of
either.
people,
Root's
but-
very aware of the need to get the singles, isn't he? And that's driven out to mid-on, and there is no run.
Root's not impressed.
Yeah, I mean,
as soon as he hit the shot, he was... Oh.
Me and Hendo did some research. You know, this is Hendo's little bug as well. And we reckon that Phil Salt last year played maybe 57 games of cricket.
Gosh, really?
Of which only 8 were ODIs and no red ball cricket.
You see, it's
and he's, and he's up
this
as an
again is this kind of arrogance. We don't listen to anything else. We're not bothered about how they get on domestically. We're not bothered how what format they play. We're going to put them in our side.
We invented the game. We know what's best.
Yeah, and it just feels a bit like, it feels a bit like the government not listening to experts or that sort of thing. It's we know better.
Trump talking to Zelensky.
Woohoo! Don't talk. This is Trump.
Clipped into the leg side nicely by a root down towards long leg, and there's a single. We won't get into that one.
That man! Oh my God!
I know.
What a hideous performance that was, and it was a performance.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad it was on silent when I was in the cricket club last night. I had enough problems with the AGM that was going on, let alone Trump ruining my life from across the Atlantic.
Oh God!
Yeah, it's frightening. But hey, that's a topic for something else.
Yeah.
Probably a news show.
Yes, you can discuss that after 10 overs when I'm not going to be on air.
Yeah, 36 for 2. Duckett is facing up.
And when the bear is off air as well, so it can be less sweary.
Well,
Although probably with everybody else's viewpoint.
I don't know. I feel pretty sweary about it, I have to say.
Yes, and that is fair enough.
Children. They were both children.
Indeed. Ngidi. Maybe there's a slightly slower ball. It stopped a little bit on Duckett. Plopped it in the air, but short of mid-wicket. And there is no run.
Well, at least he's learnt to bowl round the wicket now, so he doesn't. The swinging ball doesn't swing onto his pads and get a nice, easy pull, flip down to fine leg.
Well, yeah, unless he bowls it too far down the leg side, which goes. There's not a lot of action on the ball. There was a bit of swing in the first couple of overs, but not a lot since then. Nothing off the pitch. I mean, that's the other thing.
What do you think would be a good score on this then?
At the moment, 320, 350. Well, we always say that, and it always seems too much. It's a powerful South African batting side, isn't it? And it's clipped down to
especially
deep
with
back of square leg.
back in.
Yeah, single.
Given South Africa's bowling, I would say that England will do well to get 275, but
I don't know. You know, this is the funny thing about it. You know, as we said, they haven't performed for a couple of years. But
the only worry is I don't think South Africa have got a great fifth bowler. They've got these two.
Well, unlike England.
Vian Mulder, Maharaj is a sole spinner.
Well, yeah. Well, you get some out of Aidan Markram, or it's Aidan Markram who bowls a little bit of a dobbly off spin, doesn't it? Yeah. So does David Miller. Not so much anymore, but he's capable.
I think there's something to be said for that.
Well, yes. Driven up to mid off. They won't get a run.
We have Root for that, or Livingston.
Yeah, but they haven't been very successful. Right, I've got to go. I don't know, Andy, if you want to jump in. I'll be back in an hour and a half. Are you on later, or are you only here for the morning?
No, I'm on till, I've got to go at 10:20, so...
Oh, okay. You're on for 2. Yeah. Please.
Meanwhile, whilst they're making noise and everything else, I shall continue with the socials.
Yeah.
Cosmic Seer says only Travis Head uses the power play very well. Enrique Mendes says England's playing crap cricket. Jamar the Statsman says ignore hi you Annie and lads.
Hello.
Enrique says this is why they Aussies are such brilliant cricketers. They don't lose much. They're hungry to play and make big scores.
They score runs without getting out. Here comes Jansen.
It's amazing, isn't it?
Everything we say is just a million different ways of saying score runs and don't get out. Jansen is in, and Duckett chops it down into the offside for no run.
Hello, Andy.
How are you doing, Andy?
All right, thank you. Yeah, I'm on a desert island, as you can tell.
Lovely.
It's nice where you are. It was extremely grey and misty when I turned up.
It was nice. Yes, it was foggy this morning. It was nice yesterday. Went out for a long walk, but yeah, the fog's back. We only had one day of spring so far.
Oh no, we've got a gorgeous day down here again.
Yeah,
not just on my desert island either.
Jansen, who has both the wickets so far, left arm over. It's the left-handed Duckett, and he chops that one, as Duckett loves to do, down towards point, but there's 2 men there waiting for it, and 1 man manages to stop it.
Yeah, well, 2 gifts rather than earned wickets. I mean,
I haven't. They both kind of chipped up straight up in the air. Didn't
they tried to pull shots that climbed on them just a little bit, and they were late on them, and they just went straight up in the air.
Well, pretty symptomatic of both players' tournament.
Oh, absolutely.
Over 3 games. 3 games, not much of a sample, but
no.
All the same, you judge on what's in front of you, and that was it.
Or what's not in front of you.
Or what's not in front of you. Jansen's in again, good length ball. Duckett covers it up. It's pretty solid defence. There's no run.
Did you see the run out, or possible run out? I mean, the close run out.
Yeah, I sympathised a bit with Markram. I've been there as a club captain. They ran 3 and the bowler couldn't get back to the stumps. Yeah, I've seen that before.
Just completely self-absorbed in his own misery.
Yes. Just watching.
Janssen, beanpole figure that he is, ambles in. That's too far down leg, and Duckett's got a leading edge. He tried to play it down to third bat to long leg. Ball must have just held up a little bit. It chipped straight back to the grateful hands of Janssen, and Duckett, 24 of 21. He's not going to save England today.
No.
Oh, I could play a jingle because he's out. Yes, sorry.
He's extremely annoyed with himself.
That's how that works. Yeah.
He's extremely annoyed with
Let's have another look. Yeah, he's just got a bit early on the shot. It's a leading edge. It's one of those, he tried to guide it and then maybe just didn't have quite the pace on it.
He's got a little send-off there from Janssen, just showing him the grip as he walking off, saying, "This is what I bowled to get you out."
Yeah, all right, thanks, mate.
Yeah, because he's not annoyed enough.
I wouldn't do that with someone with a bat in their hand.
Well, yeah, do it to Duckett, maybe not to one or two others.
Well, he can't brain him. He can't reach up that high.
Duckett and Janssen. Janssen would do the thing you do with a child, and you put your hand on his head, and he goes.
Oh yeah. Is that what you do to children, Andy?
I said that you would do with a child. A bigger child would do to a smaller child. I'm sure you've seen that.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, you can't punch me because your arms aren't long enough.
My
they can't get
brother
high
did
enough.
that to me.
Well, it's going to be this man who, as you say, Andy's probably first in line for the bouncing grenade that is the captaincy of this team.
Yeah.
Let's see what he does today. Where is he? There he is.
Harry Brook is the future. Unless he bats away Simon Carrigan bowls.
Well, he's got 43 overs to bat today. Let's see what he does with it.
Yeah, he's not had a great tournament, has he?
I thought he looked really good in the last game and then just played one terrible shot, and that can happen as a batsman.
Yeah. Well, Duckett's had a good tournament so far. He's just unlucky.
I mean, we just saw he's the leading run scorer in the tournament. He's not going to finish it that way because other players have 2 more games and he doesn't.
Yeah.
He is just saying, "Oh, look what I bowled." Yes, that's very clever, Janssen. What does social media make of all this?
Jim R says, what needs to happen for Australia to stay in the hot spot to make the finals? Well, they just have to turn up, I think. And make sure that the match again between
Janssen comes in. Oh, it's a bounces way down the leg side. That must be a wide. Yep.
And he also says, "Hey Andy."
Hello.
Howard Durham says, "Have we got good swing bowlers now Anderson's finished?" That's what we want,
Yeah.
swing bowlers.
Swing bowlers.
Yeah, all the bowlers we have are seam bowlers.
Well, these white balls, they don't swing for very long. That's the problem.
Nope.
We've got to make the most of them when they do.
Yes. Janssen's in again, just to finish the over, and tapped into the leg side by Brook to mid-wicket, and there's no run. England are 38. Oh, no, it's not over, sorry. One more to go.
It's wide in.
Yeah.
Eric J says, it looks like Morecambe, Annie. I don't think it's Morecambe behind you. I think it's
Well,
more like...
is this what Morecambe looks like? I'm heading there.
Although, with that palm behind you, you do look a bit windswept. Instead of the usual elegant coiffure that you have.
And that one's on. 4th stump from Janssen. Brook lets it go through, and that is over in England at 38 for 3 off 7.
Farong says Pakistan and Bangladesh are similar to England, playing in the league too high. Should only play against Nepal, Zimbabwe, Faroe Islands. Yes, let's not go there with flipping murderdom quotes and things like that.
The Faroe Islands out of it.
Dawn of the Dead says, like I said, from bad to worse. England in danger of a low score here, says Draper Mongreen.
Well, yes.
Farong says, so the lad made 227 during this tournament. Will England even surpass his total, individual?
Maybe not. Maybe not.
England are in danger of low score, but let's look at what Afghanistan were on, and then they went on to get 300. So
they did. Well, the guy scored 170, so someone's got to match that.
Yeah. Well, here's Brooks' chance.
Yep, it is.
And lastly, from Jamari says, I didn't realise that. Is Matt Short injured? And they say, who plays Short for Australia? Well, Short, obviously. Darcy Short. Brother for brother.
Are they brothers? They're
Yes.
not, are they? Oh, are they?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay. Rabada is going to come in, and as it's his first bowl, we'll give him a jingle in a second. He'll probably get the first ball in first before I find him. He does. It's cut by Brute, and he's dropped. He's dropped in the gully, and a very crestfallen fielder there. It went hard, but a good catchable height to his left. Who is that?
That is...
I'm not entirely sure. Is that
might be Markham.
Markram, yeah. I think he should probably take that. He's got both hands on it, and he's just burst through his hands. It was going fast, but he'll probably be disappointed. Anyway, this is the bowler.
What's his name? He's a high roller, rock and roller, scariest, deadliest, killing this bowler. He can sink your oats like the Spanish Armada.
No one faster, no one harder.
What's his name?
I think if that had stuck, England could have been booking their tea time.
Yeah. That was it. I mean, it
TEE
wasn't straight
time.
to him or anything. It was.
I
fast.
think he should probably take it more than 50% of the time. And just to add insult to injury, of course, Root back cuts the next ball for 4.
There's not one boy for me. I must have 2 or 3. I need 4.
We have a super chat.
Way.
Oh, a
First
super
one
chat.
of the day.
Yep.
To help us.
Which is what?
Richard Milgate says €5. Say, by the way, England are playing. I thought I couldn't send my just because super chat.
Why not?
YouTube Prime Super Chat.
Wow.
Lovely drive by Brooke. That's what he is capable of. Just wasn't even quite a half volley, and he just creamed that through the covers for 4.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
It does help if they bowl it onto your bat.
Well, a little bit, but I thought that
And he was sat there to play the shot
Yeah,
before it was bowled.
beautifully executed, wasn't it? I mean,
Yeah,
let's
and it's
face
a
it,
fantastic
was-
shot on the arm.
Yeah.
So Brooke goes on to 8. Oh, in fact, it was Brooke who got the
Yep.
who got the 4 before. It wasn't Root, sorry. He just played that back cut so much like Root. He covers up that one. Rabada gets his line right. There's no run.
Well, and what did they famously say about Yorkshiremen? Don't cut before August.
Don't cut before Christmas. Which is the whole year.
Which was something that was it sort of Boycott and Dickie Bird in the nets for Yorkshire, and one of the old Yorkshire grandees came in and saw him playing a cut shot and said, don't play that before August.
Okay, so bowl short and wide outside off stump against Yorkshire till August, and they'll score 0 runs, which is exactly what Rabada did there, and Brooke had a swish at it, just proving the point.
Oh, they're starting to come in now, thick and fast.
Got another super chat, and it's a big one, yeah.
Camillo Coccier says, thanks for the great commentary, lads. Always good to be the lone SA fan in the chat.
There might be some more. Say hello.
I'm
if you're
sure Tim will say something about it, and also
let us know if you're a Protea in the chat. As Rabada comes in to completely over, Brooke full face of the bat up to mid off for no run. 47 for 3.
Interesting that they name their cricket team after a flower when everyone else names it after an animal.
I thought, well, I didn't know that. I just assumed a Protea was an animal because everyone does. That's what everyone does. South Africa, the delicate flowers.
The multi-hued flowers, I think, to go with the Rainbow Nation.
So in fact, Jansen's got all 3 wickets with that caught and bowled, so a good day for him.
Yeah, he's one of those guys that really goes very hot or not very good at all.
Do you think they've got a good chance of winning this, Annie?
What, South Africa?
Yeah, obviously, not England. Yeah. Root plays that one to point. No, go on, yeah.
Yeah, no, I do. I thought that right from the start that they've been pretty strong generally. Australia are a bit weaker without all their frontline bowlers, but there's India.
I kind of thought we'd end up with another India-South Africa final.
Yep, you've got to get past. Someone has to get past India. Yes, Jansen's in again. That's too far in the pad. It's going to be a wide. Root has missed it. Root not getting much bat on ball so far. He's 4 off 12.
We've had a concerned query from Lockie 16. Did Tony's cat come home? Well, we don't know because Tony hasn't been in contact to tell us. Because it went walkabout.
My partner had one walked about for a week. They didn't notice for 5 days. That was the most craziest thing. Came back in the end. Janssen bowls. He's covered up back down the wicket by Root. There's no run.
Well, my cat got into our recycling bin.
Oh.
Well, I'll tell you the story about my aunt's cat.
How did it get out? Are you sure it wasn't the cat lady? You remember her?
Oh,
Put
yeah,
the cat in the bin, yeah. That's the most scandalous thing that ever happened in British culture.
Oh, absolutely. No, I don't think so.
Janssen's in again. Good line and off stump. A lovely shot by Root. Mid off is wide, so he can only amble after that. That was a really,
was class.
It was a really good shot, yeah.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
One of those, it comes out of the hand and you think, yeah, that's all right, top of off. It looks like a good surface, which makes it even more culpable that England have lost 3 wickets.
That's the sort of shot you just want to watch, really.
Yeah, that one and the Brook cover drive.
Yeah.
52 for 3. And Janssen comes in again. Little bit, pulled his length back just a little bit. Root played it down to backward point for no run.
They're all so far back in the crease nowadays.
Yes. Well, that's what you want to do. Get back or get forward.
But then they lunge slightly forward.
It's all about shifting your weight, really, rather than taking big strides. That's what it took me about 30 years to realise.
Have you realised it now, have you?
Yeah, too late. Pull shot. Oh, and that was pretty close to the fielder who had a bit of a dive. It has beaten him for 4, but I'd like to see that one again because it was in the air and I'm not sure it was that far away from the fielder. Would have been the 3rd English batsman out pulling, and oh yeah, not that far away, and it's chest high. At least he didn't go straight up in the air, which is why he got away with it.
No, I mean he got the bat on it and certainly hit it with some force.
Yeah.
Eric J is calling into question the.
Also tries to pull that one, sorry Jason, but just gets a bottom edge down to long leg for a single. That's the end of the over, 57 for 3 off 9.
Yeah, he's calling to question the authenticity of Tony's cat, whether it exists or not. Yeah, yes, it definitely exists, as does the 2 cats are outside the door when Andy Narn turned up.
You have to weave your way through them. They're having some kind of stare-off, as cats like to do.
Cosmic Seer says, every time I come back on stream, 1 wicket has already fallen. Well, stay off the stream, please.
Yeah, just don't come back.
It's like don't go away. It's like when Bono was on stage and he says, every time I click my fingers, a child dies of starvation. Someone goes, stop fucking doing it then.
And Frong says, Springbok is for rugged Thugby, in reference to Safa naming. Yes.
Covered up by Root. Rabada's in again. There's no run.
Drake Mongreen says, I am a South Australia fan. Especially a South Africa fan.
Well, they're doing well at the moment, South Australia.
And Eric J. Oh, I'm not sure you're going to like this, Anthony. Annie is our answer to Francis Edmonds.
A question no one asked.
4x.
What in terms of acerbic wit?
She wasn't the most popular among the rest of the England team, Francis Edmonds.
No, I bet she wasn't.
Nice drive from Root, but it's straight to extra cover for no run.
And we should be having a swap over at the end of this.
Yeah, Cat.
Yeah, we've got Andy coming in.
Oh, I am. Yes, that's right. I'll be coming in, and
Cat will be returning, having come in to us briefly before the game started.
Oh, did she?
More practically, Cat will be coming in. Yes, we can get the Australian point of view.
And
as Rabada comes in again. Length ball, but an inside half of the bat from Root. It's misfielded at mid-wicket. They probably don't get a run because it went straight to the other fielder at mid-on. Yeah, Cat should be with us and able to jump in at the end of the over.
And we should tell people to there's a certain amount of time left for the GPL.
The GPL, what does that run through to 15 overs, is that right?
Yeah, something like that. It's an hour and 15 minutes, I think, that Bear puts it on for.
Yeah. Brooke is back on strike. A little bit of movement there for Rabada, just a little bit. Brooke covers it up to point.
Have we had any GPL?
I haven't checked. Let me see if I can do that.
Is Messi asleep?
Must be, yeah.
Well, he's not on air, so that's a good shout.
Yes.
He's normally asleep or...
Sleeps, eats, or is on air, yes.
But he's coming over to England.
That's right. He's doing all sorts of things. Brooke is down the track and thrashes it through cover. That's another great shot.
Yeah.
Rattles into the boundary for 4.
Oh, can't find the competition for a minute.
Gave himself a little bit of room, then just put his hand through the ball.
He's playing like a man who wants to be captain.
Maybe he's playing like a man who doesn't want to be captain. No, you don't want to ruin my rich vein of form by making me captain.
He's going to face the last ball of the power play, and he steps away again. And actually, Rabada followed him. It was good bowling, and it kind of went past between the edge and the leg stump. End of the over, end of the power play. England 62. That's good. For 3, that's bad. Right, let me just sort this YouTube out.
Whilst you do that, I'll just finish off this. Cosmic Seer says, if Australia managed to win this Champions Trophy, there's shame for every other cricket board. They should leave cricket then. Well, I'm not sure about that. They set the standard and everyone has to catch up with them.
Yep.
Right. With that, I'm off.
Morning, Kat, or whatever it is for you. Evening, I guess.
Hello, it is evening, and I was just saying I'm almost ready for bed. Now I've got quite a long commentary stint ahead of me, so that's good. It's good. It'll keep me awake.
Yeah, we it's obviously the opposite here. We're pumped up with. Well, I prefer.
We're raring
tea,
to go
but,
here, Kat.
What time is it for you, Annie?
It's 9:50. And what about you?
Oh, I'm the same. Yep, we're in the same time zone. Cornwall doesn't have his different time zone just yet. Not quite sure who's bowling. Is it Rickleton? I think it's a new bowler. Anyway, they're thinking about a review. It didn't look particularly good to me because it looked outside.
He's suggesting it's a bit high, isn't he?
And a bit high, yes.
Yeah.
Captain looks in 2 minds, says no.
Says no in the end. I think that's a good decision. No, it's Mulder. Okay, let's give him a jingle. I wonder if it's what's that program? X-Files related.
Oh yeah, Mulder and Scully. X-Files, Mulder and Scully.
Yes, it is. It's that Catatonia song. Here comes Mulder again. And Root has a bit of a swing. Diving stop by the wicket keeper. So what's the view from down under, Cat? How do you like Australia's chances for this tournament?
I think Australia's chances are reasonable, but they're not playing that well, really.
Well, they are missing a few vitals.
Yeah, they're missing a few. Quite rightly, they're all batting pitches, so quite right for the good bowlers to stay home.
Well, they've only had a game and a half, haven't they?
Yeah, we had a fair bit of rain.
Yeah, they got rained off against South Africa. They were obviously in very good shape against Afghanistan, but didn't get enough overs in to get the win. But didn't do them any harm, except that if South Africa win today, they'll be second in the group. Root pulls away.
Don't know what.
He did that a few times in the last game. I think he's entirely happy with what's going on behind the bowler. Or maybe it's that he hasn't...
It was a very dramatic pull away, wasn't it?
It was, wasn't it?
He just fell over as he backed off.
I think he did it a couple of times in the last game where he was facing the spinner and the spinner was in his action before Root looked up. But that shouldn't really be happening with a seam bowler.
He's kind of cursing. He's cursing at someone, which means there's someone walking around, I think.
Most likely.
Near the sight screen.
How can people do that? I mean, it's just amazing.
Played up to mid-on by Root. Mulder is a bowler I don't know anything about. Can you guys help me on him at all?
Yes, his name is, well, I do not know how to pronounce his name, so we're going to leave that for you,
or something,
Annie.
is it?
His name is actually Peter.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Is that as much as you know about him? Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. He's 27 years old, and Wian is his nickname.
Oh, okay.
I wonder what it means. Someone will tell us on the socials.
Or pulled away by Root, and he's got all of that. Yep, it's gone over forward square leg for 6.
Let's talk about six. Let's talk about six. Let's talk about six. Let's talk about six.
Well, Root, Annie, is showing the other players how to play the pull shot.
He's certainly not hitting it straight up in the air or getting a top edge or anything, is he? They totally got hold of that, and it's a beauty.
It's gone a long way back, yeah.
So Mulder is an all-rounder, batting all-rounder.
Yeah, okay, very useful thing to have. England take note. That one's played up
Yes.
to mid-on for no run.
We've got lots of all-rounders. They're just batting wicket keepers, that's all. Just all of them.
I think it's one thing the team lacks. They got a few bowling sort of half all-rounders, but I couldn't understand the Smith thing, and I would have thought push everybody up one, have a batting all-rounder at 6, if you can find one. But this is all problems for someone else to solve.
Yeah, I just hope they do.
Well, it's a tough job. Mulder is in, tough job for a new captain, and that's nicely driven by Root. But we're out to the power play, so there should be a man out the misfield, though. That's a poor misfield, and they'll get through for 2. Another annoyance for Aidan Markram. 70
they're
for
being
3.
a little bit sloppy in the field, aren't
73 off 11. Who's on socials?
That's a good
I
question.
think that's you, Annie.
Okay, cool. We do have a super chat. We have Rich Milgate. And he says, is Tony's cat Schrodinger's cat?
Well, it might be and it might not.
Yes, we just don't know.
Yeah.
Was that a super chat with that question? Only the super chat comes through if someone answers it.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Oh, in that case, better answer it, yeah.
We need Tony to come through and answer the Schrodinger's cat question.
Drake Mongreen says, Fox Mulder, Dana Scully.
Yes.
That's, yeah. Mayank Tapiola says, Guerrilla Cricket, England short phase of awakening regarding ODI format.
Oh, he's got that one up, and Root just about rode it. Used his height well there, he did, but it still only bounced a couple of yards in front of Tristan Stubbs at point.
Phase of awakening regarding ODI format came between 2015 and 2019 only, and it took a non-British as captain that time to realise the importance of the format.
What they did, and I think it was absolutely correct, was they prioritised 50 over cricket because we had a home World Cup, and you can't prioritise everything. That's not how prioritising works.
Yes, we need to prioritise
everything. Yes,
they always prioritise the Ashes for some reason.
Yeah, we are rather Ashes
throughout the whole.
Ashes obsessed. Yeah.
So was Australia, always Ashes obsessed.
Do you think
told
it's
us what WEAN stands for? Means.
Do you think?
They haven't, not yet.
I think we're worse for that, though. What do you think, Kat?
Yeah.
England?
Yeah, worse for prioritising Ashes. Yeah.
I mean, really. Yeah, it's a little bit tedious, this continual focus on who's going to be around for the Ashes.
Yes, it is.
And preparing everything for Ashes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I always think it's a bit disrespectful to the game you're playing when people are always talking about the Ashes.
Yeah.
That comes off the pad of Brook. It goes down to, even the umpire's not sure. No, he's given a leg by. 71 for 3 in the 12th over.
Enrique Mentor says the English have no more consistent ODI cricket.
Well, I did look at, the Australian 50 over tournament's going on now, isn't it? Is that right?
Pat should know.
Yeah, there's a final. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's been going on concurrently with this tournament. Out to deep square leg. They'll take a single.
Are your fast bowlers playing that?
No, I'm sure they're not.
No, they're all having time off. Cummins is busy changing nappies, I believe. I don't know.
And the Indian tournament took place over a month, December, January. I saw Arshdeep played a few games, Shreyas played a few games, but most of them aren't playing. Pulled again by Brook down to long leg. And that's a good bit of fielding, keep them to 1.
Now, so David Wood says Mulder is the latest in a long line of international cricketers who honed their skills at Grace Road, as I'm sure Annie would be aware of. Yeah, he's actually right.
Strong Leicestershire, strong South Africa.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. I do have an update from the South Australia versus Victoria final, and I'll tell you that in a minute.
Yep, we got that at the end of the over. Root pushes it past mid-wicket, and this looks like a quick outfield. I didn't think that was going to go for 4, but Ngidi almost gave up on it. Anyway, 4 it is to end the over. England are some runs for 3. About 80, I think.
So we have South Australia 7 for 268, Victoria chasing 5 for 146 after 30 overs. They could get there.
They could.
But there's 5 wickets down, so maybe not.
Okay, could be an exciting finish.
Enrique Mental says, will any English cricket players qualify to play for India?
No.
And Sutu says the English are worse for Ashes planning, as the Aussies don't really plan for home Ashes, as it's a formality. I think that's probably very fair enough.
Yeah, that's a good point.
77 was the magic number. England does 77 for 3 as Mulder comes in again, and Brooke pushes that one out to the sweeper. Point for a single.
I mean, they are usually great contests. I do like watching the Ashes, but I like watching any Test cricket.
And often, in our India versus Australia is a pretty tournament as well.
Brilliant.
Like there's some really good ones,
And we had fantastic Pakistan, series a couple of years ago, which was brilliant.
Well, it's going to be England and India in the English summer.
Yeah, looking forward to that.
In the meantime, Mulder is going to come in to Root, who's caught up with his runs. He's 27 off 28. Lets that one go over the shoulder. Yes, it is going to be wide for line, I think.
Good spot.
It wasn't
there,
too far astray. That was a bit tough, that call.
I thought so.
Anyway, we found out what the name Wian means. Wian Mulder. The name means to be on the path no one wants to be on.
Oh.
To be on the path no one wants to be on, which is that's pretty means.
That's not a great nickname to have, then, is it?
I know, it kind of makes you feel like you.
Sometimes means
it's where
everyone hates you.
yeah. Dutch origins, and it also can sometimes just mean wine.
Oh, maybe he likes a glass of wine. Okay, Root plays it into the leg side, picked up by mid-wicket, and there's no run.
He's a wine man, then.
Well, South Africa wines are quite good, aren't they? I'm not a wine person myself, but...
yeah. They are excellent. He's just had a birthday on February the 19th. And he was born last century. Soon there won't be too many.
No, I'm getting there, I know. Mulder's in again. That's too far down the leg side. It's going to be another wide, surely, unless, yes, it's another one. Struggling with his line a little bit.
Well, he's got to be on the path that everyone wants to be on.
Yeah, outside leg stump is the path no one wants to be on.
Yes. Very good point. Come on, Mulder, live up to your name.
Or just have a glass of wine.
Yeah. Is that 2 in the over? Yeah.
Yep. Yes.
Here he comes again. See if he can get it right this time. That is better. It's on 4th stump. Root plays it back to him. He gets a hand on it and deflects it up to mid-on, who's quick enough that there's no run.
Pretty remarkable that there was someone wandering around annoying Root by getting into the sight screen. There's about 3 people at the ground. They must all be just sitting on the sight screen.
Yeah. This tournament...
It's very empty, isn't it?
I'm all for a tournament in Pakistan, and to be fair, the England-Australia game had quite a big crowd with a lot of locals. This one, not so much.
And yesterday as well, Afghanistan-Australia, big crowd. So
Afghanistan will bring a lot.
Tipped into the leg side by Root. Is he going to push for 2? He decides not to.
Fancy not being there to see this masterclass.
It's a leg by. Yep. I thought it was a bit funny yesterday when Pakistan want the want the test wicket they want. They've got industrial heaters on hand to blast the pitch.
Oh my!
But when Afghanistan are playing Australia and it rains, I don't know. Here's a mop.
Some cleaner.
Here's some tissues.
Oh dear.
Genuinely a shame for Pakistan that they only played up playing one game at home in their own tournament.
Such a shame. You know, been so long, and
I don't think we were anticipating so much rain in this tournament. That's another leg bye to backward square. A bit unfortunate that, to be fair. We've had two games completely rained off, and one curtailed without a result.
What's the weather forecast there for today?
Today looked
completely fine.
Today looked fine, and hopefully it'll be fine for the rest of the tournament.
Really silly for Pakistan and India to be in the same group now that you mention it. I mean, so dumb.
Yeah.
Pushed up to mid-off. There's no run. Yeah,
they're always in the same group.
I'm getting really tired.
Pakistan should have been in the group that was allowed to play at home. That's absolutely crazy.
You, if you bring this point up, that's the end of the over. In fact, if you do socials first, Annie, then I'll come on to that.
Okay, Drake Mongreen says, "Come on, South Africa." Richard Milgate says 126 people watching but only 22 likes. Come on, peeps. Yeah, come on, more likes.
Smash the like button.
Yeah. Jamar the Statsman says, "Hey Kat, how are you?"
Hello.
And Drake Moncrief, what does the Indian name Arshdeep mean, please? There you are. You're the name.
Oh my God, I'm going to have to Google it now. Listen, guys, you've got Google on your computers.
Yes, exactly. Try ChatGPT's a wonderful thing. That's another short ball from Rabada, but he's angled it well into the body, and Brook plays it into the leg side for no run. The thing is, if you actually raise this, and I'm going to butcher her name, but Joy Bhattacharya raised this, and just everybody in the replies is making excuses for it and saying, yeah, well, it's different. You know, the India and Pakistan playing each other in every tournament. It makes them all very samey, and but it's not going to change in it.
Yes,
but as you say,
change it up. Why not?
Or just have an
I
actual...
have got the name Ashdeep. It means lamp of the sky and light of the universe. There you go.
That's much better.
That's a bit nicer than on the wrong path.
Find your own path.
Tuck that one down to third man. Brook, he goes on to 15, and England at 83 for 3 in the 14th over. Bit of a recovery, but often the way in these ODIs, isn't it? You get through the first 10 overs, and it's a lot easier to bat.
Yeah, no.
You're talking about the captaincy
classic.
before for England. I just think it's too hard for the rest of the world to follow. Just give it to Root again. It was easy when Root used to do it. Root just do it again. He's always in the team.
We need to think about the rest of the world.
Played down to long leg for a single. Who would have thought appointing a captain whose Yorkshire teammates called him Craptin wouldn't work?
So who would you want as captain then, Andy? Do you think
it's a tough one? It's hard to see past Brook, because I only think 4 or 5 of these guys should still be in the team.
Yeah, I agree.
I know Cummins can do it, but I think bowling captaincy is a very difficult task. It doesn't leave many.
And ours are too fragile.
Flicked out to deep square leg by Root for a single.
I mean,
you've got to have a bowler who can stay in the team permanently.
Exactly.
To be captain, you're right, Annie. They're too.
I mean, if you think about Cummins and Hazelwood, and all of them, they're pretty solidly there. Whereas our bowlers aren't.
Well, he's proving an able exception to that global rule. Cummins, Rabada's again. Root pulls away again. He's pointing out.
Something's quite annoying him.
Yes, something is annoying him. He's coming down the wicket.
He's pointing out square, though, isn't he? He's pointing at the side screen.
That's what was strange. I don't know what his problem is, but
it's annoying him.
Yes, it is. Well, some people play better when they're annoyed. Maybe that'll get him going.
Again, we need someone on social media to tell us what he's complaining about. Square of the wicket.
We need one of the 3 people on the ground to tell us why he's annoyed. Covers that one up into the covers.
I think there are a few behind one of the cages on one side. I saw quite a few people there.
He seems to be just wandering around yelling obscenities at the sky.
Well,
he doesn't seem to be talking to the umpires.
Who could blame him after the last game? Scored 120 and nobody else really stood up. Rabada's are completely over, and Root pulls away again.
Oh.
What's going on?
He's going to keep doing it until they fix the problem, I guess.
He's not so angry this time. He's just having a little bit of a smile. I shouldn't think Rabada is too pleased.
Is it that bird?
Well, that's what the camera is implying. There's some.
Well, Sky would know, so somebody could probably find out.
Not necessarily.
I'm on Crick Info, and they don't know.
They don't know. Okay.
Rabada's saying don't penalise us if we go past our over rate, which is entirely fair. Hopefully completely over this time. Yes, he does. Root defends back to the bowler, puts his foot on it. End of the over, 85 for 3 off 14. And we're going to have a drinks break by the look of it, so let's catch up on socials and whatnot.
Okay. Yes, Google Arshdeep and watch your PC burn, Suter says. Drape Mongreen says, thank you, Kat, for finding out the name. Eric J
yes,
says...
please send through any other names you would like. The more difficult, the better. Annie would love to read out difficult names.
Oh, yes, I really love that.
Yeah.
I'm so good at it. Eric J says Zelensky for captain. Yeah,
Yeah.
He'd be popular in England anyway. Suter who says none of them are leaders.
Yeah.
David Wood said Root is annoyed at constantly having to dig the team out of the shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Drake Moncrief says he's going to get bowled now. And Eric J says vultures hovering.
Over England. Metaphorical and real vultures by the look of it. Yeah.
Yes. Very good.
That might be why Root's pulling out, because of the vultures.
Yeah, they're circling.
He doesn't want him pecking his eyes out.
Slightly smaller than a vulture, that bird was there, but,
Yeah, it was.
Maybe a baby one.
Well, I think we've got time to beg for money, but we've always got time to beg for money. We're going to be moving out of the palatial premises here in Sydenham.
Yeah, do you know when we're doing that?
Because we've got this big gap until the summer, it's probably going to be during that, I think. And we'll be moving not too far, a bit closer to Lewisham. But it all costs money, and we need money. So give us super chats, give us Patreon subscriptions, patreon.com/Gorilla Cricket 1R2Ls. Anything you can do to help us out. I think we still have the archive for £20 a year, which has got lots of jingles and old commentary and all the good stuff. Or
more super chats.
More super chats, envelopes full of used fivers. Anything you can help us out with.
I have Batman and Bobbin here. Actually, they're asleep, but they will wake up if there's a super chat, and they will come on the screen.
Oh,
yeah.
What time is it?
Usually does generate a bit of money. Look, it's only 9:15 in the evening. It's not really late.
Well,
yeah. Dogs go to bed late, don't they? They go.
Oh,
to
they're
bed
dogs.
They go to bed early.
I was assuming cats. Sorry.
No, they're dogs. Yeah. So yeah, they're.
Well, dogs go to bed when they want, really, don't they? I mean,
yeah.
Well, cats just sleep all day.
Yes, indeed.
And you're a cat, so.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I was only half listening before at the discussion about putting a GPS tracker on Tony's cat, and I thought, are they talking about me? What's going on?
Do you need a GPS tracker?
Yeah, we can all see what you get up to every day.
Yeah, that's right. Where am I now? Why am I not on the screen?
I do know people put them on their children, so
that's
with their phones. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yes. Yeah.
Yeah. So, England captains, we haven't really solved, have we?
No, I think it'll probably go to Brooke by default.
Yeah.
I've no idea if he's a leader, if he's got.
Well, he
talks well
has
enough.
captained before, hasn't he? But
yeah, I think it was absolutely right for Butler to stand down, and at least he was taking some responsibility. Right, we are finally going to be back in action, and it's going to be a change of bowling as well. It's going to be a bit of spin. Brooke covers it up back to the bowler, who is this fella.
There's a bowler there from South Africa. Started up bowling pace.
Onto the pads and tipped down to deep square. I didn't know Maharaj it is. Started as a pace bowler.
He's known as Kesha.
I think
it's weird how people can change.
I think
their,
Tufnell did that. When he was young. Started as a quicker bowler.
Quite a few people
Very
do
talented.
the other way round, don't they? Start as a sort of spin bowler and then graduate, like, other
Can you give me
Courtney
an
Walsh, for example.
Did he?
Yeah.
I had no idea. I should imagine you get quite a bit of bounce bowling spin. Played back to the bowler by route for no run. That's an
No, I'm probably
astonishing.
inventing that.
Oh, Annie, you trickster. I would have thought changing from spin to pace would be less common, but who knows?
Really?
I would have thought so, yeah. Played up to mid-off, Miller with the fielding, and there'll be a single.
And in the game of South Australia versus
Oh, okay.
Victoria, Victoria are 8 wickets down. They're going to get all bowled out. 35th over, and they still need 101 in 85 balls. It would be a miracle, but Will Sutherland is batting, and anything is possible when he is batting.
Jason tells me Ashley Giles as well. They're all left-arm spinners so far, which is interesting. Brooke defends that one into the leg side. There's no run. 87 for 3 in the 15th over. And England, as you said, have to try to do something like what Afghanistan did to them post 320 after losing 3 early wickets.
I mean, they can certainly do that with these two there. And Brooke is both of them are quite capable of accelerating, aren't they? So
yep, slower ball from Maharaj to end the over, and that's just gone for 2, so a cheap one for him.
Nick Vickers says, morning Andy, Annie and Kat. Very pleasant to wake up to cricket and commentary on Guerrilla Cricket. Morning, Nick. That's a lovely message. David Smout says, morning, been listening on the TV, so couldn't give a like. Right, okay.
Oh, well, if you've been listening on the TV, you might know what Root's doing backing away from all those balls. Let us.
Well, yes, absolutely.
Here comes Mulder again. He does look like an identikit South African. Root pulls it down to long leg for a single.
Race Road Mulder, you call him?
I find Australia have 3 or 4 players I can barely tell apart. They all like
Yes.
identikit Australians with those moustaches and the slightly straggly hair.
Oh, yeah, they do all look the same.
So banned for racism. 50 partnership.
David Wood says that I guess Hendo's only fans page never really took off. Was there a Hendo?
He's talking about it. Brooke is down the track again, played down to point. If you want Hendo's take on England's Champions Trophy,
he's very happy.
He will be back. He will be in for 10 overs, the last 10 overs of this innings. Maybe England will get bowled out before then, just to avoid Hendo's wrath.
I'm pretty impressed. I haven't seen a wicket yet since I came on. Oh.
Lucky charm, yeah. Unfortunately, you're only here for this 10 overs, aren't you? And then it could all go to pieces.
No, I'm on I'm on for the next 10 too.
Oh, well, even better. Excellent.
There you go.
Full
These
ball
two
onto
could get centuries.
Yep, onto the leg stump, but Brooke will feel he missed out because he couldn't beat Miller at short mid-wicket.
I did wonder whether England may have been all out before I came on in over number 11, but no, they hung on.
Well, to be fair, there has been quite a lot of wickets going down in the first 10 overs of most of the game, so and then a bit of consolidation, and that's kind of what happens in 50 over cricket. It's just that England have been a bit guilty of just continuing to try and smash the ball out of the park.
Yeah, there's not too many where the bowler actually got them out, are there?
No.
Played to mid-wicket again, and a kind of throw that always annoys wicket keepers. It's like 20 yards away and he still put it on his ankles.
I like your take on things, Andy, because you talk as if you're a very fed up cricketer sometimes.
Yeah, I've been thinking I captained far too often because I could see things were being done really badly, and I couldn't kind of resist trying to do it myself, but I couldn't make things any better, so I might as well not have bothered. Down the leg side, Brooke stepped away. Mulder followed him, but he followed him too far, and that's going to be a wide.
Wide, yeah. But
But
not happy about that.
It is funny when you see international cricketers do these things that you see in the fourth team.
Yes. Yes, absolutely.
Feels like Brooke's been on 17 forever.
Yes,
Well,
I was
think he
just going. I
has.
was just going to say they've slowed it down. Both these batsmen were close to a run of ball. Now Root's 30 off 38, and Brooks 17 off 26. You can get.
And we're not even in the slow, boring middle overs yet.
No, that's to come. Mulder's in again, and Brook, bearing that in mind, does smash one down to deep square, but it's straight to the fielder on the bounce, and it's just a single.
No, a couple of good bits of bowling from Mulder and from Maharaj.
Yep, Mulder's none for 14, about to complete his third over.
It's all his time at Grace Road that's done it, you know.
And both these batsmen can get their scoring rate back on track with a couple of boundaries. As we're saying, 23 balls since the last boundary comes up on the screen.
And like we're saying, they're both really capable of accelerating.
But Ingman's run rate generally is fine. It's been helped along by a few wides as well. That's another one. Another one down the path no one likes to tread. So I'm just laughing at a message I'm sure you'll read out in a moment. But England's run rate generally is okay. 91 for 3 in the 16th. Looks like a good pitch in a quick outfield though. Root, you look up when he's on 30 and he flicks that one into the leg side. They just amble through for one. Go straight to the fielder. End of the over. 92 for 3.
David Smoke says, fantastic to hear better gender balance today. I was thinking the other day that I hadn't heard Kat or Annie in a while and was thinking back to Lizzie and Katie days of the sofa. Well, yes, I don't get a lot of time at the moment, and it's not ideal timing for Kat, I should imagine, mostly. David Wood also says, we air tag our cats.
What's that
I don't
mean?
even know what that means.
No.
Oh yeah, that's the little tag you put on that that tells you where they are. That's
Hombrenevo. I think that's almost right.
Onto the leg stump from Maharaj, and this time Root beats a mid wicket, runs the first one quick, which is good to see, but the fielder is around in time to keep it to 1.
He has a super chat, and I think he only did that so that I have to say his name. He says, I've come to the conclusion that I have imagined Root's prolific run-outs of batting partners.
I don't know. Has he got a
conclusion?
Has he got a reputation for that? I don't
Well,
know. Down the
he
track
talked
is
about
Brook.
it.
Yeah, down the track is Brook, but he can only play it out to deep cover for a single.
He talked about it earlier, and we were saying I'm not sure that we do recognise the fact that he runs people out a lot. So I think he's saying I've come to the conclusion that I've imagined.
Well, the other thing is, a lot of run-outs doesn't mean a bad runner. I'll come on to this in a second, as Root unveils the first reverse sweep of the day.
Oh, yes.
And he beats
That
short
was
third
nice.
man, and it goes for 4. For example, if you look at T20 stats, Chris Gale was hardly ever run out, and Virat Kohli has run out quite a lot. But Kohli's a really good runner, and Gale's a terrible one. It's because Kohli is pushing the edges.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I agree. It's certainly not always the case that...
I can't think of a worse runner than Chris Gale off the top of my head, but unless you want to go down the Inzamam route. Root reverse sweeps again, and I'm not sure if that quite carried. It was very close. The fielder was diving to his left. Didn't quite get there. I'd like to have another look, because he didn't really get hold of that one. Yeah,
I think you're right. I think Gale is the worst.
Bat, and Ngidi dived sideways, couldn't really get forward, but it was very close. Now that's up in the air from Brook. Is that long enough? It's certainly gone high. It's a good catch. It was between the two men, but Marco Janssen has had a hand in every wicket so far. He stretched out his long frame, and that I would like another look at that, but I think that was a really good catch.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
So, Kat, England looked like they were trying to accelerate. Maybe they'd had a chat and decided, but it didn't work out, did it?
No,
I think he chose the wrong
It was
bowler.
an excellent catch too, wasn't it? It was a real somersault in the field in the end. He got to it and just such safe hands. But yeah, Jansen's incredible in the field, isn't he?
That was a very good catch. He made sure also he kind of slid his body underneath, so he wasn't in no danger of banging his elbows on the ground and letting it slip out that way. Well, disappointment for Brooke. Maybe he was how that reflects on his captaincy chances. Probably not very much either way.
Yeah, you see, again, he was looking pretty good, wasn't he? And then
he did get becalmed, as we said.
Yeah, he did get becalmed, and then they get frustrated. I do have to warn you two that I need to go in about 5 minutes. I did hopefully say that.
Okay, well you can blame Joe Root for all this pulling out and delaying.
I know, exactly.
See if anyone else is about.
I'll just. You carry on. Let's jingle him up.
I'll keep an eye on the socials, even though I'm mostly only looking at Blue Sky.
Yes, it is England's recently resigned captain, although he is still running this game for what it's worth.
Come on, Butler.
It's Josh Butler. Can he go out with a flourish?
Pryor ain't no loss, 'cause we found someone subtler. Okay, he can't spell Joss, but he also can't spell Butler. Joss Butler. Just because he is Joss Butler. 1 S and 2 T's, Joss Butler.
Well, what do you think? Is Butler just going to play with freedom and suddenly bat much better?
Yes, yes, he is.
This will be a fabulous innings. He's going to want to stick out there. So I think he's not going to play with freedom to start with, but it won't take him long to wind up.
Well, he often is. Does take quite a while to get going. Of those first 20 balls, even in T20, he's quite notorious for that. He's going to have 1 ball to face in this over from Maharaj. Crouches down and plays it into the leg side. He'll get a single up to long on. That's the end of the over. England's 100 comes up, 100 for 4.
Okay, so Hombranovo says almost, Annie. I've almost got his to say his name right. Farong says, so to 107 is the target England need to reach to push the SAFA NRR below that of Afghanistan. Okay, England make 207 and then SAF can declare during the interval and have the night off?
Yeah, I think that's the equation, the very theoretical equation that for South Africa to dip below Afghanistan in the table, they have to lose by like 200 runs. Which is a tall order, especially against England.
Well, exactly. Nick Vicker says glorious catch from Marco Jansen in the sun hat.
Mulder's in again to Butler. Length ball and Butler defends. It beats backward point, so we'll get through for another single.
That's bollocks. Says I'll put the kettle on. And David Smout says Brooke a bit bogged down? Question mark.
Yeah, I think so.
And he also says Butler to score a magnificent 28.
That does sound about right.
So it looks like most of the socials are on YouTube at the moment, Annie, are they? Well,
Yeah.
After you've left, I'll
I think
keep an eye
that's-
on them. I've got.
Thank you.
I've got it up now.
That's how it tends these days. Yep.
Yeah.
Mulder is into root. It gets a pad on it and it's going to beat the wicket keeper. It's dribbling down towards long leg, but it's not going to reach the boundary. They'll get a couple of probably leg buys.
Yeah, we've so moved off the Twitter now.
Yeah, and there's not much happening on Blue Sky, so it looks like everyone's on.
Most people are doing.
It goes in
stuff
in
on-
reverse, though, doesn't it? It goes down the screen. We've already read out the super chat.
Yep.
Lovely.
And those are the main things because that's when people send us money.
Yes. No one's asked for Batman and Bobbin yet. We must have any
Yeah,
animal lovers.
I
on
would
YouTube.
like to see Batman and Bobbin before I go.
You get a free one then, Annie. So I'm going to go in a minute.
Oh, Root's been bowled, and I really don't know what happened with that one. He just maybe that held its line a little bit. Root is shaking his head. He's thinking, why didn't I pull away from that ball? I'd like another look. It just looked like a straight length ball to me on off stump.
Oh, put that kettle on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think there was anything too complicated about that. It just went straight through him.
Didn't look it,
It was
did
a
it?
great balls. A bit faster, perhaps.
It's a bit stoppy, maybe.
It's hard to tell because it's just so unlike Root, really, isn't it? Anyway, the crowd says this.
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says you're out.
Quick game's a good game. Oh, there's a little dog. Which one?
Bobbin.
Which one's that?
Bobbin.
This is
I'll show you
Bobbin,
Batman
okay.
in a minute. This is
Okay.
Bobbin.
Hello, Bobbin.
A bit
Gorgeous.
sleepy, but she's saying hello.
Sorry to wake you up, Bobbin.
She's going to go back off to sleep now. Off you go, Bobbin. Off she goes. Now, I'll see if I
What
can get
type of-
Batman to
what
come. Here
type
we go.
of dog?
Hey.
Oh. What are they?
Good boy. These are toy poodles.
Toy poodle. Oh, gorgeous.
Bobbin looks more like a Shih Tzu.
It's yawning.
She's- Yes. Good papa. They're actually quite small. I'm leaning the dog forward, but they're actually quite little.
Well, here comes
Little
another man,
puppies, off you go.
maybe to play his last ODI for England. We'll see.
Yeah. You'll probably go on.
I play for the Lightning. My one-day kid is blue, but for the tests it's white.
And he's got 33 overs to bat. How do we think that'll go?
Well, he'll probably go on that now and score, get a really good score, you know.
Maybe. That's kind of what he
180 or
did in
something.
the summer. Has that just flicked Joe Root's pad?
Yeah.
Yeah, it has. It was actually a bit... I mean, I think it was still going to hit the stumps and still would have been an
I was going to say, missed
LBW.
it anyway.
I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it flicked onto off stump to remove any doubt. So it may have actually nipped into Joe Root just a little bit. Well, no shame to him on this tournament. Mulder comes in again. He's shorter. Livingston defends. There's no run. And that's the first wicket that Marco Jansen didn't have a big hand in.
That's right. Advantage England now. They've got the measure of Jansen. All they have to do is do the same for the other 10 players.
Yep. You see, you've got it sus there, Kat.
Yeah.
There.
It's something quite so satisfying about someone just being clean bowled, right? I mean, although it did nip his pad. As you said.
Yeah. But it's
absolutely.
nice to
It's
see
the
as a
best.
bowler when the stump comes out. That only used to happen to me.
It's not holding, let's face it. But
No, didn't happen to me very often when the stumps were very loosely in place. Livingston plays that one back to cover, no run. 103 for 5. Now, what do you think? Should England just go all guns blazing and or try to limp to 220 and see what they can do?
Well,
yeah, these two need to shut up shop, right? Annie, what do you reckon?
I think that they will go all guns blazing.
They probably
soon,
will,
but-
yes.
Yeah.
Well, whatever they should do, that's what they will do.
Yeah, because it's kind of how they play as well, both of these. They are extremely good hitters of the ball when they actually manage it. Anyway, I'm going to have to leave you. Sorry to leave you for the last 2 overs. And,
Not to worry, I think we can soldier on. Are you coming back later? Or
No, I'm not. No.
how about the rest of the tournament?
Not sure yet.
Okay, well, hope so.
Oh, I think I think I've got Tuesday. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
See y'all. Bye.
Tuesday's going to be TBA versus TBA. In fact, with the way these tournaments are
And who
now,
ends up on the top?
yeah, the way these tournaments cater to India's every whim, you don't even
Yeah.
know where you're going to be in the semi-finals until it's all shakes out.
That's right. You don't even know which country you're going to be in.
No, I know, it's a bit crazy. I would have said the tournaments in Pakistan, are you playing or not? But that's probably why I don't run the ICC. Play back into cover for no run. And Livingston and Butler with an interesting situation. Long time to bat. See what they can do. Livingston pokes at that a little bit. Goes down to backward point.
Heard that both Australia and South Africa are both going to fly to Dubai, and whoever isn't playing is going to fly back.
Really?
Yeah. Apparently, it's on Crick Info. SA Australia to travel to Dubai due to tangled Champions Trophy scheduling. There's more
Wow.
time available for them, obviously. That's nuts.
It is nuts, yeah. Played just beats mid-wicket. Livingston goes up to long on. They'll take a single.
Wowee. I'm just going to get that up on Crick Info and I can read out a little bit more about it.
Yes, please do, yeah.
Shortly.
It is crazy.
Fascinating.
I mean, you had that a little bit in the last T20 World Cup, split between the US and the West Indies, and it was, if anything, it was worse there because there was no reason. But India were just told that they would play their semi-final in the West Indies, whichever one it would be. That's the dominance they have. Played up to long on for another single.
So this is posted on Crick Info just 50 minutes ago. The scheduling of the semi-finals of the Champions Trophy in 2 different countries mean that both teams who qualify from Group B, probably Australia and South Africa, will both travel.
Oh, thick edge from Livingston. It just beats, I think, Markram at slip. It's not going to go for 4, but Maharaj has his hands on his head because that was pretty close. They'll get through for 2.
Yes, almost out. So an ICC official said the decision had been taken to allow the side that plays the semi-final in Dubai on March the 4th the maximum time to prepare for the contest. However, one will need to return to Pakistan the following day to play the other semi.
Okay. Wow, what a tangled web we weave.
Yeah.
Played across the bowler. Yeah, across the bowler, but he does get there and put a foot on it. 108 for 5 off 19. What's on the YouTubes?
Let's have a look and see what's on YouTube.
Got a stiff breeze.
Lost my got
blowing
to
the flags.
Switch my screens. Here we go. No, not showing me the comments for some reason.
It's a bit finicky. We'll get back to it in the studio and catch up if we need to.
They've come back again. It didn't like me going to YouTube and going off to Crick Info.
Mulder's in again. That's defended. Go ahead.
Livingston, David Smout says we are saved. Livingston will make a magnificent 7. Did we read that one out before?
No, that was Butler's magnificent 28.
Yes, okay. Eric J says we could be on for a moral victory here.
Oh, we always get a moral victory.
Yeah. Stephen Kalk, I smell a big bag of doom here. David Smout did wonder if I had time to type that before Livingston is out.
Well, sometimes
good news, you could even do another one if you wanted to.
Yeah, that one's defended up to mid-off. It's always a question with some players whether you can get the jingle in before they get out.
Yes, yeah. That's Bollocks says, is England formally a minnow team these days?
Well,
yes or no question?
they're not a whale, definitely. Something in between a cod.
Yep. So I'll just make sure. Nick Vickers said.
I think we're losing you a little bit, Kat. Sorry. Hard pull shot from Butler, and he's. Oh no, there's a man out there. Drop out for 1. I think you just.
Nick Vickers says Butts and Livingston do know it's not a T20, right? Still plenty of overs left to post a score.
Well, they might know that. Whether it changes how they play, we'll see.
And Dawn of the Dead, oh dear God, save the Poms.
A bit late for that. Going to have a change at the end of the over. Kat's still going to be here with Mog and Jason. As Livingston defends that down to backward point for no run.
The hairy man says, stupid of India not to use their power to play the World T20 in only one country last year. And then Suitahu says, sweary, F off India, which is delightful. And David Smout says, having said all those things about Livingston, having said that, I do like Livingston always smiling. Oh, that's good.
Mulder's in again. Hits Livingston on the pad, but it's no danger of an LBW.
Then there's a bit of chat from Comics. Yeah. Blah, there's a bit of chat there. And then the hairy man says, who is going to be the next captain, ? Brooke, which I think is a joke, because I feel like it's a repeated question.
Yeah, there's no outstanding candidates. Right, it's going to be last ball of the over. Oh, an inside edge, a Vatican slice from Livingston. It's going to go down to long leg. They'll pick up a single, and England are 110 for 5 off 20. I'm just waiting for Mog to join us. Hopefully he will.
Is Mog?
There we are.
Should have said so sooner.
Right on time. Okay, an ill-deserved break for me. Jason's going to be in the studio, and I'll just fix up the YouTube here. And Mog, what do you think of this train wreck so far?
Oh, look, I'm not sure if I mentioned this yesterday or the last time England played, but England are shit. Absolutely rudderless, clueless garbage. Just having said that, I've only seen like 4 overs of it, so...
Hang on a minute, Mog. You've got an Australian accent here, but you do sound like a genuine Pom when you say that. You sound like a genuine English person when you say England is shit. Very convincing.
I think the whole world knows that by now.
Compliment.
Looks like Andy's going.
Yep,
and,
he's gone.
We are continuing. So Maharaj is bowling to Livingston, and he's scooping a ball behind him. In fact, it's gone all the way down to the fine leg boundary for 4 runs. It's a boundary to Livingston.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
And welcome to Jason, who's on the ball with the jingles.
You know me. Generally good in the studio, apart from when the bear's not here, when I fall to bits.
So Maharaj bowling to Livingston. We have a slip in place, and we also have a short mid-wicket. So getting a little bit more aggressive with their fielding placings here. It's 114 for 5 as Maharaj comes around the wicket, and it's chopped down by Livingston.
Yeah, almost snuck the arm ball through there. That one really scuttled through and kept a little bit low.
Yes. Do you reckon Livingston's next out? Is this next one?
Yes.
No, it's a wild swing, and sure enough, Livingston is next out. He's stumped. He's danced halfway down the pitch, missed the ball by an absolute mile, and he is out stumped off Maharaj.
You silly little boy, what on earth were you playing at? Oh.
And I think it also deserves this one, which I don't play very often.
Fuck off! Just fuck off!
That was kind of foolish, and I think Annie was the one who called it, Jason, when she said that they're just going to keep wildly swinging. And I was going to say they were going to shut up shop, but no, not at all. That was the
this
stupidest
could be
thing
the
I've ever
mega
seen.
rant of Hendo rants to finish them all if he doesn't even get to 40 overs in the game and doesn't get his ball-by-ball spell.
Glorious bit of bowling, actually. Just a
What a
little
bunch of
bit of
losers.
turn on the ball. Fantastic. What do you think, Mog, of that ball?
Oh, it was a good ball, but was it a good batsman it was being bowled to?
Not particularly. I mean,
Butler's going to run out of partners before he gets to double figures. He's currently on 4. And he wanted to make this his last innings, a memorable and exciting and
he's going
enjoyable
to run out
one.
of partners
and
in
it
a
won't
hurry
be.
here.
It's memorable with how bad it's been so far.
Yeah, there
Anyway.
we have our new batter coming out. I'm sure he'll be jingled up, Overton.
He is.
They'll get you now, Jamie Overton's how. He'll get you out. Because the pitch belongs to bowlers. Jamie Overton is the best of all. Because the pitch belongs to paceman Jamie Overton.
Nice bit of work from Patty Smith there, being reimagined.
Yes, I'm very sorry. I was asking Jason, do you think Livingston will be next out? And then next minute, he was.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
they're
Now we
all
have,
saying review
Overton's-
that. That was the arm ball. That
Yeah.
could.
Overton's facing up and hitting him on the pads. They're having a bit of a chat about it, but no.
I think they might just have got an inside edge on that.
Anyway, he's coming in again already. Maharaj wastes no time. Ball's played to mid-off and there's no run. That's the end of the over. And the score disappeared too quickly for me to have a look. So
114 for
I'll
6.
pass back over to socials.
There's a bit of a movement to try and buy Sudahu some more fucking words he can use. Eric J says, don't sit on the fence, Mog, because clearly I thought England was shit. David Wood says, in terms of captaincy, I would ask Michael Vaughan for his top 5 options and immediately rule those out.
Yep,
Which is
that's a good
probably a good
approach.
idea.
Solid. I still
All the
think we
people he
should just
doesn't
get
represent,
Root
probably.
back. Easy. Anyway, we have Ngidi replacing Mulder. He bowls back of a length outside off, and it's just played into the covers for no run by Butler, who looks pretty competent compared to the rest of the England lineup at the moment.
He's got more experience, but also, no, I feel hard done by Mulder. He's bowled a nice 5-over spell, taken a wicket, and then he gets removed for Ngidi, who was a bit expensive at the start, just because we're now into the lesser batsman.
He went for 6 off his first 3 overs, 6 and over. Anyway, Butler's on 4, and he's facing up to Ngidi, and the score's 114 for 6. So this is a little bit straying onto the pads, whipped away to deep mid wicket. There's a man there, and they'll get a run. So we've got our second Jamie of the innings, Jamie Overton. We've already done and dusted Jamie Smith for a duck earlier on, number 3, but now we have Jamie Overton, who'll be facing up shortly.
Let's go back to that damning with faint praise about him looking competent. Wow, that is high.
That's
High
a very
praise.
English diss, that
Yeah.
one.
That's right. He's a competent soul. I'm not sure about Overton. He doesn't look competent yet. In fact, his footwork's all over the place, and he just plays a flat bat at this, like, I don't know, an under 10 or something. He's squinting his eyes up. He's snarling at the bowler. He does not look competent.
I wonder if that's the
Doppel.
reason that Root was backing away all the time to Mulder. Is that no, he's having a problem with the sun in his eyes from that end.
Yes, maybe. Or maybe something shining too. You know, sometimes the sun glints off something.
Yes, I do remember
Yeah.
Dickie Bird in a famous test match, a Ashes test match, pointing at people saying, it's your window, shut your window.
Was it not the actual birds flying around that was distracting it?
If he's looking at the birds and not looking at the ball, then there's something more seriously wrong, I think.
Well, any excuse?
Yeah, Root's very distractible. He is still signalling something here. Overton, he's not happy, and he's squinting his eyes and curling his lip, and Root is standing up in the change rooms. We still have no idea what that was all about.
Disarray in the English team.
Anyway, Ngidi finally comes in. He bowls full, and this is whipped off the toes, out into the deep on the onside, almost to the fence. They get another run.
Ngidi does tend to bowl a lot better with the older ball. He does bowl that ball that tails in a bit with the reverse swing. Also, he moves the ball in as well. So he's always attacking the stumps, and it's a very good strategy when you bowl into the lesser batsman, and also towards the end of an innings.
Yeah. And he sometimes does that full slower ball as well, doesn't he? This one then just played into the covers and caught on the circle. So it's over 1 ball to come. Current run rate's just dipped a little bit with those few wickets. It's 5.3 at the moment, and we've had 21 for 22 and Butler on strike.
Yeah, this has just showcased all that's wrong with the England 50-over setup at the moment.
And Butler does not know where he's hitting this ball. It's come off an edge and just gone out into the onside, but not in complete control. End of the over, 2 from it, 116 for 6.
Look at that competence.
Yes.
Perong says, save time. How about Joss declaring when he gets out? I could do that. Get it over with. Nick Vickers says, having seen the replay, Jason was very correct to give Livingston the fuck off jingle. David Smout says, good thing I live in Scotland who do have a decent team, to which another Scotsman replies, no we don't, David. Disappointing.
Yes, you have a decent team, they're called Rangers.
Oh,
They
soccer
play a different
reference.
sport. It's going to be Maharaj continuing. This ball's defended by Overton. Didn't seem to have anything in his eyes there. Very competent, as Mog would say.
Hyper competent.
He does look a bit at sea every time he starts his innings, to be fair, Overton. I think he takes a while to gauge the pace of the pitch. He was he was very like this in the Afghanistan game, and then got us into a winning position and hold out.
This next ball played out to mid-off, and they amble through for a single. Overton he needs a pair of sunglasses out there, I think.
Yeah, but then you get that really odd look where you've got sunglasses inside your lid, which doesn't really look particularly great.
Live a
Do you
little.
think they should
without a
always
helmet.
choose their kit based on looks?
Yes.
Maharaj ball's full, and it's played into the covers again for another single down to mid-off.
Yeah. And Butler's walking around with the weight on his shoulders at the one end. What do you think the weight will be lifted now that he's made the decision to not continue as the captain?
And Overton's on the sweep with this next delivery. It goes backward a square, out to almost to the fence, straight to the man. Another 1 run, 4 singles so far from the over.
Oh, they had to wait an awful long time for that. It was floated up by Maharaj. As we look at the other spin bowler in the South African squad, who's not playing today.
Ramsey, yeah. So we have another ball defended by Butler.
So we won't be seeing him on the phone to somebody with his shoe.
No, indeed. Butler plays straight back to the bowler, end of the over. 119 for 6.
Brian in Brisbane says, morning. Who in the England team management is sending out the who gives a fuck, just bet like you don't care message? That's just how the laid-back style of McCullum works, I guess.
Well, I think in the absence of any positive decisions, then that is what the default action is, in a void. A leadership void, if you will.
Bunch of losers. The Harriman says, I think the reason England are getting, why England are losing so much is because they're getting distracted by those 2 random red patches they have on the shoulders of their shirts.
Certainly a theory. Could be something in it.
Oh, they're shit. It's just that they're shit.
I mean, red, white and blue with the tiniest amount of red possible you can get.
Overton facing up to
Little bit of sleeving
Geedy. Geedy bowls short, played to cover point, and they run through. So that was the speed of that one, 135 kilometres an hour or so.
Yeah, 85 miles an hour. So he looks lumbering and slow, but they're actually coming out at a decent pace. It's just the pitch is a bit not exactly flying off the top of it.
Yeah, you're right. And as Sangidi comes through the crease, he does sort of look a little slow, doesn't he? But it's all deceptive.
Well, lumbering, I think, is the word I would use.
Yeah. Another ball back of a length, outside off. It's played very close to straight down the ground. The mid-off comes around, almost fumbles it, but they prevent anything more than 1 run. So 2 singles so far from the over.
Yeah, it's a good scrambling stop by mid-off, diving to the inside as the ball was threatening to get past him. He did the
Is that
important
Jansen
bits.
again?
Yeah, he's 6'7". It does help if he uses his long frame.
Covers a lot of ground, you're right, yeah.
And his twin brother is almost the same height.
Ooh, wow. This one's short. It's pulled by Overton, but he plays it late and it actually goes straight to mid-on. Now he's looking at his bat as if the bat was at fault there. But I think he's actually managed that reasonably well. Didn't get any runs though, and the score 121 for 6.
Well, he's got all the time in the world to bat, to improve his timing, his situation, his planning. His previous batsmen have given him 30 full overs to make his most of what he can.
I'm sure that was the plan.
Another ball on a good length, played through square. and they're getting another single. Doing it all in singles at the moment, but that's better than wickets.
Well, I mean, obviously the minimal plan is to get 207. Because without that, you're completely out of the game. But I'm being slightly facetious here in saying...
No, it's mathematically possible.
Yeah.
Not
Get to
completely
207, ball them out for naught. You can still go through.
Has to happen eventually. Maybe today.
How are we going with that, Mog? You can look up the final of South Australia versus Victoria. I think Victoria's probably lost it by now.
They were falling in a heap when I last saw.
Yeah. Another one's played back to a square, and they get another run. Overton currently on 5, Butler on 8.
Yeah, both these batsmen are sort of building their innings. They're not really taking any risk at all at the moment, given that there's still best part of 30 odd overs to play.
That's right. I mean, everyone except Root really has already taken all the risks for the England side. They don't need to take any more.
South Australia won by 64 runs.
Ah, yes.
Pop that, you filthy bushrangers.
Yeah. This ball's on leg stump. It's played loftily into the deep, and they're scampering through. Good return.
It was the first one, really.
5 singles. Yeah, 5 singles from the over. Score is 124 for 6.
It just shows what you can do when you don't have to play the risky shot. You can still accumulate 5, 6, a run a ball almost.
Nudge and nurdle.
Yeah.
Drake Mongreen has suggested all out for 157, to which Colin says, where are they getting those 41 runs from?
Yeah.
Let's roll it down. That's Bollocks asks, when does Bazball click in?
I think it already has in the first 6 wickets, to be fair.
Tied off. Disappointing. David
There's a few
Smith
people
says they
saying
keep
that
showing
these
shots of the
two-
traffic jam.
These two batters have played a fair bit of cricket together before, so maybe they can forge a partnership.
Oh, well, record
Yes, they
300
would.
run
So
partnership coming up.
They both started out at Somerset, and they're both roughly would have played probably in the same age group cricket as juniors as well, or in the same sort of training system.
So Maharaj is continuing, bowling his 6.
We've lost you a bit, Kat. Yeah,
You'll have to take over, Jason, if it disappears altogether.
Yeah, that's much better.
Ah, good. So Maharaj, again around the wicket, and this is spanked out through the covers. It's gone all the way through all of them, and it heads out to the boundary for 4.
Shock of shocks. There's your Bazball clicking in right there, or something.
Yeah, first boundary for a bit.
What's there to be hit? Oh, and
It's Overton again pulling out. I think Root is now distracting him. But this time he sticks his ground. He dabs at this ball, plays it to a gully position or a short third, and they do not take a run there.
There was that guy in the Bible who was asked by God to pull out and spill his seed on the ground. Should change his name to Over.
Another ball played into the offside, no run.
pass.
I think the Overton Root pull-out is causing the most excitement for the entire match as Overton defends the next delivery. We're wondering, will they play this ball? Will they pull out?
Well, I think part of it is that Maharaj really wants to get on with bowling his overs quickly through, and he's rushing the batsman, and the batsman is not quite ready. He looks up and suddenly he's at the delivery crease already.
Certainly putting
Joe
him under a lot
reminds
of
me.
pressure.
Joe reminds me that the chap I was talking about was Onan, as in
And
furious.
that's the end of
Onan
the
is.
over already, so you're right. It is
Oh,
very
good God.
swift.
I was going to read out something exciting. England yet to expose its weak side in this match, bowling, says Future Vision.
Sadly, very true.
Andy L says, please get rid of that Livingston, the talentless T20 slogger.
I think of lots of other words with T that could have been used in there as well, mainly sort of with asterisk in them.
Cool.
Twit sounds to mind.
So we have Rabada coming in now to bowl his 5th over. This is the 5 bowlers used so far by South Africa. Overton's on strike, and he's playing and missing this next delivery.
Well, they don't really have a 6th bowler. They've got Markram who can bowl some emergency spin, but I don't think they've got anyone other than that. So these 5 have got to do the job, and they are doing the job for South Africa, with a lot of help from England, to be fair.
Yeah, I always like it when the captain has to carefully balance the equation and use their 5 bowlers perfectly well for the 50 overs, but I don't think they'll make 50 here, just quietly. Another ball defended. Maybe it isn't such a difficult equation when England are going to get themselves out.
Well, if they do make 50 overs, it's going to be very boring for the next 15, I think. As
boring at middle overs.
Yes, there's a jingle for that. Let me find it.
Yeah.
Well, there's plenty of them, but I will pick one.
Pick one at some point. As this next ball is edged by Overton, it's gone up into the sky. It's gone into the hands somehow.
That's an even better catch.
Taken this catch.
That's an even better catch than the Jansen one.
He's taken it as he's done a somersault, and that is Overton out for 11 within a remarkable catch.
It's a fair effort, that.
Yep.
Jolted it out too.
Now that was not exactly England getting themselves out, although the edge went straight into the sky, so that was bloody awful from Overton. But the catch was remarkable, running away from the pitch, over his shoulder, doing a somersault in the recovery and hanging on to it, and everyone is very impressed with that.
Yes.
Quite rightly.
Yeah. Just because it was... No, Jansen we know has good hands. We expect that of him. He feels in the slips and he's got hands like buckets, so we kind of expected he would pouch it if he got anywhere within range. Ngidi, not so much. No, he's a bit lumbering in the field, and that was probably contra expectation.
He's exceeded his KPIs for the match.
Yes.
Yep. So bringing Rabada back on certainly got the business done. 2 dot balls and a wicket, and that brings Jofra Archer out at number 9.
And we'll jingle him up, and he goes like this.
He will break your helmet, break your heart, hotter than lava, cooler than Bogart, in your face, at your stumps, on your toes, on your mum. Jofra.
Well, I do believe the bear has returned from his viewing, so he might have a few choice words to say when he gets back on air concerning this England performance so far.
Performance in air quotes.
Well, the entertainment factor of this is great if you're neutral. It's not so great if you're an England supporter.
That's right, and we have Archer facing up to his first delivery, just plays it back down the pitch. It's going to be an interesting juggle for the Guerrilla Cricket rota, because of course the people who are supposed to be commentating the last 20 overs of this particular innings may not have much to do. But we'll wait and see. England could hang on.
Hope springs eternal.
Rabada again over the wicket to Archer, plays it to short mid wicket where it's fielded. He's survived 2 deliveries so far. He's probably got his eye in by now.
As much as any of the other ones had. Oh, he's run 16 metres to take that catch.
Oh.
run being
Yeah,
the appropriate
very
word, given he was generally shepherding the ball to the boundary in previous fielding attempts.
Yeah. Last ball of the over is squirted out by Archer. Digs out a fuller length delivery, and just a wicket maiden for Rabada there. His first wicket. The score 129 for 7.
Eric J says Jay has just thrown open a window and climbed in. Drape Mongreen says Jay fell through the chimney like an England batsman, and in response to that, Eric J says an attempted sweep. Drape. That's a bit of comedy there. Christian Kotzer says, who remains in the current England ODI squad when the next ODI assignment arrives? Root and
Brooke.
Rashid,
So we have Maharaj bowling to Butler, steps away and glides the ball into the covers for a quick single, and Archer is cursing him. He wanted a couple of boundaries there, not a single. Now he's facing up 5 deliveries. This could be exciting. Will Archer survive these 5?
Place your bets now. In the form of super chats.
There's a slip in place, but he does in fact get the ball. He sort of digs it out, a fuller length delivery, and it dribbles down to mid-on, so they amble through for another single.
Yeah, not only have they got a
He's off
slip,
the mark.
I think they've got a funky short mid-wicket as well for
Yes.
Archer.
They do like that. Maharaj in again, of course, very quickly, and just defended by Butler.
Stone-faced Paul Collingwood sort of can't be bothered to look at the game on the players' balcony.
Yeah. Butler attempts to play a ball past that short cover, but it goes straight to him, so another dot.
Butler's still out there. I had forgotten.
Butler's out there, 9 from 18, playing a very sensible innings so far.
Well,
another ball defended back down the
there's
pitch by
not
Butler.
a lot else he can do really at the moment. He's absolutely stuffed by the situation.
Yeah.
Go down
Exactly.
swinging.
This is he's playing a good anchor role here, and this one though is played to mid on for a single. There seems to be a lot of singles out there. Do you think, Jason? That's end of the over. 3 runs from it. 132 for 7.
Yeah. They can't really afford to play any expansive shots, so unless there's absolutely freebies being gifted up by the bowlers, and they're not, to be fair. He's got to take what he can at the moment for the next 10-15 overs, and that is going to be singles and twos in the main.
Oh, that's bollocks. Says Overton did his job. I'm a fan. Yeah, put down the crack pipe. David Downey says, well, at least England are going out.
Someone on YouTube, I think, estimated his score accurately there, as we have Rabada coming in, and he bowls to Archer, and Archer's... Did he bowl to Archer, or was that Butler? I think it was Butler anyway. Not sure. No, it was a no ball. Anyway, there was a single from it. There's going to be a free hit. Excitement.
Watch them squander this opportunity.
Yeah. It is going to be Archer on strike for the free hit. This could be quite amusing.
He should call his shot and point to the boundary here where he's going to hit it to.
Yes, that would be awesome. Come on, Archer. You coward. Point to your shot. There's a front foot no ball there. The field is spreading.
Well, they must have taken a single, otherwise they wouldn't have been allowed to change the field. So.
Yeah, they definitely took the single. Anyway, it feels like that was almost... This is almost hit Archer on the foot. He's managed to get a bit of bat in front of it. It would have been a wide.
That's really well played in the end. I mean, that's a pretty good Yorker from Rabada for a free hit ball. And he's done the best he can to just get some bat on that somewhere.
Yeah.
He could have just not moved and it would have gone as a wide anyway, but
yeah,
I guess
I think
easy to say.
That would have been the way to play it, but yeah. Archer's disappointed that he did not hit that for 6. I mean, Archer
That's
could
the attitude.
top score here. We shouldn't be saying anything bad about Archer's batting. He could easily top score here.
If he stays
It's
around for
not a
long
particularly
enough, yeah.
tall order.
No, he only has to beat Roots 37 at the moment.
Yeah. I think he'd run
No,
out of
no.
partners, though, wouldn't he?
I can't see that happening then.
Yeah, because that would mean Butler was out as well. Anyway, another scampered single so far off this over. A no-ball single, a single, another single, and this one's an expansive shot from Archer. This has gone all the way to the mid-wicket boundary for 4 runs. Beautiful shot.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
In
That's
your
what he wanted
face,
to do for the
doubters.
free hit. Yeah, that's Archer hearing me saying he's going to top score, and off he goes.
Doing it
As
for
well all
cash.
the way. Agricultural, but you know, that's okay.
Good honest work being a farmer.
Oh, he's had enough for this.
So again, tries the identical shot on the next delivery, but there is a fielder there this time because he mishits it. Goes to the mid-wicket.
We have a prediction that he's going to be out next ball.
Oh dear.
I won't reveal the person's name until they fail.
And he's attempting to be out. My computer's glitching here, but he's played a ball on the up and it's gone out into the offside, almost to the boundary. They've taken a single,
It's very
and
some,
it was not in control, I think.
some very
not what he-
recreational fielding, should we say, there with the big boot on the boundary.
Yeah, right. It was a boot field, was it, on the boundary? Fantastic.
In fact,
Bad luck, Drape.
that could well be 4 runs because I think his foot
Yeah,
was
right.
touching the sponge as he flicked the ball back.
Yeah. Let's hope so, because that gets...
yeah. it
Oh,
was.
yes, it was too. Yes, he's running towards the ball and the boundary at the same time, and they are in fact signalling 4. So that's jolly good scoring from Archer, who now has the highest strike rate of anyone in the innings.
2, 3, 4. 4.
Now there you go. Archer's still on strike. Facing up to a short delivery and just turning it around the corner, backward to square. Getting a single and hogging the strike. No, that was Butler, was it? Hogging the strike. Let's see. Look, there's been tons of runs off this over. I don't even know how many. 145 for 7.
13, I think,
at
we
the
had
end
off
of
the
the
over.
13. Amazing.
Stratospheric.
Mm.
Peter Smith says, dreams are free if you think England are going to make the 50 overs. Well, they're getting ever closer, ever closer. David Downey says, well, at least England are going down with a fight and not a whip. Oh, wait. That's the kind of premature remark that could come back to the chat.
Yeah, that could age well.
Matthew Mkize says, in what crazy world is Root not named captain and Brooke is deputy?
Yes, that's what I want to happen. Anyway, that was the highest runs from an over of the match. The very full delivery from Maharaj to start this next over. He was bowling to Butler, and Butler is just looking like the most confident batter out there today, getting an easy single. Finally, Butler's back on strike. They're both on 12, but Archer's only faced 10 balls and Butler has faced 24. Or 22, I should say. Butler on strike, dancing down the pitch, but just offering a dead bat. It just goes to the short mid-wicket.
Yeah, that was well bowled by Maharaj. He saw him coming and fired it in towards his pads, and all that Butler could do was really punch it to the man at mid-wicket, the bear, all the time.
Another ball played by Butler straight back to the bowler.
Barney Hall asked, will they set more than 150? They might actually do that now.
Yeah. Yeah. They're barrelling towards 150 as soon as Archer gets back on strike. But Butler is slowing it down a little, just a little. And we know that he does this at the start of his innings. He just pushes the ball into the covers, no run. Always does this at the start.
Faced 25 balls. He's already had to start of innings.
No, he faces 50 balls and then he winds up. And he plays another ball late, out through point. This time they do take a single, well placed, leaving Archer to face the last ball of Maharaj's over. Maharaj with 2 wickets.
You get the feeling that Butler wants some pace on the ball, therefore he's frustrated somewhat by Maharaj's pace-off deliveries.
Oh, look out.
Archer's on the sweep, is wrapped on the pads, but it looks like it was going down leg, and
Yeah.
Tucker is not interested. End of the over. 2 runs from it, 147 for 7.
Asim Hans says England have completely forgotten how to play this ODI format. They have no concept of keeping wickets intact. It's all about recklessly going gung-ho.
It's amazing how that happens when you don't play it domestically and deprioritise it over the last 5-6 years.
And then come up with a bullshit format that doesn't really reflect what's played anywhere else in the world. Anyway. Jeremy Henderson, aka Messi, says, only just managed to see the score. Extraordinarily clever work by England to ensure that Australia have to face India in the semi-final.
Oh,
it's all tactical.
Yep. So we have Rabada, who's going to be continuing, and Butler gets a single off the first delivery.
Yeah, thick outside edge that flew down to third man. Always safe, bounced well in front of the man, but not in control really of the shot as it went away.
Anyway, that gets the exciting Archer back on strike, which we always love.
Finally.
This match anyway. And he's playing expansively and missing the ball as it just bounces over middle stump, I think.
Bit of a hack, that one, really. He went down the wicket and tried to swat it through mid-wicket. Fortunate that the ball just did enough to go over the top of middle stump.
Yeah, he's well left on the bounce, yeah?
Yes,
Good
we'll
work,
call
Archer.
it that. Yeah. He's reading it better than anyone else.
Archer this time playing the ball out to mid-off. No run. 140 kilometres an hour, that one.
Which pretty much is a direct consequence of his hot-headedness to the ball before, as he'd gone too much into his shell in that one.
But Archer has been a little bit wild, and then occasionally he plays a competent drop. And this one, Rabada's just lost the ball as he's come in. He's bowled a no ball off the pitch, I think. No, it's called a wide. That's generous. I thought that was a no ball. Anyway.
Did it pitch off the cut strip?
I thought it was off the pitch, but maybe it wasn't.
In which case it should be a
can't
no
have been.
ball. But yeah.
It can't have been off the pitch. We'll have a look at the replay. It was on the pitch, just. Anyway, good work from the keeper.
They keep having shots of other England players in the stands dressed as clowns.
This one, Archer's trying to play this to mid-wicket from the offside, and he's done it. He's actually got the ball out to the all the way to the boundary with the ugliest shot you would ever imagine. 4 runs.
There's not one boy for me. I must have 2 or 3. I need 4.
I'd like to see that again, because yes, I thought so. I thought that went pretty close to the fielder at mid-wicket. It did, and he's gone at it with one hand and boot, and it's just slipped past him.
Yeah. Convenient and lucky for Archer, who's trying to wind up and hit another one through mid-wicket. Instead, it hits him on the shoulder and just bounces into the offside. I think he closed his eyes for that one, Tony. Jason, I don't think he really knew where that went.
No, he's very much playing by numbers, I think, here. No, this one's got to go through square leg. This one's going to go through mid-wicket. This one I'm going to hit through the offside. Yes.
He's 16. And Butler's on 14. So Archer's still on strike. Plays the ball to the offside, and end of the over. 153. The 150 up for England. 153 for 7.
We're going to have a swapperoo. Andy's coming to join me. We should also have Mog staying on.
Me. Hooray.
but just changing roles. So I will reconfigure and we shall continue.
Thank you, Kat.
We'll
Hopefully
see you later.
later in the
Bye-bye.
tournament. Yep.
See ya.
And England. What are they now? Not many for 7. Trying to add all these up.
Well, too many for not
150
enough.
odd. Yeah.
153.
153 for 7. Maharaj is going to continue coming to Butler. Is Butler going to cut loose? Well, he's hit that one pretty hard past cover. He's not going to get 4 because deep point is round. Stops it, doesn't pick it up. They should keep him to 2 all the same. Yep. Archer 16 off 16. Butler 16 off 28. That's the Archer playing the aggressive role so far.
Maybe he's shaming Butler into trying to get a few more runs.
Yeah. England desperately trying to rebuild something out of this innings. Butler tips that one out to square leg. Deep square is going to come in. Just be the one. And we're saying in the green room that some of these players are going to go on to the IPL from an England point of view. More of them are going to have a bit of a break. I think Butler, Archer, Salt, Brook at least should be playing IPL. Maharaj is in. Archer pushes it up to long off for a single.
Now Livingston will continue until morale improves.
Exactly, Livingston as well, but I think if you're kicking players out of the team in order, Livingston's probably top of the list.
For Salt.
Well, you know, it's strong competition. Bit of a leading edge from Butler, but it doesn't go up in the air. Skews out to cover and there's no run. Bowling well, Maharaj, keeping it tidy. Couple of wickets.
Yeah, 2 good catches by people running
Janssen
around.
and Nagidi, yep. A very good catch by Ngidi, who, as you said, isn't quite as renowned for his fielding. Pushed out to cover, diving stop. 157 for 7. And England playing for pride and not getting much of that at the moment. Playing for less shame. As Butler covers that up. Back to the bowler, 157 for 7 off 31.
Enrique Mentor says, I'm sure tomorrow's match will be full of excitement.
Well, is one of the teams going to try to lose to get the easier semi-final?
Mike says, wow, England has been shit from ball 1. Terrible performance. Yes, they're on the plane home already, you would think.
Mentally golfing.
Scorcher says, rain can at least help England get a point on the table. Well, it's not going to rain in Dubai.
No, that's probably their best chance as well, even though it's not going to rain.
Enrique Mentor says, I can't wait for tomorrow's match.
Is that... what do you think the sincerity level of that tweet was? I think we've got a drinks break, so we can expand on that kind of thing.
Will it just be a boring, we've both qualified, who cares? We're going to end up playing in Dubai one way or another.
Well, look, if you can say for one thing for England, they have provided the only 2 remotely interesting games in this tournament.
Yeah, just stats got to them and eventually they're going to have a bare game sooner or later.
Well, England, yeah, but that's all that every other game has been.
It's a great showcase of the top level of the one-day game.
Exactly. They thought they'd got rid of the riff-raff, but they got to go a bit further than that.
West Indies and Sri Lanka would have been more exciting than some of the shit some of these teams have shown us.
Well, maybe, but at least, albeit I'm not particularly sold on the qualification process with rankings and whatnot, at least it is a tournament that there is some objective qualification for.
I'm also not particularly sold on there are venues and climates which are conducive to having good attractive cricket, and I don't think Pakistan is necessarily one of them.
No,
it's hard on Pakistan.
Well, it is, yeah, especially as they haven't had a tournament for a good while.
Well, they get this one and then we can just ignore them for another 20 years.
Yes, well, we'll get this one, and then the ICC with the BCCI's tacit assistance will ensure they don't get.
It's not even tacit anymore, is there? Practically
the
same organisation.
Careful, we'll fire up the India fans in the chat again.
I really don't care, Margaret.
I think Colin's already banned one.
I will say, Colin, if you if you've got your mod hat on, possibly you shouldn't be effing and blinding quite so much. Only because you've got your mod hat on.
Power of the spanner.
157 for 7. It's a pretty desultory scorecard. Root's top scorer with 37, I think it was.
Yep, England are going nowhere. Not very quickly.
Not very fast. And they're having a drinks break to think about their strategy.
Well, they're having to get it in, otherwise they won't get another one in this innings potentially.
No. Certainly been there in club cricket.
Yeah.
Shall we bother with drinks? 80 for 8? Nah.
No.
Yeah, bring out the
Shall we have lunch?
margaritas
No,
and the,
you need one to win off off a million overs. We'll have lunch now, shall we?
It's traditional, goddammit.
Right, I think we're going to start again now with Janssen coming back. He's got 3 wickets. Bowling to Archer, and bowls a slower ball and completely deceives Archer for pace, if not line, because it just seemed to be dead straight. The ball loped past 4th stump.
It just sort of, bounced on the pitch and went bleh.
I think it was just quite slow out of his hand. Quite slow out of his hand, I think.
9 runs and over, they can still make 320.
I admire the optimism, but a good pull shot from Archer. He has picked out the fielder though, all along the ground to pick up a single. What England can reasonably get from here without boring us all to death.
20 overs, they could get 250, 260.
Maybe, yeah. It's
that's a runner ball, which is possible. I think there won't be much acceleration. I don't think.
No. It's hard to see how they would be unless they suddenly just flick a switch and think best bet is try to blast and everything falls in place. Butler certainly not doing that just yet. Pushes it past the right hand of Point. Deep covers around, they'll get a single.
Well, Butler's almost constrained into playing this mode for at least another 10-12 overs.
Yeah, you do wonder if, you keep doing that, you lose a couple of wickets the other end, and then you're backed into a corner. Should you actually go while you have some people to support you?
Well, I think if we lose another wicket and it's not him, then he will be backed into a corner.
I think he would be, yeah. That's a attempted pull shot by Archer. He tries again, doesn't really get much closer the second time than the first.
As we get the
probably should have a crack at it now, because at least Archer seems like he's able to
might as well
contribute a little bit.
That's bowling cleverly, Janssen, getting into good form for the semi-final. They will certainly play. And here he is again, length ball. Archer defends into the covers.
Straight bat.
159 for 7 in the 32nd over. I think the real question is, are England going to get to 40 overs and face the Hendopolyps?
I hope so. Anyway.
Yes, you could be coming from the Rantiverse.
Janssen into completely over. Archer goes back to a very full ball for some reason. Plays it back to the bowler. There's no run. End of the over.
It's me, isn't it? Let's see who we've got.
Sherlock.
Dawn of the Dead says it reminds me of the Iraq soccer team when they lost under Saddam.
Oh, they all got beaten on the soles of their feet. Yes.
Yeah.
The beatings did continue until morale improved in that case.
Drake Mongering says money killed cricket, like every sport. No financial trickle down like they promised.
Well, yeah.
Well, this is globalisation in its nutshell.
It is really. I don't think it's killed it, but it certainly hasn't made it better. Maharaj is going to continue. Again, England are just allowing him to bowl a length, and he's perfectly happy to do that. It's another one played back to the bowler for no run. South Africa are 8 minutes behind their overs, but I think they could reasonably point to Joe Root pulling out of about 8 balls. Onto the pad.
Pulling out of half a dozen others.
Did he? Yeah, I wasn't really watching at that point. I must be honest with you. I was scrolling on my phone.
It'll be academic anyway if they bowl them out inside 45 at 50 overs.
Yeah, that'll be their best bet. I'm not sure if there's any. There must be some penalty. Is it just the fielding restrictions? Driven by Butler and very nearly went to short cover, just bounced in front of him.
Well, the 3.5 hours nominal target is only applied at the 3.5 hours of elapsed.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Maharaj again, and Butler plays it into the leg side. Mid wicket is across and scoops it back towards the stumps.
And if we don't bat 3.5 hours, it's academic.
Yeah. Like a lot of this game is now academic. Pokes into the offside, Butler thinks about a run, wisely decides against. And he's extending his usual act. He's 18 off 38.
Genuine captain's knock. Anchoring the team.
Maharaj
much like a brick
complete
attached to a
the
corpse
over.
thrown off a boat.
Yep. And he bowls a maiden in the 33rd over, the last of his spell. He'll be happy with his work. 2 for 35 off his 10 overs.
Scorched Earth says other boards must boycott India and the BCCI. That'll show them their place. Yeah.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to work.
That's not going to happen.
To which Sidhu says, not happening. And GC make watching England just about bearable. Pun intended, says Eric J.
High praise indeed.
Sidhu says T20s haven't spoiled cricket, as it has introduced a whole level of people who didn't watch the game sports before, because most of the time cricket is boring.
Yep.
It does level things out a little bit as well, where less attention
shoveled away by Archer. He's not going to get 4 from that. The fielder's round at long leg, and they pick up 2. Fielder goes throw goes over the keeper's head. Bear was telling me quite a large police presence in Sydenham when he came back, and we worked out it's because Crystal Palace are playing Millwall with a 12:15 kickoff.
Millwall's still just a bunch of barbarians.
Not really. I mean, times have changed, but you know, a few of them might come out of retirement for this kind of game. Archer has a bit of a swipe. It goes up to mid-on for no run.
If you ever get off of South Bermondsey next to the stadium, it is one of the most intimidating walks down from the platform area.
I haven't been to the new one. I went to the old den once.
No, it's down a very small, long but very short width-wise corridor.
By design, no doubt.
With very tall sides and sort of barbed wire on the top.
And you think there's snipers up at the top.
you think kettling
into a jail.
Down the leg side from Janssen. If there's one thing South Africa will be disappointed with, they have bowled a few wides today.
A lot of teams have bowled a lot of wides. India and Australia have done that, quite a few of them as well.
Yeah, they've been pretty tight on the wides in all the games.
As long as it's consistent, you're fine with that. Yeah.
But
it wasn't yesterday.
There are some bowlers who are definitely struggling, like Spencer Johnson is really struggling.
Oh, Archer has another swing. He was batting quite nice. He's now swinging like a bit of a rusty gate, and he gets an inside edge down to backward square. Shakes his head.
Swinging like a drain, as they say.
Maybe a sign he's just losing his focus a little bit. He doesn't often get called out to bat 20 overs.
He's been there for 4 overs, so yeah. Or he's faced 4 overs, I should
say. He's probably been out here for a good half hour, 40 minutes. Again, gets a bottom half of the bat onto that one into the ground, out to point, there's no run.
Yeah, Janssen is actually bowling quite neatly to him. He's changing his pace and he's changing his length slightly, so he's never showing him the same ball twice.
It's quite interesting, whereas Maharaj is just ping, ping, ping on the spot, and that also worked in its own way. Janssen 3 for 34 and a very good catch. He's had a good day. Not that time, he's down the leg side again, and that's another wide.
Is Archer coming down the wicket at him?
I don't think so. He might have shuffled across a little bit, but Archer was batting quite within himself and quite nicely, and he seems to have got out of that mode, and he's trying to chase it a little bit.
He's trying to overhit the ball and losing his shape.
Well, see if he can get hold of one. Janssen's in again, left arm round, and Archer tries to swat at it, and it was a very unappealing shot. I think it was another slower ball. Well, not really, 85. But he's suddenly can't seem to time the ball, Archer.
He got cramped quite nicely there. That was up on him.
He did a real swapped his
He's
wrists over
almost
for us
punched that away with his
glove, yeah. I mean, it did hit the bat, but it was almost like he just wanted to cover up like a boxer behind his gloves. Jansen's in again. Down the leg side, and they might have probably got the top edge on that. It's gone over Klaassen for some things. Yes, 4 runs.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
Butler gives Archer a probably not really deserved glove punch.
Just a relief that you didn't get out.
Yeah. It's England's first boundary for some time. What's happening on YouTube?
That's bollocks. Says, I love the way they are preserving their wicket singular. They could have been rolled for 160, but 300 is now a chance. I think that's the height of hyperbole on that one. David Downey says, what vexes you most about this performance is a sense of here we go again.
Yeah, a little
and
bit.
the post-match interviews and the usual, we will learn from this. But you don't seem to.
No, you don't get a lot of information from these post-match interviews these days. They're so coached to talk in platitudes.
No point in having them, really.
Not really, no.
You're not going to get anything.
Mulder going to continue. He's been economical as well today. 1 for 20 off his 5 overs. Maharaj is bowled out. Length ball has been his style. Pushed up to mid-off. They're going to take a run. Yep, they skip through for a single.
There's Butler showing some confidence.
Yeah.
Well, he's still 19 off 40.
Take a single off the first ball and watch 5 dots from the other end.
Maybe a 4 over the wicket-keeper's head.
Can't get out if you're not on strike.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't help the other guy much.
Take the positives, yes. I batted the whole innings. I was there at the end.
I saw it through.
Mm-hmm.
Shepherded it.
Well, he's got to lead by example one way or the other. Archer's back on strike to Mulder. And he got the sense Archer was just winding up at that one, but it ended up on his pads and he just flipped it down to long leg and Geedy for a single.
This is in danger of getting out of hand for South Africa. They need wickets, and they need them now, damn it.
Well, just because it's boring, really. They need wickets to wake everybody up.
Yeah, Rameez is trying to inject some
nonsense,
some energy into the
commentary box
with was it Ian Ward and Mike Atherton.
Yeah, bit of a mixed bag there.
Which one's the bag?
A little bit of a delay as South Africa move the field. And Mulder is now going to come in. Shorter. Butler with a attempted pull shot, which he has got past the wicket-keeper, but it was not much better than Archer's on the previous over. Seemed to duck underneath it and get a single.
Bit of a fail by Klaassen to... I think he had the opportunity to actually stop that, and he just dived over the ball in the end.
Let's have another look.
He was going to get
That's so short as well.
Tennis ball bounce, yeah, and a tennis ball with the bowling, snooker with the batting has come right off the tip of the bat. That is literally in his own half. I think that's what fooled Butler.
Another valuable run.
170 for 7. England just chipping away. Defended by Archer into the offside. There's no run.
Well, that's straight out the MCC manual.
That was a good one, yeah. But Mulder again, mixing up his length. It seems to be mostly mixing up between good length and short. But he's not afraid to go really short.
Yes, but Mulder, the truth is out there somewhere.
Yeah, very overrated show in my opinion.
After about season 3, it really took a dive.
Yeah.
You only have the same recycled plots.
Yes. It's another slower short ball, but he's misdirected it down the leg side. It's another wide.
Wide.
Well, it's like so many shows of the time, similar to Lost. It's tried to present that there's some grand overarching theme,
Oh,
but it never quite got to what it
the
was.
story arc, yes.
Yeah.
Which is something you tack on once you get another series.
Yes, exactly. I mean, it's even worse now. You're just trying to throw so much at the wall and get one series to hit, and then you can start to think about what you're actually going to do with it, and then you usually ruin it. Mulder's in again. Hoiked away by Archer, and it's caught. Caught down low, another good catch. South Africa's catching has been very good today, and it's Jansen again. Short mid-wicket.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
But you know what? 25 off 31 from Archer there. It's a decent contribution.
Yeah, just
better than most of his alleged batsman comrades.
Just got a little bit bogged down for a while, and that was, I think, was the end of the result of it.
He's a bit unlucky there. He's hit it down. He just happened to hit it towards the 7'6" Jansen, who stretched out and took a good catch.
Wingspan of Boeing 747.
Two eagles, yeah.
Well, I think this one is appropriate from that bollocks now. He said, Jesus, Josh, just have a fucking crack, you mug. Don't go down with a 28.
Well, that's what he might do. Yeah. A 28 off 60 rather than the 28 off 18 we might have been expecting.
Powerful rearguard action.
It will be interesting to see if Butler opens up with that wicket. Only 2 more left.
Anthony Holford said Archer can end up top scorer. Well, he can't now.
Nope.
Perhaps he's to open instead of Salt. Lol. Well, I think
Salt.
A pillar of salt will be better than salt.
Phil Salt will be turned into a pillar of salt by Hendo's wrath once he gets here.
I'll have to take my headphones off, or otherwise
I think so. You'll
lose what little hearing I have left.
Back away from the phone like Dick Dastardly. One for the kids there. Anyway, it's going to be Adil Rashid.
And because he's got a nice jingle, we should jingle him up.
Adil Rashid on the 45. 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 Adil can turn it both ways. Adil can turn it. Adil can turn it both ways. Adil can turn it. Adil can turn it both ways. Adil can turn it on the 45.
You can also hit it on the 45 as well.
Yep, he hits it into strange places, they say. Let's have a look. That's a very normal place to hit that ball. It defends it up to mid-off.
Strange places, what, like non-Euclidean?
Yes, into 4-dimensional...
multiple dimensional brain space.
Hyperspace, yeah.
Well, he's got, what, 15 overs to bat. So maybe those 10 first-class centuries he's got will be useful now.
Maybe.
But it's asking a lot for him to rescue this situation to anything other
than... he's really...
parity.
At this point, stay in, poke a few around, see what Butler can do.
They managed to drag it out a little bit. It looked like they weren't going to make 150 at one point.
They have, it's this little contribution. It's like 19 from Brook and 20 from Butler and 25 from Archer.
It's very much die slowly or die quickly, but
yes,
still.
Yeah.
Butler's back on strike and Ngidi is back into bowl. Now this might be an opportunity for England. Butler gets an inside edge to square leg. He may get back for 2. He's looking for it. No, they're not going to get it.
Not really got a hold of the pace of this pitch, has he, Butler, at all?
It's always hard to tell with Butler whether he's batting within himself or he is actually just scratching around.
Inscrutable.
People were saying, look at that shot of Butler and Root in the last game, how they'd never seen Butler so broken. Now, they'd forgotten that time he dropped the catch in the Test match in Australia and he had the most 1,000-yard stare I've ever seen. Flicked away by Rashid out to deep square leg. They'll get a single.
I think Jay said he had the look of a man who walked around with a bag of somebody else's eyelids.
173 for 8.
I must apologise to our viewers for the disembodied voice that has been doing commentary for the last 4 hours whilst you've not been on the YouTube feed.
Oh, okay. People could probably figure out where that ethereal voice was coming from. Butler back on strike. Let's see what he can do with this one. It's a slower ball, and it fooled Butler a little bit. In fact, he might be out. Yes, he is. I didn't think that was going to carry. But it was a slower ball from Ngidi. Butler reached for it, played early on the shot, scooped it up to mid-off, and all of that digging in was eventually for nothing.
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says you're out.
Well, not so much going at it with a bang as with a whimper.
Yeah,
and not even a particularly loud whimper at that.
This is the way the world ends, yeah. Not with a
Save the
bang.
feeling, my friend, as you walk off for the last time, the batsman. Soak it in. Take a look around.
Well, I said
What a
that
fuck
should.
up it's been.
I said we're talking about this in the green room. Bear said he would stick with Butler. I said probably time to let him go as a player as well. I don't know.
If you've got a replacement.
Well, that's
the
half
issue.
the equation. Yeah.
If Salt and Livingston are going, that's
It's a lot of people to find.
a lot of people.
I mean, there are some people that have been tried and are currently out of the side that may come back.
Tried
like
as in by judge and jury.
Like Jacks may come back.
Yes, that's not a bad shout.
But
Where's Tom Abel? Is he still?
Tom
kicking
Abel
around?
was probably a bit too old.
I always felt Sam Hain never got a chance.
He's pretty much the same age as Butler.
I mean, it's not that long ago we had a third team smashing Pakistan. What happened to all those guys? Captained by Zach Crawley.
Well, they've got good, decent left armour, David Payne, who has played franchise cricket.
He played a couple of T20s, didn't he?
He did.
Anyway, last chance saloon for England in this innings. Let's see what 10 and 11 can do with this.
And here's 11's jingle. You're going to need to get a load of wickets.
Well,
A shitload.
a chance for a bowler to be a hero. Anyway, here's Ngidi. Mahmood drops it into the offside for no run. I heard that Convoy song the other day on a YouTube channel. It's very funny. He does pick some random years and does the worst 10 songs from that year.
How
that would be
dare
1976, would it?
Yes. Some blinders from 1976.
C.W. McCall is of the voices of his generation. Thank you very much.
But he was talking about it. C.W. McCall was originally a marketing persona, and that guy took his name. Played into the onside for no run. But the trouble is, he's only done a couple from the 70s and 80s. He's done a whole bunch after 2010, and I'm kind of thinking, well, what's the point? Everything's terrible after 2010.
It's all shite.
Yes.
You are straying into grumpy old man territory here.
I don't care. I'd absolutely side. I might push it forward a few years, but as Alan Partridge said, there's been no good music made since 1989.
No good popular music, I would suggest.
Slower ball again from Ngidi, pushed out to deep point by Mahmood, and he'll get a single.
That's bollocks, says Brent's sake. Well short of 28, not even a red inker.
Nope.
You can't trust
neither,
Butler to do
neither
anything
fish
what you
nor
want.
flesh, was it?
Well, it's the worst possible result, no. Get behind the rate, don't score very quickly, then put your
Then
team in
get
the hole.
out. Yeah, well, they were already in the hole, but dig up, stupid.
And that's part. He also asked, "What's par on this wicket? You reckon 75-ish?"
More
We're
than
never going to
75.
find
I
out because
don't
we're so far below it that they're never going to get to it.
Correct. Whether that was you said that, or the YouTuber, that is correct. Right, Mulder continues. He'll be looking for that third wicket. He's already got 2 for 24, which is pretty good for an all-rounder. Mahmood has a bit of a swish at that one outside off stump. Might as well go down.
Their net run rate.
Yeah, might as well go down guns blazing at this point.
Charge him and swing.
Yep.
Can't really go down guns blazing if you've got no ammo.
That's true. It's true. Throw
very much a
throw their gun.
dress.
Throw their gun at the opposition. And again, Mahmood has just a little swish at one outside off stump. Slower ball bounces in front of the keeper.
It's going to be draw sabres in charge at the Panzers as they come over the border, I think.
Yeah. Charge of the Light Brigade.
The Winged Hussars and all that sort of business.
That bit in The Last Samurai
Yes,
when they
into
all...
the
they
Valley
all
of Death rode the 100.
rode the 100. You know, that bit in The Last Samurai where they all come out with their swords and their armour and they just get mown down by machine guns.
Absolutely massacred.
Good soundtrack, that movie. Mahmood comes in again, has another big swish, misses it.
It's underrated by Tom Cruise in that movie. It's
Yeah,
one of his
it's
better ones.
It's a bit cheesy, but I like Tom
Yeah.
Cruise generally in most things.
You know, he's playing the white saviour as per
Yeah,
usual.
yeah.
Yeah. Very similar to Dancing with Wolves.
Do you know
In
I've
that
never seen Dancing with Wolves.
Take you 3 days, so you.
It's 3.5 hours.
Time for it.
Yeah.
No, if you invest yourself in it, you will not notice the time. But otherwise, it can be a bit of a drag.
Well, it's probably on YouTube, but on YouTube you've got 2 days to watch it from when you rent it, so it could be cutting it fine. Does anybody sit down and watch a movie in one go anymore? Played that one down to third man for a single.
I do occasionally.
It does have to be something that grips you.
It's increasingly rare, I must say.
Yeah.
Given the type of shit that I normally watch.
What was it I watched that was 2 hours and 14 and didn't notice at all? Oppenheimer.
Oh yeah. No, I managed to miss both Barbenheimer. Mulder's in again. Rashid covers it up into the offside.
Movies don't have to be fucking 2.5, 3 hours long, for Christ's sake.
No, I know, it's one of the many failings of modern cinema.
Plenty of good movies made prior to 2000 that were only
90
minutes or 100
absolutely.
minutes.
Bang, get it done.
Yeah.
Trim the
No
fat.
padding. Get Arnold Schwarzenegger in there with a
Well, it seems to be a definite
machine gun or two.
plan to be around 2 hours. As close as possible to 2 hours.
Pushed away by Rashid, just bounces in front of Rickleton at cover point. End of the over. Will England face the Hendopolyps? 3 overs to play out. If Hendo wants to come on now, if he's about, and give them the Hendopolyps, he's absolutely welcome to do that.
He's not in the green room, I don't think. Short shirt says, aren't Pakistan wickets roads? Generally.
Yeah.
Unless they
I
put
don't
the
think
put the hairdryer on it, which I
unless they
don't think
put the industrial heater on it. Yeah. I don't think I've seen anything particularly wrong with this wicket.
And Mark Arnold says, in summary, abysmal. Which kind of and Drake Mongering says, yeah, water pistols, talking about what England are fighting with at the moment. Well, a stick of rhubarb as well, if you're talking Jeffrey boycott.
Playing with a stick of rhubarb, yeah.
And we also get that 240 is the average first innings score on this ground by Dawn of the Dead.
Okay, just making up for Tony's absence. I'm sure he'd have told us that.
Christian Kutsayer says, bring back David Malan.
Mhm.
Well, he's retired, I do believe, from international cricket now.
Is he playing in that dreadful Masters thing? Where
I don't think he's quite old enough yet.
England apparently suck in that as well. They got one more down to third man while we were rabbiting on.
More interesting than the cricket, so
Yeah, pretty much.
to rabbit.
Yeah.
Also, the one sliver of hope from Dawn of the Dead, he also said the side batting first wins most times here. Well,
oh, look out.
Rashid plays that one back.
Low scoring thriller?
Back to Ngidi for
Troll.
no run. Could we have a low scoring thriller? Well, we've got the low scoring part.
Oh, I'm glad the fantasy points are up on screen now. That's really adding to my experience of the game.
Well,
the only thing I care about less than fantasy football is fantasy cricket. Here comes Ngidi. Oh, and a bit of movement there. It turns Rashid round a little bit. He manages to just leave his bat in place and the ball just hits it. Goes out into the offside.
we're getting some abuse from Eric J. Says, you youngsters have no attention span. And also from Mark Arnold that Ben Hur is 3 hours 42 minutes long.
True, yeah. I was used to be a staple.
That means it's longer than an average ODI innings.
Longer than this innings. I've always had Ben Hur on like Easter Monday.
There's a lot of dead air in that movie that they could get rid of.
Dropped down to long leg for a single. Chariot race is great stuff for the time though.
They could have just extended that and killed a few more horses and stuntmen, and that really would have been
Yes, they would. They didn't fuck about so much in those days.
Didn't they? No need for that CGI.
No need for that CGI.
We'll pay the widow $25 and everything will just carry.
Melt the horse down for glue, yeah.
It's already been chopped up.
Here comes Ngidi wanting that last wicket. Bowling to Mahmood. And another swing and a miss. Klassen makes a bit of a meal of taking it, and Ngidi can't believe it, although it wasn't that close to anything, I didn't think.
Oh, it was just a flat, batted...
waft.
Yeah, swat, really.
England less swat and more swant. Viz's special weapons and no tactics.
How far away is oh no, they're not playing there. Doesn't matter. Carry on.
This is Karachi, or we're in Sydenham if you're talking about here.
Yeah, I was going to talk about the Swat Valley, but I don't think it's that close in the end.
Ngidi onto the pads and flicked away by Mahmood, down to long leg. He might look for 2 here.
Yeah.
He should get 2. Yes, they do.
That is the... Is that David Miller? The not lesser spotted David Miller. I've hardly seen him in the game.
He is out there. I'm terrible. I don't know who that is at all with his straggly blonde hair.
That was Stubbs, I think.
No, I don't think so.
Blonde.
Was
it a blonde guy?
Yeah.
It was a blonde guy, but I thought
Yeah, I
Stubbs
think
had a bit
I
of
suppose
a
you
moustache.
so rarely see them with their hats and helmets off.
True.
England are 179 for 9 as we look out into the rather smoggy looking Karachi skyline.
It's a vaguely Judge Dreddish kind of mega city look with that.
It is a little bit,
monolithic building in the background there.
Yep. Yeah. England are guilty and will be immediately executed.
Sentenced. Dawn says Charlton Heston. He acted in some good movies. Yes, Planet of the Apes.
Yep. Played back to cover for no one. I like when he's in Wayne's World and they have a terrible actor and they replace him with Charlton Heston to do the bit, and they start crying because he's so good.
He was good in Omega Man.
Omega Man's a good one. Yep. Soylent Green, he's in that, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
He is indeed.
His people.
It's people.
He's in a few classic sci-fi films. Back
Absolutely,
in the day.
yeah. Mulder to continue. That must be out that time. Yeah, Rashid has a little poke. Klassen takes the catch. Done and done. England are all out for 179.
Surprise, surprise.
Yeah, it was C. Bosch, that fielder, whoever that is.
As I nicknamed him before.
Bosch.
It's not the anonymous Bosch, which that's a different Bosch.
Different Bosch.
Hieronymus Bosch references.
That was Tertius Bosch, the anonymous Bosch.
Well, apart from us talking Bosch, what do you make of that, guys? Bosch.
Very underwhelming.
Yes.
Basically, just failure to launch. It didn't really get going at any stage.
No, I mean, route looked okay.
No. The damning
Especially
thing.
disappointing given the last 2 matches, but they have actually at least been able to make some runs.
I mean, yeah, they did make 350 against Australia.
350 and then 300 and something.
315 they ended up with against Afghanistan, but they've just faded out really with a bit of a whimper.
Subsided.
I just hope South Africa can drag this long enough so that I don't have to fight my way through Millwall fans on my way back home, and that's about it, really.
I mean, the worrying thing from England is that South Africa didn't have to play well.
Not really. They bowled okay, but they just
they fielded well in the main.
They did, yeah. Took some good catches.
But they've had to be nothing more than efficient to completely dismantle this England side.
And from their point of view, it's a pretty irrelevant second innings because they could get them for 0 in 10 overs, or they could get bowled out for 30, and
they'll still qualify.
They'll still qualify, mind you. They might want to qualify in first place, but hey, guess what? India play in the last game, knowing what they want to do.
Wow, there's a surprise.
Mm-hmm.
And where they're going to play it.
Well, they know where they're going to play it.
Yeah.
Did you hear what Kat said earlier on? How Australia and South Africa are both going to fly out to Dubai, and then one of them's going to fly back when
the day later.
when they know who's in Pakistan. Keep it environmentally friendly cricket.
Maybe it's a sort of a training exercise they could row across.
Yeah.
Keep them fit. Keep
Eye bags being the cocks.
motivated. Well, Australia's already got plenty of cocks, don't you?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, do some more socials. Scorcher says Aussies beating India is the only thing that will save this tournament.
I think this tournament's beyond saving.
And the Gene Hackman dog has more kick in it than this England team.
Ouch!
Too soon.
Too soon.
Bat 2-1 also talking about Gene Hackman films. A good one. Gene Hackman's in loads of good films. Mississippi Burning was a great one.
French Connection. I mean, Gene Hackman didn't mind a bad film either, to be fair.
Oh no, well he wanted to be worse.
He was good in Unforgiving as well.
Yes.
He was.
Oh, he's great in that. Yeah, really
Unforgiven.
good. Unforgiven, yes.
And The Quick and the Dead.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm not sure that one was as good.
Not as good as Unforgiven, no. Had its moments.
Messi Jez says, taking it back to the cricket, interesting to note that despite making it to the semi-finals, Australia has only won one Champions Trophy game since 2009. Won 1, lost 3, no results 5.
That's a bit unfortunate. I mean, you wouldn't
What are they doing to get that much rain? It's suspicious.
It is. It's suspicious to lose 2 games to rain in Pakistan.
Barney Hall says,
once is careless.
Yeah.
Have England overachieved? I would say not. Although, no, the bar is getting lower by the minute.
It is getting low. It's becoming a limbo bar.
Are we going to commentate the New Zealand match? Asked Prac 2. Yes, we are.
Absolutely.
I will be in tomorrow for that.
I think.
Mark Arnold says, Adil Rashid bags a 4-5. Well, we can but hope. And that's pretty much up to date. I think going to take us into the interval with some Bishop and Bear. The latest podcast, if I can find it. Where are we?
Good toss to win this one.
Yep, it's one talking about Percy Fender and talking to his relatives and the auction of his memorabilia that was done recently. So we'll be back in about 30 minutes, presumably for the resumption of the second innings.
But yes, no, there are many interesting things there, all cricketing related. And the discovery of that has been a long, I think, painful process for my stepmother. I had tried to help a little bit, and Nick came down, and we spent many times sort of poring over, actually getting roadblocked. Actually, you sit and read a document, and you just, sit in awe of the documentation, the record keeping, the attention to detail. I mean, I've got in front of me a couple of things that have been in my possession for a while. I have, from 1912, the athletic secretary's book from St Paul's when he was a schoolboy. All the scores here against Isingari, which is now the Civil Service Cricket Club. That's from results lost, scored, so on. So there are items like that which are going to auction and to meet legal costs.
Well, you did mention one there, and we are absolutely going to come back to it because it's central to our story, I think. But it's a letter that Percy wrote just a couple of years, I think, maybe less than 2 years before he passed away in October of 1983, and he sets the record straight about his role in Bodyline, what the rights and wrongs of it, who did and didn't say what to who. He certainly talks about how information was passed by the Australian Press Corps to him, which in turn then ended up in a meeting with him and Douglas Jardine in Leafy Walton on Thames. It's even got handwritten at the top in Percy's hand, "Don't forget Bertie Oldfield," and he talks about Bertie Oldfield. So that item is very much part of the auction. Let's move on then a little bit, because you mentioned his school days is quite interesting. There were one or two things I picked out from his school days with the help of Richard Streeton's excellent book. He went to St George's and then St Paul's. Here are some things that really struck me, because he was even ahead of his time, I think, at school. One school report said, he's a good bowler when he chose, but too fond of affected peculiarities of action. So in bowling his leg breaks, apparently, he was a little bit flamboyant in his style, but clearly effective. With his batting, and Dan probably thinks, well, how many times might I have said just this about England players sometimes? Still inclined to take liberties before he's really set. I can hear you saying that, Dan.
Well, yes. I mean, I just said it a few times about the likes of Kevin Peterson, but of course that's now very de rigueur, isn't it? I mean, it's sort of Bazball before its time. I mean, look, one of the things that's interesting there about 1912, you've got to put it in context. This is a sort of seen as a golden age of cricket, and people are really experimenting with all sorts of things at this stage. This is when leg break bowlers have come to the fore, the likes of Aubrey Faulkner and whatnot. So you've got a sort of arms race that's taken place in cricket, and batting has suddenly become super eminent in the latter part of the 19th century, largely because of professionalisation, largely because of the ability for people to play more and more games, and so the skills in batting start to become too strong for the bowling. A little bit like the development actually of women's cricket at the moment, where you see the batting dominating over bowling. And so he was being brought up at a time when people had to think harder about how you were going to take wickets. And I think he is a product of that. He's a product of coming to school, you know, in that period, in the 1900s, if you like, and going up through towards the end of the First World War. So if he had a keen mind, he would have been putting that to the problems of his age, and the problems of his age were that batting was getting too strong. So how are we going to overcome it? And that's probably where his experimentation comes from.
No, very much so. He even got told off once, I believe, for heading a football at school. Scored a goal with his head.
Was that not acceptable?
Well, no, that's the sort of thing the professionals do. We don't want that sort of thing here, Fender, was what he was told. You know, so.
Well, he was a goalkeeper, so I suppose he was scoring, scoring a goal with his head.
Not all of his career. He went off, didn't he, Guy and Nick? He made his money in the paper business originally through working in, his father's business. It took him not only to Manchester, where I think he stayed with a family called Polkinghorne, which is a wonderful West Country name. Yes. But then it took him to Belgium, and he spent quite a lot of time staying in Belgium. And we're going to play a little clip, because it says, I think, a lot about him as a man. He'd got very friendly with the family that he was staying with in Belgium. And the children, the two boys, I think, of that family, were very interested in English soldiers, and particularly the Scottish soldiers. When Percy had returned to the UK, he'd sent these boys some Scots Guards, tin soldiers. Yeah. Sadly, only to find a heart-wrenching story of what happened to those, and the fact that he recalled it, and the humanity with which he tells the story, I think is absolutely fascinating, and it says quite a lot about him. So this is Percy's very sad tale of what happened to those tin soldiers.
When my visit to Drogenbosch was finished, and I came back to England, to London, where my mother and father lived, among other things, I thought I would send a little present to the two little children of the estaminet, and I did so. I sent them some soldiers which I got from Hamleys in Regent Street. You know, those little leaden soldiers. The kiddies in the course of talk had been very interested in the Écossais, and so most of the soldiers I sent them were either Black Watch or some Highland regiment. Most unfortunately, though, that had a very unhappy result. I only learned about it years afterwards, in fact after the war, after the First War, when I went back to Drogenbosch to see how they had fared and to pay a visit and to have a bit of a holiday round there. And there I heard the story of those soldiers. It appears that when the Germans swept through Belgium, as they did, in that war. They came to Drogenbosch, and most unfortunately they found these two kiddies, who then must have been about 8 and 10 or something like that, playing on the floor with some of these Scottish soldiers. And I'm told by one or two, in fact more than that, several of the survivors to whom I talked about it, that they just shot up everybody in that estaminet and burnt the estaminet, and, well, a most unfortunate result of what I had hoped to be a pleasant gift to some people who had been very, very kind to me indeed.
So he spent his early days at Sussex, didn't he? Due to his grandparents, but he made his first-class debut for Sussex against Nottinghamshire. Can you remember his summary of what he described as his debut? If not, I can tell you. He said he got 1 run, 1 wicket, 1 catch in the first innings, and in the second, I didn't do quite so well, which which I thought was the measure of the man. And the other story that really struck me was he'd had to dash to. He didn't think he'd get picked for a second game, and he had to go and play at Worcester. Didn't get the train overnight, ended up staying in a hotel, and wondered why he kept getting knocks on the door by young ladies asking him if he needed anything. It was only subsequently that he found out the nature of the hotel, which somehow he'd been recommended to go and stay in as a young stripling of a lad. There's also a wonderful story of him batting for the first time on his, I think it might have been his debut, but he was playing the Australian touring team with Ranjit Singh, whom he describes as a genius. And they used to, apparently, CB Fry, they'd find ways to keep Ranji interested by challenging him to do various things, otherwise he'd drift out the game and not bother and kind of lose interest in what was going on. So can you hit it here, can you get it there, but you can't put a 6 over the fence. And this would apparently sort of prime Ranji to actually go and do the things they betted him he couldn't do. But this clip I'm about to play you here is a little tale of from Percy about the first time that he and Ranji batted together.
Very soon after Ranji went into bat, both Chaplin and Killick were out for a very few, and I was number 8 and went in to join the great man. I shall never forget that as I came down the pavilion steps to go into bat, Ranji started walking from the wicket towards the pavilion, and he met me about halfway to the wicket. And, metaphorically speaking, of course, put his arm round my shoulder and said, "Well now, young man, don't worry about these chaps. They're just ordinary human beings like you and me. Now you keep your end up, I'll get the runs."
But off he went then to join Surrey. So
just a quick one though on that clip, because that's such a modern clip, isn't it? Really, in a way, it has you in mind that not just of baseball, but of how modern cricketers think. They think about anticipating how a bowler's going to bowl, where he's going to put the ball, and Percy's obviously astounded by that. I mean, he is a mortal when it comes to his actual cricketing skills. He's a good player, but he's not a genius. And the fact that he's sort of in awe and wonder of the fact that Ranji can say, right, we're going to test out Kellaway, isn't it, on the boundary, and then we're going to test out McCartney, and one's at deep third and the other one's at long on, and you're going to run 2, and it's almost like he's orchestrating and managing the game. I mean, I think it's such a modern way of thinking about cricket, and I think that's really important part of understanding what Fender becomes as a captain. You know, this is a really early influence on his life, on his cricketing life, and it's opened his mind into ways of thinking about the game that are so different from the slightly stultifying, regimented way in which most of county cricket and English cricket gets played between the wars.
Well, we'll find out a lot more about that. You're dead right, Dan. And some of the things that Percy says later on, as we go through this chat about him, really does show that he'd have been very at home in the world of baseball, let me tell you. He even says so, almost, without using the B word, but he pretty much describes it. Did he ever talk to you, Guy and Nick, much about his time in the First World War? Because obviously his early Surrey career got rudely interrupted pretty quickly I think in the game against Notts, Arthur Carr got a telegram, said, I'll just bat one more over, but it was basically his call-up. He had to go and join his regiment the day war broke out, trying not to sound too like Rob Wilton. And off went Arthur Carr. I think Percy played another couple of games, but then he went off to join the army initially, but with the help of oh goodness me, who did help him? I've had a mental blank. Pelham Warner, with so a bit of a who was at the War Office. That's what got him transferred to the Royal Flying Corps. So he became a pilot, taking tilts at Zeppelins for a while. Did he ever talk much about those experiences to you two?
Actually, to me, very little indeed. There was quite a lot around his flying jacket. Actually, outlived him, or at least what was left of it. But he still used to wear that daily at home. And there were some other bits and bobs around from the war. But to me, actually, no, he didn't talk about the war at all. I don't know about you, Guy.
Well, there was a conversation, and that conversation came back to me several times. First of all, we had at one time his RFC tunic, flying tunic, his Sam Brown, and we still have his flying boots. And so there was this enigma. I mean, he joined the Royal Fusiliers, but hadn't gone to France, as far as I know. But I never had a conversation with him about that part of his experience of the First World War. But because I was studying medicine, he thought I'd be interested to hear his story of getting cholera. And so he was posted to the Eastern Front. And now the Eastern Front in those days was Afghanistan. But he only made it as far as Kolkata, I think, because there was an outbreak of cholera on the ship. They made it into port. He was hospitalized with a lot of other military personnel, and he was the only one in his ward to survive cholera. And that was profound. And of course I was interested, but I was really interested to know what he was or would have done in the Eastern Front. And I subsequently know that they were just, taking biplanes up and dropping bombs out of the cockpit onto whoever.
Very early biplanes too, some of them, yeah.
Yeah, very much so. And he, and that was the end of his First World War.
I mean,
the end of his.
The Royal Flying Corps, people have some misconceptions about it, don't they? And often think that would be the cushy number in the First World War because you're not in the trenches. But actually, the life expectancy for people in the Royal Flying Corps was much lower. Your chances of death were much, much higher there than they were out actually on the Western Front.
Yeah, I think some of those misconceptions are based on what people view as people see as a plane in 2023 in the 21st century. Essentially, these were timber and canvas held together by rubber bands and horse glue, and you were sitting alone in the cockpit with an incendiary device that again from 1915 was probably not as secure. You didn't necessarily, you wouldn't 100% have faith that you had control into when it was going to go off.
There wasn't a little button, was there, that would release at the right time?
Well, there wasn't someone who would release it for you.
Reinforced undercarriage, so it was heavily weighted underneath, and it had never in its life before ever sort of done this manoeuvre that Percy somehow got it to do, which I guess is sort of a measure of the man.
It sounds about right. I was just going to say the thing I just wanted to bring in on the Royal Flying Corps element of Percy's life as well is it's funnily enough in the modern era. Simply because of the location of where a portrait's been hung. It is how a lot of people at the Oval, certainly the people who work behind the scenes in the Oval, view Percy, because there's a portrait hung in our committee room at the Oval in pride of place by just to the left of the club honours board and to the right of the board that commemorates all our 50 Wisden cricketers of the year. It's a huge portrait of Percy resplendent in his Royal Flying Corps uniform, and that remains probably the biggest remembrance of him at the Oval, and committee meetings are held in that room, and it's a big room as far as the club is concerned, and Percy's there resplendent in this amazing Royal Flying Corps uniform. So I think a lot of people at Surrey in the modern era will very easily remember that period of his life because of that
I rather
portrait.
like the idea that the Surrey board are sitting there. So shall we renew Kemar Roach's contract this year? And looking down is Percy kind of thing.
Yeah.
whether they do or don't.
Well, Percy would say yes, I'm pretty sure.
Well, I think he would on that score, yeah.
But can I just ask his grandchildren just a question that sort of burns away when I heard some of the tapes. He gets so close to death on so many occasions. You know, he talks even about when he goes to Belgium and he just decides that he's hungry, and so he skips the train that he was going to get and gets the next train instead. And the train that he would have got crashes massively into a goods train, and he just sort of he talks in the vernacular actually of my grandfather who fought at Gallipoli, which is to sort of brush off your near-death experiences. You mention them, you go, well, that was a bit of a rum-do. That might have copped on then, but didn't. And it seems that, I mean, was the fact that he had so many brushes with death, and a lot of people in that generation will have done, obviously, because of the war and whatnot, did that, do you think, affect his persona with you guys, and actually also make him a bit more risk-taking in his later life?
I'd certainly agree with that, absolutely. The risk-taking and the innovation and the, if we don't do it now, when are we going to do it? So let's just get on with it. And so he was always keen on trying almost anything, whether it was in the cricketing world or his business world or the civic world, a variety of other sports as well. I always had that impression that he was just keen to get on and try things, because you never know whether tomorrow is going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, an example of that was extraordinary, because his flying days didn't actually end there. So in the Second World War, he was an older officer, ultimately I think a squadron leader, but he was in logistics. But he told me this story, and I may have got the wrong location, but I think it was set in North Africa, and he was on an airfield doing something or other, but there was a squadron of Typhoons, and he was friendly with the commanding officer, and he had the opportunity, as he put it, to fly one of these things. So he took off and very, very quickly circled and landed, and then told me he'd never been so scared in his entire life. He terrified himself completely, and then he never flew again.
Good Lord.
But I mean, just to do that, just to think of, I can't think of how old he would have been in the 1940s, but I mean, he was long past cricketing retirement, so 40 plus, and just to see a Typhoon lying around on the runway and thinking, I've got an opportunity to get that thing in the sky, it takes a pretty extraordinary 1% of the 1%, I think, would look at that and consider it an opportunity.
Well, that's sort of what the crux of my question to you guys is. Do you think that he had a kind of sense of invincibility? Because so many things had happened in his life. He had such a varied and dangerous life for a lot of it. Did that sort of make him reckless or just adventurous?
To me, he seemed extraordinarily, sort of attractively exciting in that sense. But all these stories of, the layers have been peeled back over decades, and we're still discovering things now. And he had an incredibly rich life. I mean, I have to say, I think he probably saw an opportunity and said, "That's for me." His father, when he went to Bolton after school, he didn't go to university. He was sent into the paper trade with Mr. Polkinghorn as his landlord and manager. His father took him up to Bolton, took him to I think it was a sort of not a bed and breakfast, but anyway, rooms, took them all the change that he had in his pocket, put it on the bed and said, "There you are, it's over to you now. That is the end of my support for you," effectively. And instead of being downcast or whatever, he took and ran with it. He was working in the dirtiest part of the factory, in the rag room, as it was called. He nearly got his fingers nipped off in the roller. So he had.
And they were known for the rest of his life, weren't they? After that.
That's right, and extraordinary. And yet he worked his way, and he was determined to work really hard. He took, ordinary everyday opportunities and managed to make something out of it. And I think he was always like that, because there was adversity in his personal life, with his first wife dying and when the children were quite young, our parents were young. But he was determined to not only look after them and his ailing parents, but also continue his career. So I think a very determined man who had a lot of, sobering experiences, but still had a sense of fun, a huge sense of fun.
Nick, is that chime with you as well, that
Well, it
recollection?
does, absolutely. And thinking of him as an adventurer, but also an entertainer. Entertainment was very important to him. And in years gone by, I've thought about the traditional game of cricket, which he used to play, and he was somewhat radical in his thinking and keen to experiment and to try things. And then when 2020 came along, thinking about what would he have made of it? Would it be in the case of, oh no, the game's changed, it's just not what it was? And I think actually he would have embraced it right the way through. Something new, entertaining, short, fast, rapid, with many of the similarities, of course, of the traditional game. But I think he would have embraced that enormously. He really was an entertainer and willing to try anything new.
Well, before we move on to talk Surrey, there's one thing I did. He wrote some music hall lyrics, would you believe, in the style of the day, which obviously the day he was in. I'm reckless Reggie of Regent Palace. I'm in love with every girl. I flirt with Maudie and I flirt with Alice. I'm a real live Regent pal. I'm a nut. I'm Aurora. And I flirt with Flora. And I dodge her dud of a dad. I'm a perfect knob if I spend 5 bob. Ha ha, I'm some bad lad. So
that's
go.
Mambo number 5.
I can only say we're delighted he went back to cricket, to be honest. But but apart from that,
I disagree.
It's fantastic. Yeah, it's fantastic.
There's a phrase that is used these days, and you hear some people when you're discussing things like influencers on Instagram or TikTok or whatever, and you hear people talk about what's your goal as an influencer, and there's a phrase that is used genuinely, I think, these days as a career aspiration by people, which is called I want to be a multi-hyphenate, which means you're an influencer, actor, musician, singer,
brain surgeon.
He was all of those things.
He was. This is the.
I don't know about the brain surgery, but
he was the original. He was an original multi hyphenate. He was a cricketer, wine seller, paper trade industry, pilot, music hall writer, adventurer.
Journalist. Don't forget.
Journalist, of course, and I think we'll get onto this later. But
we will.
Filmmaker. Extraordinarily,
he did first, and only certainly the first surviving film of Don Bradman, which he filmed. Yeah,
it's one of the things that didn't surprise me when the first clip that we heard, when he says, I was taken into the city to buy a birthday present, and I was seemingly forced to buy this contraption that he was making the recordings on, and I immediately thought of the stuff I've read about him. It just incredibly foresightfully taking a camera with him to the Ashes in 1927-28.
As a videographer of some note.
As a videographer of some note, and of course, someone who thought to take a camera to the Ashes of 27-28, which would have been no easy ask. Getting that camera around and whatever. It's not like these days just taking your phone out your pocket. Having a camera in 1927-28 would have been a considerable encumbrance.
No, there wasn't a mobile phone,
and there was no. It was no surprise to me to hear him say, well,
well, we're back for what is a paucity of a game. 40, I don't think he's going to make it in time. I presume non-partisan is Mog, if you're prepared to come back on. I don't know if, Andy, you want to come in and rap until Mog or 40 or someone turns up, because England ended too early. Although you are enjoying your lunch out there, so I can completely understand if you can't be asked. No, you can come on. There's fuck all else to do, Andy. And as we were discussing earlier, maybe they'll bowl some pies and it'll all be over in 10 overs. Mog's supposed to be on. Mog? Where are you, mate?
Is Hendo lurking around? Because he was supposed to do the last 10 overs of the first innings.
Yeah, Hendo, come on, mate. It's a
you
wide.
Know you want to.
The first ball of England's innings is bowled by Jofra. So we'll give him a jingle. And he bowls it down the leg side, so it'll be a wide.
Will break your helmet, break your heart. Hotter than lava, cooler than Bogart. In your face, at your stumps, on your toes, on your mum.
Steps to cheer, Tristan Gray. He always on for what he's paid. He can bat, bowl, and even keep. It's time that Stubbsy made the lead.
No, he's not facing because the second ball was another wide down the leg side. It might be one over this entire innings, just down the leg side.
I think I'm just going to bowl 180 wide.
Yeah, exactly. This guy's facing.
Ryan Rickleton. Up and cover. Ryan Rickleton. We got the winner.
Yeah, England going out with a whimper.
Not with a bang.
Definitely not with a bang.
They haven't bowled yet. You never know.
Oh, please. Well, there's one that hits the pads and appeal from Archer, but it's going down leg side again. And there is no run. This England side look flat, out of ideas, spent, done, fucked, basically.
They've tried nothing and they're all out of ideas.
Absolutely. Baz is already getting the shit.
You know, I'm not sure how much you can pin it on him because, you know, it was pretty bad before.
Yeah, it was. I mean, I said that yesterday. I think he's only new in the job. I just think it's a really bad look, though, wasn't it? When they won that, they lost the first game. Or when they were in India or whatever it was, and he let them all go off, play golf, instead of practice with the spinners or whatever. You know, I mean, it's one thing to be chilled, and there's another to, you know, actually let everyone see it. It's another wide down the leg side. So we've had one ball so far. And 3 wides. Marvellous.
So who do you blame then? If you can't blame Baz, who's the culprit?
You see, this is half the problem. Almost by design, you don't really know who the buck stops with, whether it's Key, whether it's McCullum, whether it's Butler. Who's actually, you know...
Well, I think on the field, it's Butler.
Yeah, I know, but it's not just on the field, though, is it?
Well, no, but... that's played out to the offside and there's no run.
I think someone said the other day, Key's been very quiet lately.
Yeah, he has been. I mean, it is the structure of English cricket.
Well, we've tried it every which way.
Well, no, I mean, just in the fact that no one plays any white ball. I mean, and no one plays any ODIs, hardly any at all. Or any.
Why don't you make a list of who isn't to blame, and that might be a lot easier.
Me? Yeah, I'm not to blame.
I'm not sure about either of you two, to be perfectly honest.
Oh, well, that's probably a fair comment, yeah.
Well, we've given our fair stick from the sideline. Oh, look, there's another wide. Oh, this could be more than one wide, though. This could be 2.
I mean, presumably Joffre's bowled at left-handers before.
Yeah. I think he looks a bit down in the dumps as well. So that was 2. So we've had 2 balls, 5 runs, 5 wides.
This might be a 10 over 95 wides
I
kind
mean,
of game.
still be, 150 balls, but just 10 overs, yeah.
Stubbs, he's right-handed. Maybe you can get this one on track.
Hope springs eternal.
Well, indeed. Archer's not looked himself, really.
But
not the bowler he was.
Exactly. He hasn't since he came back.
Still got a pace. Well, not quite the pace, has he?
Not like bowling that spell to Steve Smith.
Yeah.
You can't sustain it, but that was what broke him, really. You know, he was in an ice bath. Put pictures up of him in an ice bath at the end of the day, and we all went, "Wow, that's great!" But actually, wow, we broke him.
Yes. Oh no, we definitely broke him in New Zealand. Well, Root broke him, really. Actually, insisting that he keep coming back and bowling. He bowled 45 overs in one innings of a Test match or something down in New Zealand. I mean, the pitches were shit. The Root didn't have any other plans and go back to Archer. That's defended out into the covers and there's no run.
We draw ever closer to finishing the first over.
Well,
hopefully.
If it goes on long enough, 4th might be able to get back off that tram. You never know. In time for the second over. So South Africa will move on to 5 points. As we discovered, as Andy told me, and as Kat informed us earlier, they're both flying out to Dubai. Of course, we all must follow the whims of the Indian BCCI.
Yeah, exactly. Next time anyone tries to tell you cricket is environmentally friendly and green, just remind them of
that. Clipped out to mid-wicket and there is no run.
I'm sure they planted a tree somewhere to help offset things.
Yeah. Well, this is it. An Indo was going on earlier when we were having our podcast, and he was adamant that an Indian team couldn't go to Pakistan.
Well, don't play tournament then.
Well, either don't play a tournament, but I just don't believe that's true. I think it's just coming from the politicians. And
as if they wouldn't have a literal battalion of
well, exactly. That's my point. Precisely, who would have all been maximally vetted to make sure that there wasn't anything bad was going to happen. That's defended into the offside and there's no run. It just suits the Indian political system to believe that, and for them to make the public believe it. Because the last thing the Pakistani authorities would want is anything to happen, would they? You know, it's just bullshit. But we all take it hook, line and sinker and believe it's the case. And then on we go.
I'm not familiar with the intricacies of Indian politics to know. Yeah, so
I don't think they're all that intricate.
I don't think so either.
Who wants to do
Muttley
social?
says,
go for it, yeah.
Food porn for Messi in the Discord. Go sign up to Patreon if you want to see it. And Super Chat. And Patreon again, under a different name.
Yes, double Patreon. Right, this man's going to bowl. First game of the series. His first ball, well, Rickleton was looking to drive it through the covers. Got a thick inside edge. It goes out nearly towards the long arm boundary, and they'll get 2.
Is that one of yours, that Sakib jingle?
That is one of mine, yeah.
Good use of bailiwick.
I was quite proud of that myself, but I didn't want to say it too early.
It's Convoy, isn't it? Is that bailiwick?
Convoy's the original song, yeah.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
I don't think Convoy by C.W. McCall had the word bailiwick in it.
No.
No, by the time we got to that shy town or something, as he says.
Mahmood is in. Oh, look, that's top edged. Oh, but straight back down the ground.
But yeah, he was a bit early on it.
It was a bit of a leading edge. Bottom hand came off. I thought it spooned up to mid off, but actually it spooned over the bowler and down to long off for 4 runs. Please get this over with quickly. Maybe this pitch isn't that easy to barrel.
Well, I'm just going to say maybe a couple of English batsmen are going C, and everyone goes, we don't care.
Of course they don't care. I've had to revert to wine very early. We're past 12 o'clock? Oh, just.
Past the yard arm.
It's a nice day, actually, it's turned out.
Yeah, once the fog lifted, yeah.
God, it was foggy this morning. Mahmood comes in. Third ball of the over. Ooh, fished out. Outside the off stump and there is no run. Shall I just have a bet for the hell of it? Might make it more interesting.
Well, we couldn't make it any less interesting.
Except I don't actually have my phone on me. Oh, I can log in on this one, I think.
You've got to have some emotional investment in this.
Well, I do, otherwise I get bored.
What are you going to bet? Overs?
No, I'm still going to bet under, Andy. I always believe.
You'll probably get a good price, to be fair.
No.
Under 150?
It'll be the usual price, no doubt. 5 to 6, but it'll be interesting.
No, I mean the line would be good.
The line should be reasonably good. Yeah, you'd have thought so. Theoretically, they shouldn't make any mistakes, but that's defending the offside. There's no run. It's a funny old game, cricket. 38 and a half. What are they offering me? 27 runs. I'll take that. Just to have some fucking fun. I've had a terrible run. Having had a previous 2 weeks, I had an absolutely stunning run.
That's how it goes.
That's how it goes. I've lost 2/3 of my winnings from the previous week, so I'm still up on 2 weeks ago, but back down to earth with a crash.
It's how they get you.
It's how they get you. But it's all fun. Rickleton facing up Mahmood. It's just plopped out to behind square on the offside. There's no run. I put 30 quid in, I think. 2.5, 3 years ago. It's currently at 200. It's 280 quid now, and I haven't taken any out.
Pretty good return.
Yeah, exactly. And it's all a bit of fun. As long as I don't have to put any more money in, I'm all good, you know. It's there for the hell of it. These pointless records. 33 runs for 500 ODI runs against England. Wow, that's such a record, man.
Find a milestone. It doesn't matter how.
As long as it's got a couple of zeros on the end.
Yes.
It's all good, yeah.
With that when you do it, though.
Well, yeah, you know. Defended.
Well, a few England players should get their carriage clocks.
Yep. No run at the last ball of the over. So 2 to 4 first 2, 4 dots after that, 11 for none after 2 Mog.
Eric J says Palace keeper Roberts sent off for Schumacher-style assault.
Oh, really?
Ooh.
On player or fan?
He says Millwall keeper after that, so hopefully that means something to you.
Oh, he means actually Millwall keeper, yeah.
Okay.
Well, I mean, I'll
Okay,
check.
good.
You can have a look at that. I
Ferrong
can't
says Duckett 227 runs this tournament. 24 today equals 203. England today 179 minus Duckett's 24. 155, and he can bowl as well. What the fuck are you talking
What
about?
are you on about? You had too much fucking chai with a bit of whatever it is in front.
Back on the rum.
Yeah.
He's pretty. Bournemouth are playing today, so he's probably getting up for that. It was a Millwall player sent off, yes, according to my internet.
Oh dear, that can't be that far in. Start at 12:15. No, 12,
I hope,
13,
I hope they can
12,
drag
13.
this game out long enough so I don't have to.
Oh, we've got a wicket. Archer's got a wicket. I've got my bet. Yeehaw! Some fucking fun at last. Stubbs has gone on the back foot. He's never opened before, and he hasn't got any runs as opener after 5 balls. He got on the back foot, made it a little bit soft, dropped down to the ground, and had enough pace to carry it into the stumps. And England get a wicket. And just because it's England's last game, not because I particularly hate Stubbs, but
Fuck off! Just fuck off!
so I'm feeling quite rowdy.
On your bike, mate.
Quite a strange one, because I think he was just a bit late. It's not that it came off the edge, it almost came off the face of the bat, but his bat is almost horizontal. So it just sort of deflects off the bat down onto the base of the stumps.
England are only 12-1, Andy. That's a bit
Oh, is that
short,
worth
isn't
a fiver?
it? No. Give me 25-1 and maybe.
Well, they would have been more if you got in before that wicket.
Possibly. I actually got on the Betfair app and actually compared some of the odds.
Usually get better.
On things like match winner, much better, but things like wickets, next wicket, they're actually short.
Yeah, because you won't get the volume on Betfair on those usually.
That's what I mean. Yeah, I mean they were offering like 30-1 when Betfair was offering 12-1 on which way the match would go at some point. So I don't have any money in a Betfair account, unfortunately. But on the bets that I like, there wasn't much difference, to be fair. Rassie van der Dussen is in next.
36 years old. Hasn't been in the team that long.
He's very old.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, says us, but
yeah, us ancient boys sitting here.
Well, you two.
Of course, you're only 25.
Van der Dussen can play all the shots. He'll bring his reverse sweep to every game he plays.
Goes to drive that out in the offside, gets an inside edge onto the leg side, looks a bit puzzled. No run.
well, England are getting funky because Joe Root has gone into short mid-off.
They smell blood in the water.
They do, and that actually came off the gloves of Stubbs. Maybe just bounced a bit more than he was expecting.
Possibly. Innings 3. He's got about twice for 23, Van der Dussen. They're going to give me all 42.5 for the next wicket. Short. Hopefully that'll be one more, because that'll be a wide, won't it? Yeah, it's just wide. Fuck it, I'm going to take it. I'm going to take it, Andy, because I'm bored.
Well, you're on a roll.
Look at the balls on this man.
Oh, look, they gave me an extra run. I accept the change. You can give me another run. Thank you. 43.5. You get 2, never go for a third. It's my new maxim, because that never happens.
He should be doubling it up, pressing the winnings. England have got 2, a short mid-off and a short cover.
Well, Rassie is facing up. Archer is in. It's under
So
the
he
pad.
bowls on leg stump,
yeah,
of course.
He bowls a full one on leg stump, not only on leg stump, but a nice full half volley, which he doesn't make the most of, actually. Clips it straight to mid-wicket and there's no run. Have they actually scored a run off Archer yet, or has it just been wide? I think it's just wides, isn't it? Yeah.
Just wides.
He's bowled 6 wides and got a wicket. He's got 1 for 6.
Impressive work.
Yeah, indeed. Oh yeah, look, we've really got a funky field. We've got short cover, we've got a wideish off Hayden, straightest but short mid wicket, and Rassie van der Dussen just clips it to that dude there and short mid wicket. No run.
Exactly.
Big sigh. What do you think is going to happen tomorrow? Do you think New Zealand going to do India?
I don't think so. And people talk about, I mean, I've talked about you're playing last, you know who you're going to play. There's not that much difference between playing South Africa and Australia. You still just try to win the game. I think India 60-40 at least.
You'd have thought so. That seems to be maybe slightly slower delivery. It was foolish outside the off stump, just defended by Percy Fender, and there ain't no run.
Honestly, haven't been paying much attention to the games. I haven't been doing.
Much slower delivery, 75 miles an hour.
New Zealand beat Pakistan comfortably.
Yep.
Beat Bangladesh comfortably.
Yep.
And I guess so did India.
Yep. They were the obvious two teams in that group. This group, in theory, was much closer. But England really... Well, I suppose England did play their part. They had two close games.
They had the only two close games in the tournament, yeah.
Just weren't good enough to get across the line. Archer in. Nicely driven square by Percy Fender. Doesn't he'll get a 4 for that as it goes out to the boundary. He'll get one of these. 3. Archer's had a poor tournament. Wood has injured himself again.
Do you keep him on? I would say I think England go the other way. If you have a choice for your, let's say for your 50 over fast bowler, if you have a choice between someone who plays tests and someone who doesn't, and they're about the same, I think you should pick the one who doesn't, just to share the workload. England seem to think you should pick the one who does.
Well, do they? I mean,
because they're match fit. They've got their eye in, so to speak. Is that part of the?
It's more like, I think there's still a little bit of a hangover from the days when, playing for England was a bit of a club and it was no riff-raff. And
Mahmood is in to start his next over. First ball is driven up to mid-on. The last time he'll be skipper. Butler fields, and there is no run.
The days when the 50 over team was the test team plus Neil Fairbrother.
Yeah, there's a bit of that, but I don't think they're particularly on that way. I mean, they've got Atkinson in this squad, and he clearly isn't a white ball bowler, especially not an ODI bowler.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Why? Atkinson's already playing tests.
Yeah.
Why don't you get someone else?
Well, you tend to. Well, after this ball, that's short wide, gets what it deserves, which is smashed out to the probably covered boundary. It is 4 runs.
4 on the floor, and one more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4's are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
But I mean, your best bowlers are going to be in and about everything, aren't they? I mean, that's why they're the best bowlers, or you believe they're the best bowlers.
I'm saying they're only. If you're looking at the 3rd and 4th bowlers, they're only the best bowlers by a little bit.
Yeah.
And it would, like I say, make sense from workload scheduling to mix it up a bit. Well, I think hardly anybody should be playing tests and T20s.
The horses for courses style.
Yeah.
Pick the best team.
To a degree, yeah. Well, the one-day thing, it's a bit trickier, isn't it? That's kind of in the middle of both, isn't it? That's played out to the offside. It's no run. That's going to be seen by this England side. It's got a whole bunch of T20 players in it. Can't last 50 overs, which is part of the issue. You got your Salts and your Livingstons who come out and don't realise that they can actually play a few dot balls and still catch up. They just go hard. And
you can argue Livingston didn't go hard enough against Australia.
Well, possibly, but he got out anyway, didn't he?
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
The fact is that they don't last long enough and don't get enough runs. And that's played back down the track. Oh, they're going to go for a single.
Yeah.
Fuck me, that could have been a run out.
Well,
if I get this next one, I might go on a run out.
It's like I'm saying they should score runs and not get out. There are a million ways of saying that. Most of them commentators use.
Very much so. But it's how they play as well, isn't it? I mean, Salt is prime example. Just
doesn't look
good.
Convincing at all.
No, it doesn't use his feet. Just swishes a lot across the line. His bat never comes down straight.
The one in the last game, that looks a real shocker.
Yeah. Well, today was no better. I mean, you can see that happening all day long with Salt. His bat never comes down straight. He doesn't move his feet. Doesn't get in position. He just plays with his eyes and his hands. And when it comes off, 1 in 7 maybe, that's short over the keeper and it's no run. It's great. He gets a big score. Except when he's in the West Indies, he likes the West Indies. That short is actually given as a wide. A little jingle for that. But the rest of the time, he gets fuck all. And a 1 in 7 conversion rate as an opening bat and an international side is pretty poor. Similar with Livingston, you know, if once in a while you get a good innings and realise, oh yeah, he's got a bit of talent.
He sort of saved his career at the end of last summer, but
well, he seems to do it about once a year. He does it roughly.
He had a couple of good innings in the T20s and the end of last summer. It all merges into one.
Oh, well, exactly. Defended.
But there was a definite sense that he was on his last chance, and he sort of pulled it off.
Exactly. And now he's down to his last chance.
Well, you regress to the mean, yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's it. He's not good enough, basically. But they see him as a second spin option as well, a genuine second spin option, which isn't a great idea.
Well, Bethel's an upgrade in every department, I think.
Yeah. He unfortunately got injured.
Yeah.
Saki was in off the pads by Rassi Anderson. Quick outfield.
It is. He's just going to reel that in, yeah.
Is that Root chasing that down? It is.
No, it's Salt, I think.
Was it? Oh, okay. Whatever. It was 2 runs. It's 24 for 1 after 4. 2? Yeah, 4. Mog.
I'm going to go on a vaguely Hendo-esque rant from George McPherson here. This is a shambolic from England. No ODI win so far this year. Why did England bother to show up if they were not going to perform well? That loss against Afghanistan is the lowest in the history. Time to scrap the 100. The bowling attack is mainly to blame. There was no aggression and consistency whatsoever from the team.
Well, I think scrapping the 100 at this point would basically be fraud, seeing as you just sold it for franchises for 9 figures. So don't get too excited about that.
Maybe not.
Oh, you know, I don't disagree.
They sold half a London Spirit for 150 million. Are they going to say, "Oh, we've cancelled it now. Tough luck, no refunds"?
Woohoo! We'll take the money and run. Stick it in a little hole in the ground in the back garden. That's clipped nicely off the toes by Rippleton.
Any games for it.
Great timing. Works that out to the square leg boundary and be 4 runs. That was nicely timed. Again into the pads from Joffre. Trying to keep it straight and tight, but it's often slipping down the leg side. No one in the ground today. No one gives a shit about this game, including England.
Yeah, I mean, can't you do the equivalent of Kids for a Quid or whatever?
Yeah.
Except the 124 heroes watching this stream on YouTube.
More than in the stadium by the look of it.
Well,
I bet twice as many.
Defending up to mid on again. They go for the quick run. Oh, it's direct
hits the
hit,
stumps. Keep them honest.
But he was definitely in. And they'll just get the single.
So, do you think they're going to play Joffre in this Test series against India?
They might try.
They can try, yeah.
I mean, it all depends whether Woody's fit as well. Presumably Castle will have his toe sorted by then, and they'll stick it in brine or whatever it is to fucking toughen up the toes. And then he seems to have taken his place in the Test side along with Atkinson, and then they'll find a third. Spin option will still be, what's his name?
Yeah, him.
That's defended into the offside, and there is no run.
I genuinely don't know who it is.
I can't remember his name.
Guerrilla Cricket, we don't know who plays Tests for England.
Show Bashir.
Oh yeah, him.
I thought you meant Simon Kerrigan.
Gutted.
I'll stick with Show. And you know what? I expect the Test team to beat India at home in the summer.
I don't know.
Oh, you optimistic again.
I'm always optimistic, you know me.
I know they don't have a good record here, but you know I think they've probably got a good chance.
Nibble past the outside edge.
They get Bumrah fit.
Well, Bumrah being fit will be a big thing for them, won't it, Van der Dussen? But they're not as. Last time they came over, they had a great bowling attack, and batting was in supreme form. I think they're struggling with their batting at the moment, as they did in Australia. They, fell apart batting. Wasn't their problem.
Did they lose that series? Yes, they did. 2-1, wasn't it? Yeah.
3-1 in the end, I think. Was it 3-1, Mog? I think it was 3-1.
I believe it was 3-1.
Yeah. They won that first Test in miraculous style, but the same failings happened all the tests after that. They just couldn't bat long enough. Defended back up the track, and there is no run.
Who else is coming? They must have another couple against someone.
No, we've got one against Zimbabwe.
Okay, they're decade their test they have here every decade. Yeah.
4-day test there again.
Fair enough.
I think. And,
They were playing 5-day tests against Ireland, so what's wrong with England?
I reckon at Lords that game will be over in 2.5 days, if that. He says with great
Zimbabwe,
optimism.
that's good.
Yeah,
exactly.
Defended out to the covers and there's no run. All depends who bats first. If England bat first and get 500, it could be over in 2 days.
Okay, you've got that new current potentially in the Zimbabwean side.
Well, that'd be something if a Curran came back to haunt England, the wrong one.
If indeed.
Is that a Curran brother?
Yeah, the other one, isn't it?
The third of them, or whatever he's...
Yeah.
Sam Bennett, whatever this guy's name is. Tom.
Tom's the failed one.
No, Tom's the failed one.
Ben is the other one.
Ben is the
I think there's another one as well.
God, they're like wars. Meanwhile, Ice Cream says L.
What? What do you mean?
Just L.
Losers.
Losers? Yeah, that's what it
us,
comes.
England, everybody.
Rickleton defends Mahmood's first ball of his third over, back to the bowler, and there is no run. Vian Mulder.
Which we found out Vian means one who takes the path that no one else wants to.
That's a lot of words for
It
4
is.
letters, isn't
Yeah.
it?
It's a beautiful language.
We figured that was outside leg stump, but a lot of people seem to want to. A lot of bowlers treading that path in this game.
Mahmood coming into bowl to Rickleton. They've got it's only a second game, then you've got time in his first. Should have been caught and bowled. Flashed it back at Sasha Mood. It was reasonably well timed.
Look, to be fair, we have seen a lot of these in this game. You can't really see it from the wicket, but there must be something going on. We've seen so many batsmen chip the ball up one way or the other.
Yeah.
And again, it's not a leading edge. He's just early on the shot. Hit him on the shoulder.
Yeah. Came back to him pretty quick. Couldn't adjust in time. Maybe there is something there. It's hurt his shoulder. That's it. He's out for another 6 months.
Well, he really is fragile. If a ball hitting him on the shoulder puts him out.
He's chipped every bone
I'm
in
not
that
ruling it out.
Rickleton drives that one square. That is a good shot. Plays off the back foot. Plays it square. Beats the 2 fielders on that side in that area. And it will be 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
And it gets lobbed back in by Rayan Ahmed, who's on drinks duty again.
Poor kid. Gets pulled out everywhere, never gets a game.
I think at this stage of Earth, it's a bit humiliating to keep having players do drinks and send gloves out. Couldn't they find some local to do it for $10 an hour?
Good out there, I'm pretty certain.
Absolutely.
That's
queuing up.
guided down to Jofra, who's at third man, and get himself a single.
It's a bit like what they do in Australia when they have a squad. They pick who's actually going to play. They send the excess guys back off to do whatever, and then they just find some local kid to.
Makes more sense, yeah.
That's kind of what they do.
around,
That's what they do at
potentially
test
come
matches in England, isn't it? I mean, they all get to go off and play, and then they get the ground staff, who are generally second 11 players or whatever. They come on as the subs and all those types of people.
Occasionally take a catch, get themselves on TV. It's great.
Didn't Australia after this ball?
That's straight. Manu Rassi plays it up to mid-on, and there is no run.
Did Australia get a lot of criticism for putting their fielding coach on the field in a warm-up
Gary
game?
Pratt, whatever his name was. Is that his name?
No, that's
the guy
Ponting.
who ran out Ricky Ponting.
Yes, it is.
It's a name that sticks in Australian minds.
Sticks in
Ricky
Australian
Ponting's.
throats.
Yes.
I'd like to say I was just bringing that up to mock Australia, but I generally didn't get it right.
They did, though. They had a fielding coach do this, and everyone seemed really upset by it for some reason.
Oh, edged. Of course, there's no slips. It goes down to third man. Adil Rashid's down there. That'll be a single. 6 overs done. 35 for 1. Going on at 6 and over. So that's going to take them 30 overs. With a bit of luck, they'll speed up a bit.
I was just at the end of my allotted stints for the day. Great. Prac 2 says, guys, India just lost 3-0 to New Zealand. They are vulnerable. Not so sure it's the transferable.
That was a test, yeah, at home. That was a bit of a freak result.
I'm looking at this red card. He's absolutely wiped him out.
Let's have a look. Oh my word!
God,
Jesus
that is
Christ!
Schumacher-esque. It really is.
He only got a yellow in that game, didn't he? As well, Schumacher.
Schumacher, I'm not sure got a card at all because he deemed it wasn't a foul.
Really?
Yes.
I do remember that. It was against
France.
It was against who was the Michel Platini, wasn't it?
Bastiston, and they became great friends, and one of them was best man at the other's wedding.
Totally took him out. He knocked him out, didn't he? If I remember rightly. Just came hurtling out.
Well, I'll tell you, that one looks very similar. He's the same guy. He's got his knee right in the guy's face. Millwall, never change.
Players just like the fans.
The Barbarians now, not the supporters.
Stars to watch. I don't think Livingston's a fucking star to watch. That's driven back past the bowler. Is it going to beat mid-on? No, it's not, but they will get through for a single. Hell's it?
Good throw.
It's the opposite of a star to watch. A black hole to ignore.
Yeah. Leeds beating West Brom. For those fans of the Championship. Leeds trying to get back into the Premier League, aren't they?
Yeah, they will. They're the best team by a mile.
No, some time ago someone said it was Leeds 1, WBA 0.
Yeah.
But I'm not reading out soccer scores, that's bullshit.
Yeah, fair enough.
Well, it's only the FA Cup this week, isn't it? For Premier League teams.
For the ones who haven't been humiliated at Plymouth.
Oh, shut up. Do we give a shit with 13 points clear of the Premier League?
Probably the best club side in the world.
And we've had 5 games in a row, and we finally get a little bit of a break before we have to play PSG, which is a tough game. It's clipped out to mid-wicket, and there's no run away first leg of the Champions League. Considering we won the group, we get quite a tough draw.
Yeah, it's a bit funny how that played out. Yeah. There was a lot of teams like Manchester City and Real Madrid sort of only just sneaked in.
Exactly, and so you're up there top thinking, oh, we did all right, we got quite high in the league, and you're going to end up with Real and in the round of 16.
Have some confidence in yourselves then.
Well, we do. I do think we'll be all right. Jonathan Wilson thinks we're going to lose. That's down the leg side. Should be a wide. Is a wide.
Well, what does some hipster nerd in The Guardian know?
Wow. He knows quite a lot about football, actually. I quite like reading him, but I think he's wrong there. I think we'll probably prevail. He seemed to have come through a little sticky patch, but it wasn't that sticky. Couple of tough games.
Just a little bit adhesive.
We played a derby. Wolves were good at our place, but then we had 2 tricky away games at Villa and City. And we walked all over City, really.
Yeah, did see that one.
That's guided down to short third man. I hate what they do here. They track it to the player, and then you don't see what's going on the wicket, whether they're running or not. That was a dot ball.
I have roster updates, or potential roster updates.
Uh-huh.
Forthy says, I'll be there in 10. We'll join at the start of over 11 if Andy's okay.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, all good, yeah.
That way Andy's supposed to take you through the next 10 overs. With Forthy and Ajit if he turns up. If Ajit doesn't turn up, I'll stay here. Is that going to be another wide? He's trying to get him strangled here or something, isn't he? Oh, he didn't get a wide for that one. 88 miles an hour. Not quite as quick as he used to be, is he? He used to be regularly up in the 90s. Or maybe he only does that in T20s these days.
Well, it's a lot about the direction of these short balls as well and getting them exactly in the right place.
More importantly, the cat's in the background.
Yeah, the cat is in the background.
Stalking around.
Of course, Tone's cat's gone missing.
Well,
Archer
everybody wants an update on that.
Yeah, no, I don't think so. I got in touch with him this morning, said it hasn't turned up. It's played up to mid-off and there is no run.
Sorry, you're hearing my breathing on the. I can't hear anything else now. I'm sort of aware of it.
No, it's okay. It's not that loud.
It's better than Bear's vaping.
Heavy breathing.
Yeah, it's the problem with these things. People do hear all my vaping.
Noise.
Bit Darth Vader. You don't hear. I think these are designed so you don't hear so much of what's in coming out your own microphone in your own ears. For some reason, might be anyway. over the wicket, Archer. Rusty Vander just dropped it into the offside, and there is no one. I don't think you're going to get that second wicket, am I? I had a chance with caught and bowled.
You
but
got
it went
4 more
down.
runs?
5. End of
They
the
get an extra run.
Archer's 4th over, 1 for 18. 7 done, 38 for 1. Rickleton 22, Vanderson 8. Mogg.
Suda who says they keep 12th man doing it so they can relay tactics. Collingwood did it last year in a warm-up. Nick Vickers says if there's one team that won't go corporate, it's Millwall. And 200 the Dead 13 says yes, New Zealand whitewashed India, and that was with Bumrah playing too.
Unless it's a corporation selling nunchucks or something.
Broken bottles, sticks with nails in them, chains.
Yep, like UFC.
Bike chain with a padlock at the end of it. That'll sort them out.
Sakib is going to continue at the other end. He's going to bowl to Rickleton. 38 for 1. It's hit out to the offside. Oh, it's not got past cover. They still get through for a quick single. I think they got through for a quick single.
Yeah, I think so.
Back.
Yeah,
they did.
Yeah.
He looks happy with himself. That's a pretty decent bit of fielding. That was Phil Salt.
Trying to get involved.
Yeah.
Keeping his place in the team.
Trying to make up for the shite. Oh, he must have scored about what? He's had 3 innings.
He had a 20 in the first one.
I didn't think he got that high. I thought he got like 3 fours and then
Smith's got like 11 runs in the 3 games.
His Archer's got more than that just in this game.
Yeah.
Yeah. Defended by Russell Anderson back to the bowler, and there is no run. Yeah. Generally, England have been very poor, with the exception of Root and Duckett, really.
I mean, Rashid's done his Rashid thing. He's been okay. Can't really give much credit to any of the other bowlers.
Mark Wood fell over a lot. That was pretty good.
It's also his thing, yeah.
Yeah. Mahmood is in, defended by Rassi. That's a short cover, and there is no run.
It's 2-0 to Palace. Millwall will be on the warpath.
Is that at Palace or is it Millwall?
Yeah,
at Palace, yeah. Palace are doing well at the moment.
Yeah, they're pretty good side. I mean, people complain about, say, oh, you finish 12th every year, but there are a lot worse things you can do.
Absolutely.
So,
like get
team I
relegated.
barracked for in the AFL used to finish 9th every year, which is just 1 game outside the finals. So they used to get called ninthman.
Sakib is in, full, driven,
shot,
back down the ground, 4 runs. Oh, I'm out of the game. I've lost. Motherfucker. No, I haven't. I've got half a run. Come on, need a wicket now.
Cling to that hope.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
It's that extra run might make all the difference.
It might make all the difference. But you know when a catch
if
went
he,
down.
if he doesn't bowl another one of them.
Yeah.
Pretty friendly half volley.
Yeah, it was. To be fair, this ball has done absolutely fuck all most of this
Well,
tournament.
yeah, I mean, you're talking about swing bowlers a bit earlier on, but it just doesn't swing much in this format.
No. Occasional games. There was a game the other day where it swung for about 8 overs.
Which is, pretty long for one of these.
Yeah, exactly. I think it was the Australia game against... May have been against Afghanistan. Ooh, attempted to pull that under edge into the thigh. That'll sting a little. There's no run.
Is it just me, or are batsmen having enormous pommels on their bats these days?
Yeah, they do. I think it's...
Bangladeshis have these enormous, like, giant coins almost on the bottom of their bats.
Presumably it's a counterweight, isn't it, to make it easier to swing the bat?
Maybe, or it's just to if you have a particular grip where you're high on the bat, just to stop it going up too high.
Keep your hand in place or something.
I mean, they might have 5 rubbers on the bat anyway. That's the only way you can do it.
Last ball of Mahmood's 4th over. He's gone for 25. 6 and over. And it's just defended up towards mid-off. They don't get the single. So I'm still in it. Woohoo! And there is no run off that last ball of the over. Mogg.
Prack 2 says, in the tests India are a bit weak, but I think India will beat New Zealand tomorrow. And Dawn of the Dead 13 says, I actually think New Zealand will beat overhyped India. So I'm glad we've reached a consensus there.
India have got all the advantages, haven't they? Really.
Well, they've
You're
got
not allowed to say that.
better players.
But apparently, I didn't realise. I was reading an article in the paper, actually. I didn't realise that NASA had actually aired that comment on air.
Pretty brave of him, yeah.
Has he been banished to the Outer Hebrides to cover the...
Well, as it pointed out,
curling or something
he doesn't
out there.
really care because he works for Sky. That's fair enough. Jofra, round the wicket.
Yeah, England.
Rickleton.
If it's not working, why change it?
Indeed. Jabs it into the offside. Bounces out through point. Down to the boundary, 4 runs. Oh well, 1-1, lost 1. Means I'm probably 35p worse off.
Yep. That's how they get you.
Oh my God.
Alright. Joffa's not looking happy. I think he just went wow. It's a good shot though. Oh, he's bowled him. Fucking hell, man. You fucking arse. 1 ball too late.
And you didn't get bet on for the next one.
No. But Joffa has bowled Rickleton for 27 off 25. Middle stump.
Keep a bit low.
Don't know if it kept a bit low. Maybe played a bit around it. Seemed quite straight to me. Let's have a look here. Did it do anything? Didn't do anything. It went under the bat. Maybe to keep a little low. It's a wicket. England have their second. Jofra has both.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
No, you get another 3 in quick succession.
Then batting,
only 3.
Then batting
Why not
becomes
5?
easy, and Klaassen and Janssen just knocked them off.
Well, there's that. And David Miller. Oh well, maybe Forthy will turn up for the last rites. Is his 10 minutes nearly up? Come on, Forthy. We know you're out there.
Let me check the timestamp on that message.
Yeah, exactly. He's got 2 overs, and since we've had a wicket, it's going to slow things down. Who's next in?
Oh, he's 2 minutes overdue.
Oh, come on, Forthy.
Jesus.
Will it be Aidan Markram in next? Oh no, they're bringing out the big guns next.
Markram injured himself, so he might be held back a little bit.
Okay, well next round.
He's going to replace decommitted forms of the game. And baby, you're insane. What's this guy's name?
That was fucking loud.
Yeah.
He's also 33. In fact, Van der Dussen, now he's taken his helmet off, has a huge bald patch.
He's got one of those monks things. What do they call them?
Tonsures.
Tonsure.
Yeah.
He needs to get down the old hair transplant clinic, much favoured by professional cricketers.
Yes.
It's good enough for Gooch.
Good enough for, yeah.
Good enough for lots of them these
Lots,
days.
a lot of them, yes.
I didn't realise even Mohammed Salah's apparently had a hair transplant. I didn't realise that.
Now you mention it, yeah, I could see that.
But I didn't think he needed one. He always had long locks, didn't he?
Yeah, well, there's long, and then you end up like Mick Miller, you know. You've got a big, it's long off the sides, but you've got a huge big dome in the middle.
Yeah.
It's a bit thin.
Well, Klaassen is going to face up. Archer is over the wicket. Bowler Yorker. Ooh, nearly, but no. It's a length, full length delivery. It's defended by Klaassen. Back to him, and there is no run. Could we have a low-scoring thriller? That did keep low. Seemed to skid on a bit, didn't it? And just squat. Well, Adjit's turning up. He's here on time. Come on, Forthy. Put your camera off, Adjit. Thank you.
Eager beaver.
Archer in. Nicely driven by Klaassen out through the covers, out to the boundary. He'll get himself off the mark with a 4. 4 wicket dot 4. This over, 51 for 2. The South Africans cruising towards, should be an easy victory. Barring I'm interested to see when Adil She comes to bowl. Was there much turn in the first innings? I didn't get to see much of it really because I was driving for most of it.
Millwall pulled it back to 2-1 in the 14th minute of injury time of the first half.
Presumably when the karate kick man knocked out the fucking whoever was the attacker. That's driven out to wide of mid-off. They'll get themselves a single. That was presumably he was down and out for quite a while.
Well, it's Mateta as well, who's, you know...
Oh, was it Mateta who got done?
Who's practically their best player,
Yeah, he is. A slow start to the season, but he's got himself back in it again. Presumably that's because he played too much football over whatever it was. What was the competition last time?
There was something they were in, yeah.
Was it it was the Euros last time, wasn't it? England got to the final. Again, lost short through the keeper and there is no run. Was it a wide? No, it wasn't a wide. That is the end of the over. 9 done. 52 for 2.
Scorched Earth Tactics says, surprised India matches aren't being played in a Metabad.
Yeah.
Maybe they asked. I don't know.
Next time.
Dawn of the Dead says, interesting it's 5-5 between India and New Zealand in ODI World Cups, but India have never beaten New Zealand in a T20 World Cup, which doesn't really play out. And Sid Who says, ooh, a 9 Inch Nails jingle. And a really overly loud one too. Sorry about that.
Oh, I didn't realise that was Nin. Never got into 9 Inch
fault?
Nails. I never got into 9 Inch Nails.
Now you can just listen to soundtracks that win Oscars by the same guy.
Yeah, they all do it, don't they? Hardcore metal acts. I mean, he does orchestral shit for movies. Clarkson is going to face up Sakib Mahmood, who bowls it into his pads. It's clipped out to square leg. Good stop. I presume that's Phil Salt. Not a great throw, but he'll get 1 run. Stopped a certain 4 there. Last over of the power play. This.
It doesn't really. I mean, South Africa are just not really bothered. They're
No.
untroubled enough.
They are indeed.
Doesn't matter if they do it in the 48th over versus the 30th, isn't it?
I think white
So
ball
we're
cricket will
gonna-
become more into. They got to do something with the ball in white ball cricket. I think to make it more fun.
Well, it just gets in. You get into this 15 to 40 overs, and it just seems a real struggle to bowl and get wickets.
Exactly. Oh, that's a shit delivery down the leg side. Kind of gets what it deserves, which is clipped down to the wide. Well, very fine leg boundary for 4 runs. They could do that. They could probably breathe new life into it.
Maybe.
Well, they're doing
Maybe.
the different balls from each end this tournament, aren't they?
Yeah, but maybe they should go into.
Go back to just 1 ball
Well, no, maybe
for the whole game.
8 balls.
Well, no, Australia have got their new red ball kookaburra, and since it's a kookaburra, that's a full bunner that he doesn't really connect with.
No, he did. He just Klassen couldn't get out of the way.
Oh, did it hit him?
I
thought
think
he
so,
missed
yeah.
I thought he
Yeah,
just
it looked like
mistimed
it collected him.
Okay, there's a single. Now Saki was complaining about his footholds. No, he mistimed it. It went through his legs. I think, didn't it?
Yeah, still hit him, I think.
No, it didn't.
Yeah, it just
Oh, it didn't.
clipped him on the way through. But you're right, it didn't
It didn't have time. That.
actually time that one, no.
But if they've got this new red ball kookaburra, maybe they can just make that red ball, considering the white ball is a kookaburra. If it's got an expanded seam or a seam that does more, maybe they can just make that better kookaburra a white ball as well. And
You do realise what sport this is. This is a sport about people with the bats, not anybody who bowls. Nobody goes to the game to watch a bowler take a fifer. They want to see
well,
something.
yeah, they do.
Dipshit prick hit something for 6 3 times in an over.
No.
His fucking enormous bat that he's allowed to wave around.
Exactly. People who bowl want to see bowlers have something to fucking do, rather than just
the
be
people that bowl
bat
aren't
fodder.
important.
Fuck off.
They're not the people with the money. They're not bringing in the crowds.
Well, how many cricket? What's the proportion of cricket watchers now who actually play cricket? It must be a lot less than what it was.
Probably not playing now. Yeah, probably a lot of them would have played in the future because they're all old fuckers who probably play club cricket.
No, but I'm talking
Yeah.
about all the subcontinent
Oh,
fan
right,
base
yeah,
that
yeah.
completely outweighs everything else numerically.
True.
What are they digging for gold there or something?
Yeah,
Digging
well, they
for
are.
something.
Well, it's given Forthy time to get himself into the waiting room. The tram must have been slightly delayed.
Melbourne trams, a big bit like that. Just get the wrong red light.
You're not quite on
Someone
yet,
pulls
40.
across
You've
the
got
front.
3 balls yet, 40.
But you just asked him to come on.
I didn't ask him to come on because he was in the waiting room. He's connecting to the audio. You can get a little picture of him on if you want. All right, Forfy. You're on mute. There you go.
Hello there.
Hello there.
How embarrassing.
How was the tram back? Was it slightly delayed then? Was it? Are you on a tram?
Yes, it was a 17-minute wait, and which is annoying to say the least. And of course, I was greeted by the news that England was all out in 38 overs.
Yes.
Sorry, my apologies to Andy for having to fill in for the last 10 overs.
No, that's fine. It was, like I say, it was that or sit in the green room flicking through my phone.
Well, that's good. Thank you.
Which tram was that? Was that the old 64, or is that a different one now?
75.
75.
To Vermont South, which in fact is the longest tram in the southern hemisphere in terms of the amount of kilometerage it covers. Interesting fact.
Doesn't the 86 go to Bundoora? That'd be pretty long.
All I know is the 75 is the longest tram, Vermont South to past Docklands. So
It is a long way though, so yeah.
You know, normally I might say let's get back to the cricket, but with this game, crack on.
What else can we say about the tram network?
I tell you who loves trams, that's Russ. You get him on the subject of trams, he loves.
It's almost like he works in
Works
that
in
area.
transport. Yeah, exactly right.
Well, Saki was going to come in, 3 balls, then we'll have a little switcheroo. Mahmood is in. Maybe keeps a little bit low on Rassi van der Dussen, who plays it out to mid-wicket, and there is no run. 123 required from 40 overs, 3 and over, just. Well, probably.
Just the question's been asked, how Forthy's made a tram more boring.
Thank you, Mob. Thank you.
It's all with
Appreciate
the
that.
delivery. Yeah.
Had a lovely dinner in Chin Chin, which is generally regarded as a bit of a tourist trap, but actually the food is very good.
Chin Chin?
Never been there.
Is that like
Chin Chin?
Chinatown?
That would involve me going outside, unfortunately.
That's nicely driven. Well, not actually, but straight to
Stopped
cover.
a little bit again.
Yeah, maybe it's a bit stoppy. I don't know if this is a used pitch. Does anyone know if it's a used pitch? They did say it's different earth on this track to what was on the first pitch that was used at Karachi. So maybe it's the
You'd have to ask why. Why are you using different earth on different pitches?
I'm hoping they mean like a parallel Earth. I've got one from Earth 704 and just transplanted across dimensional boundaries.
Turns a lot more there.
Indeed.
Actually, England have already won the Champions Trophy in that universe.
Yes, it's opposite universe. Yeah, England are brilliant.
Oh, now that's chipped
clearly a long
in
way
the
from
air, but it's short of Jofra down at long leg. That'll be a single. End of the 10th over. It's 58 for 2. South Africa cruising. Who's taking over? Andy, you're going to do some ball by ball. Forsyth's going to take over from your socials. And Ajit is going to join from the Netherlands. All right, Ajit, and bye, Ajit.
Hello.
I'll see you all in a bit.
I think we're up to Kundan, Forthy, if you're doing the YouTube stuff.
Up to Kundan, righty-ho. Let me have a look and orientate myself.
I now understand all the tram-based puns. However, this Chin Chin sounds like a wonderful place. I would like to visit it at some point.
Even better, I was a friend over from the UK, and halfway through the meal he said, "Oh, by the way, for tax purposes, I'm going to claim this entire dinner." So, hello. Let's have another margarita. Thank you very much.
Perfect.
I mean, I wouldn't blame you. Any excuse not to watch this game, but do we have your full attention, seeing Coventry are playing right now and a goal up?
I'm 100% across both this and 100% across
Coventry's
Coventry
playoff push, which I think might prove fruition. I think they can get there.
Well, it's 8 wins out of 9. You would hope so. And if we win this one, we could be up to 7th tonight, I think. So that's good.
Anyway, that one's played back by Van der Dussen. Back to the bowler. Well, as a neutral, Ajit, what have you made of England's Champions Trophy quote performance unquote?
It's a little bit disappointing, absolutely. Look, you can see the talent there. Somehow the parts are not clicking together.
Yeah, that one's played again back to the bowler. No run.
You can see right here, Archer's giving it his all. I think he's been told there's a point or 3 to prove. He took some new ball wickets in both the games, this one and the previous one. Somehow they find a way to let themselves down, and it does not do well. Joe Root nearly took them across the line the other day against Afghanistan.
Yeah.
I think the lower middle order will need to find a way to stand up. Big runs from Butler are missing. I think he belongs in the top 4, right? He doesn't belong at 5 or 6. Plenty to discuss.
Yes, Archer's in again. And Van der Dussen again just knocks it down. South Africa have got all day to wait for whichever ball they want to hit.
They have the run rate, absolutely. And I think they're just playing Archer out, knowing maybe he'll have 1 or 2 more overs. And they have the shots. Both of these batters, they have all the big shots. Also, I think the South African team has sort of slowly matured. Van der Dussen and Klaasen was... They think they're very important cogs in this field, but I like to see Stubbs, people like that, contribute and make their own, statement at the top level.
Well, they're going to have a semi-final to show us what they can do in that against India or New Zealand. That one's played down to backward point. There's no run.
Look, if it goes to plan, yes, Farty.
Like a ripe camembert. It was the rather facetious thing I was going to say as you were talking about them maturing.
Absolutely. I think it becomes oranger, right? The more it matures, it tastes all right as well. But look, their top order looks okay. I wanted more runs from the likes of Brooks, Livingston, a little bit more responsibility. You cannot expect Root and Butler to do all the scoring. Root has been good. And bowling wise, I don't know, they should have had one more spinner, full spinner.
Yes, I think most people, apart from the England management, think that. That's another wide down the leg side from Archer. He has bowled a lot of wides today.
Yeah, he looks a little disheartened, Archer, rightly so, but that was way down the leg. Look, Rehan Ahmed has been in the squad. Today would have been as good a game as any to have given him a go. Rested Livingston and given Rehan Ahmed the go, so that he can play simultaneously with the senior player and learn a thing or 3. Right? He's clearly the future, I would say, if you are England. I'm looking at him as an all-format bowler for England. I don't know if the rest of you see it that way.
Well, he's got potential. Be interesting to see. Archer's in again. Punched back. They think about a run, but decide against. As you say, it's Archer's 6th over. He'll probably only have 1 more at most in this spell.
Correct. And maybe in the game, we don't know. But look, leg spinners take some time to mature.
Yeah.
Somebody as cogent as Vaughan had identified Rehan Ahmed to have something special. But you have to allow that to be put to test at the highest level and allow him to make his mistakes. England has had a history of judging their leg spinners very harshly and not always incorrectly, frankly. But this one might be a guy who might be worth the punt.
Punched back towards point. Brook picks it up at point, throws it in. There's no run, so Archer's bowled a maiden, 2 for 28. The 2 wickets so far of his 6 overs. And South Africa are 59 for 2, excuse me.
Right, okay. Eric J, things ain't what they used to be. Nick Vickers, from a universe where England is a brilliant team, is that the moral universe? You know, at some point, I don't know when, the moral gag will run out of rope. It's showing no sign of doing so yet. Leah, England are a bit shit. Dawn of the Dead a bit. But, contrary point of view from Kundan, I don't think they're a particularly bad side. Not well balanced, sure. They need to change their approach. Doesn't seem to have worked for them as much as they've hyped it in the media.
Well, they could cut down on the hype a little bit. That wouldn't hurt. Right, so we're going to have change of bowling. It's going to be this man.
Jamie Overton can score a quick half-time.
He's short and it's pulled hard by Klaasen, but there is a man out to deep square to just be a single.
I don't know if this is the sort of the pitch where you will test out the middle of the pitch much. There's a bit of dodginess if you stay on the length, I think, whether with the spin or with the faster bowling. That's what you would look. And look, in England, if they get a couple of wickets here, they might still have a sniff. South Africa are prone to a collapse or 3 every now and then. I think they should still believe in that.
Well, South Africa are getting a little bit of joy with Mulder bowling halfway down the pitch, but that was a more tennis ball bounce, and he's bowling a bit slower. And of course, England don't do slower. That one plays the leg side for no run.
Overton is a much heavier individual, and I think he bangs the ball in much harder, as you rightly said. I think Mulder's maturity is one of the good points that South Africa will take. He's really come on. probably established himself as an all-format first-change bowler if possible for South Africa. As much talent as they have.
He's playing
with
tests.
NGD. Yeah, even tests. I mean, he gives you those crucial innings as well in the middle.
Shoveled away behind square leg by Van der Dussen. Archer is round at long leg, and after all that bowling, they'll probably get round for. No, they don't. As well fielded, kept them to 1.
He has a quick arm.
That's
Not many
true.
people will
Yep.
take it on.
Yep.
That's one thing. But look, also, if you just now switch to what we were talking, you have to think how many years more will Root and Butler be able to do this.
Sure.
Butler is more or less certain to have lost his captaincy, but he still deserves.
He has resigned. I don't know if you missed that yesterday. Yeah.
Oh, okay, I missed that.
Yeah.
But okay, in that case, look, it's also obvious he would wanted probably a better farewell.
Yes. That's a little bit slower from Overton. It's played back towards him. He gets a hand on it. Up to mid-on. There's no run.
In this case, he'll deserve a chance. I think Salt and Duckett have done enough in the top. Right?
I think a lot of people disagree on Salt in England. I think we feel he's done. Duckett's fine, but
yeah,
Salt is not so well regarded.
I mean, he's worth persisting. Maybe I'll say it's not yet time for a change unless you say make him sit on the bench and have Butler open.
Short again, and Klassen gets that pulled wide through mid-wicket, and once it's beaten those two infielders, that is going for 4.
I fail to understand this approach. Probably we were discussing, but the England management has a different thought. Why are you banging it halfway in? The pitch doesn't have enough zip on it.
Yes,
yeah, okay.
certainly not working so far this over.
Yeah. I mean, I think when Mulder bowled, he's more of a pitch-up bowler, and
Yes.
he held it back a little.
Yeah, that's a better length from Overton. Played up for mid-on for no run. And that's the end of the over. It's 65 for 2 off 12.
Okay then. Right. Drake Mongreen, if you guys were honest, all of the England team was shit. All of them.
I think you can let Root off.
Well, Suter disagrees. He says Root and Duckett were good.
Yeah.
But then adds, that's it.
Yeah.
Cavi goes into full capitals, so angry is he. Bill Salt, Livingston, Jamie Smith should be dropped from ODI squad.
Well,
Kundan says, well, that way we can call every team shit, can't we? Though I'm quite like Kundan, he's the voice of reason here. But back to Drake Mongreen. Root, yes, but Duckett needed more from him. Well, he did score. Oh, we're back with the cricket.
he did score 140 in a game and certainly contributed in the other 2.
Right.
I'd take that in a 3 series.
Well, he scored 160, which at that point was the highest ever score in Champions Trophy history. It's not bad.
Van der Dussen shovels that one round to backward square and they'll pick up a single.
You could clearly see, even though the speed gun said the same as what Overton was doing last over, this is much quicker onto the bat. And he was actually hurried, Van der Dussen, right? He looked like he had all the time in the world. Yeah, I think Archer's done really well in spite of all those 8 or 9 wides he's bowled.
Yeah, I think this probably will be his last over in this spell. Played up to mid-off, there's no runs, his 7th.
If you were to look at who will probably who will get the axe, I'm thinking, you can see if Livingston probably will go.
Yes.
I don't see him. Brook might be rested, or Brook might be
Brook's probably going to
just to give him that.
Brook's probably going to be captain.
Oops. I was thinking he should be benched at least for a series to show him that you have to do more with your chances. It's all right. I mean, he got starts. For me, that was very frustrating. 19s and 14s and yeah.
Yeah, he was looking. He looked very good against Afghanistan. He looked
That looks
really fluid. It is a wide, and then just got out, as can happen. But yeah, he seems to me the only reasonable candidate for captain.
No, unfortunately, yes, I do. I mean, it's not a good idea to go back to Root. I think let Root be the senior statesman who scores the runs.
Yeah.
Don't burden him with all the other things. That's really not needed. But look,
No,
this
but
is where
also he was a bad captain when he was captain, so there's not much point doing that.
here I'll throw a name from the left field. Adil Rashid.
I mentioned him the other night, Tajid. Yes, I think he could be a holding figure for a couple of years.
That is left field.
Even a couple of series, I say, because one, he deserves it. He's really grown into a very mature cricketer. I don't know what leadership skills he shows.
That's
off
the
field.
thing, yeah.
But Brook needs a little bit more time. He's not shown that ability to sort of lead from the front. He's still a guy who's maverick. He has the shots. I mean, God knows he has the hand-eye. Look, that's not enough, right? To be entrusted with the captaincy.
I think the thing with Rashid is usually you choose a batsman because they get picked every game. Rashid obviously gets picked every game, so that's solved.
Plays that one down to short cover and there's no run.
I think if you, considering you have a strong coach in Brendan McCullum behind the scenes who's also running the show in different formats, it might simply help that they have somebody who's might not be the most enterprising presence up front, but still is considered and respected within the team, considered to be a mature individual. Then, yeah, why not? But yeah, okay, a lot of thoughts there. But yeah, I mean, Gus Atkinson could be given the go. I wanted more from who's the other guy, the South African born fast bowler. He bowls really good.
Cars.
Yes. Unfortunately, I think he was injured. He was not a fully 100%.
Yeah.
It showed.
Yeah. Archer's in again. Wood wasn't really fit either, mind you. When is he? Plays that one down to backward point. There's no run.
Wood is like, I think Bumrah has gone to the next level, but Wood will be like that. You get the best out of him when he's mature, when he's ready, mature rather. That's the difference, let's say, from somebody like Bumrah, who has also puts a lot when he bowls, but on his body. But the maturity is something else. So anyway, coming back to England, look, they have still the nucleus of a good team. It's about sort of backing the right individuals and letting the others feel the heat a little to see if they can come to the other side.
Here comes Archer again. It's just shoveled round the corner by Van der Dussen. They'll pick up a single. It's the end of the over. It's 69 for 2 off 13. South Africa only chasing 180 though. I mean, they are already into the semi-finals, but to officially seal their place in the semi-finals.
Yes, well, Cavi, I can tell you, he's not at all happy. He says Brook is not scoring any runs, making him captain is a terrible choice.
Well, who then is what I would say to that person. Yeah.
What else does he say? Brook is a key player in test team, too much workload for him. Well, maybe.
Yep, possibly.
Suter who says Salter's done fuck all up top. Drake Mongreen, Salt will be in the team for the next comp. Brian in Brisbane, England management must surely view this result as a complete rebuttal of their just bash it strategy in ODIs.
Oh, the cat's back on the pitch, wandering around behind he's behind the bowler's arm as well. He should know better, really.
Come on, in our part of the world, a black cat crossing your path doesn't mean good things. I think England should read into this.
Oh, he hops over the boundary sponge quite nicely.
So go get a wicket or whatever.
Is that going to be bad luck for the batsman or the bowler? Neither, particularly. Just plays it up to mid-off for a single. Bad luck for the fielder, Joss Butler, who misfielded it. That's who it was.
He tried to underhand it very, with less loss of time, but that didn't work. Look, so that was England, I think, but I'm just curious on what you guys think on South Africa, the team that's going forward here. Australia showing their mettle, personnel, new personnel, old personnel. Nope, they're good enough to get there. So, what do you think of South Africa?
I think they look pretty decent, yeah. Klaasen punches that one through the gap. And is this outfield going to run the ball away for 4? Yes, it is. I still think it's been a pretty quick outfield most of the day.
Yeah.
And that one had just enough legs.
That was a good shot. Look, bowling that length, just short of a length or just back of the length or even short, you're sitting right in Klaasen's arc. He wants that. He's happy.
Yeah, if he's got a bit of room outside off stump, yeah.
Yeah.
Probably an answer to your question. It's rather like a question of if there's two of you getting pursued by a bear, it doesn't matter how fast you are. You just need to be faster than the other one. Come back to that after this ball.
India the bear in this metaphor.
Well, exactly. Yes.
No, that's a compliment.
Well, for South Africa to win it, they just have to be the fastest, and they're not. So they'll have to get lucky.
So no, but you're saying that South Africa are certainly faster than England, though. They're the two people running.
They're faster than England.
Running from the bear,
absolutely.
Yeah.
We have a bear who's not in the studio at this point in time. I might be in the green room. Let him not hear this. But all right. Look,
I think they're the least fast of the 4 semi-finalists, actually. I'd say all 3 of the others are probably ahead of South Africa. It doesn't mean they can't win it, though.
Not at all. No, that one's played up to mid-off and there's no run.
Simply based on their form and how they have shaped up, I think New Zealand are the favourites, even ahead of India for me.
Oh, okay, interesting. I haven't, like I say, they won both their games very comfortably. I must admit, I've got stuff to do. I didn't watch them.
The only thing is, whenever they get to, if they get to go to Dubai, if that's even an option, then it'll be a different cup of tea for them.
Well, they'll be in Dubai tomorrow, certainly. That's played. So, no, they can't be in Dubai for the semi-final. They know
That's
they'll
what
be
I
in.
meant.
Yeah, they know they'll be in Pakistan. That one's played out. Root picks it up. There's no run.
For those who are a little bit more partisan, I think they'll be happy if India fails in the semi-finals. Then the finals can be shifted to Pakistan, and it's not a bad result for me. I'm really backing one of New Zealand or South Africa to win. I know I'm an India fan, but look, New Zealand deserve to win as much as any other team. But for me, South Africa, I want them to go ahead and win. But I want them to beat India in the finals.
Flicked away for 4 by Klaassen. That's too far down leg from Overton, who's been disappointing so far. That's an easy 4 for Klaassen to end the over.
2 + 2 is our man.
Yes, indeed. 2 to who? Rather see Crawley open than Salt, and I dislike Crawley. Eric J, or even his dad. Are you referring to Crawley Senior, John Crawley? I don't think he's
not his dad.
Crawley.
No.
You probably can't.
He's not my dad.
You're referring to something else. Kavi, sad to see Rayan Ahmed carrying drinks. Yes, I think that is true. Deborah Whiting, the management don't see anything as a rebuttal of Bazball.
Wait a minute, isn't Zach Crawley's dad really rich, and he was like paying people to say he was good in the press and this kind of thing? I have a vague memory of that. Yeah.
Very Asian sounding conspiracy there.
Unfortunate.
I'm pretty sure I remember that. Yeah.
Drake Mongreen was wondering why. He is a great player, though. Rav Piridine, England can give Kohli UK citizenship and appoint him as captain. It's an idea. Mark Arnold, I disagree with Ajit. Ooh. Brooke is the man for the skipper role. It might make him be less maverick as a batsman. Let's have a heated debate. George McPherson, we haven't heard him for a while. I'm sure it'll be a very positive comment. Bell End Road, how long did it take your little brain to come up with that, Eric J? Oh, it's not a positive comment. And he adds, can't see England taking any more wickets anytime soon. Oh, okay. Kundan, I have a feeling even he won't take up that job. He was forced out of that position, LMAO. I'm not quite sure who that's referring to. Nick Vickers, regarding the domestic setup, it should be possible for the top players to do the 16.4 over tournament and to be available for some one-day cup games as well. Practicing the format might help a bit.
Well, you can't put a quart into a pint pot. There's only so much cricket you can play in an English summer.
Very wise
Good
words.
simile.
Mark Arnold suggests giving Duckett a bowl. Not the first time that's been suggested.
Not the first time at all, no.
Eric J, a lot quicker than yours took to respond, George Lol. Okay, I'm getting into a little bit of personal invective there. Lol, I'd like India to make the final, so it has to be held in the UAE, with Pakistan neither hosting nor participating in the final of their home.
Come on.
I think the absolute. So Leah from Germany taking a very firm stance there. And Kavi adds, James Vince for England captain. Great leader.
James Vince will be 45 and people will still want him back in the England team.
Of course.
Next year.
the king over the sea.
Look, when it comes to that Pakistan thing, Pakistan might have other issues, but a strong Pakistan is important for cricket. And there are not a lot of teams at the top table. We don't want one more weakening and falling out. I'm just speaking for cricket overall.
Sure.
And it'll help if Pakistan can continue to host other teams and other tournaments, and maybe if that means if India loses early and the finals is in Pakistan, so be it. I'm just looking at the bigger picture here. India,
I mean it's the disappointment of this tournament that England, Pakistan, Bangladesh have all been pretty poor.
Afghanistan have been a bit unlucky, I thought, but
Afghanistan have punched their weight.
I mean I was actually backing them.
England have certainly been poor today, but you could say they've been involved in by far and away
the only two good games. Yeah,
correct.
The tournament, so there is that.
Right.
Only two exciting games. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Change of bowling, not too surprising. Future England captain ? Adil Rashid.
Not at 45.
On the 45.
He bowls it on leg stump, goes down the leg side. Smith just about picks it up. Should be a wide though. It is. Even the spinners are bowling wides.
I see you've got Sheffield United. Oh. So you've got Sheffield United.
Yeah, tough one. They're a very good side. I'll be happy with a draw.
Very nice.
But this is a very optimistic LBW shout. Definitely going down the leg side. I mean, look, we couldn't be any more mid-table, which is nice after 2 years of sweating relegation. But it does take a bit of the edge off it. Got Leeds in a couple of weeks. That should be a good one.
Around about now, you think I can actually not worry about football till about November.
Yes, when we're
go up and
like I say, not complaining.
No.
Look, at least England are trying to attack with Adil Rashid. He's been given a mandate.
He's got a slip.
He's bowled 3 out of 3 googlies to start. I'm very curious why this is, and there's a catching slip.
Well, that's for the other one, isn't it? He suck them in with a googly and then throw in the leg spinner.
Exactly.
Do not say double bluff when Andy's behind the microphone.
Unless it genuinely is one, which it never is. That one did keep low.
There you go. He's causing the issues.
Yep. That was either a top spinner or a leg spinner, and Klaassen stepped away, and it went under his bat.
I think Klaassen is still a bit worried about the wrong ones from the wrist spinners. You see that tentativeness the moment he comes across a wrist spinner. So I think there's something to be exploited here.
You think he's not the best at picking the spinners?
Nope.
Play it into the covers.
He plays them off the pitch. Not part of the wrist.
Yeah. Plays one into the covers for no run. Certainly has been explosive in the IPL shorter format.
No, but the thing is, he has it in him to land that one, like a punch, 1 in and over, and if he hits, they stay hit. So that's why he backs himself.
And he almost wound up at that one. He does just beat cover, dives to his right, gets a hand on it up to Brook at long off, forget single.
This is the thing for me. So I was hearing off air, and Shoaib Bashir was also touted could be somebody who could play. He has a ways to go, I think, but I really hope in 2 years' time he might be a prospective. By the time Rashid says I'm done, Shoaib Bashir might be ready for the shorter formats as well. Let's see. But I'm more concerned with the development of Rehan Ahmed till then.
Yeah. Rashid to complete the over, tosses it up and defended 3 off it, including the wide. Yep, 81 for 2 off 15.
Classic Rashid. Right, Suter who says here, Ajit, but I don't. You've said quite a lot of things, Ajit.
Perhaps for everything. Yeah.
Stephen Kelp just back from the pre-opening of Carnival. Ducket bowled yet? Not yet. Weirdly, Stephen. Kundan wonders why they let Morgan go. Well, I think that was Anno Domini. Kundan.
Yeah, time is unbeaten.
Cavi's bored with 50 over cricket.
Yeah.
Rav Pyridine says which G's are making the trip to Oz for the Ashes.
Not aware of anyone. We're too poor. Can't afford that.
I'm already here. Suter who Morgan had painted on eyes by the end of his career.
Yeah.
Cavi, who are the leading run scorers in Royal One Day Cup? I don't know. We could look it up. And Farong, not the boring middle phase.
Well,
back to the cricket.
Oh, the cat's still at deep square leg, but we're playing anyway. If it gets stepped on, then that'll learn it, I suppose. Played up to mid on.
What happens if the ball hits the cat there?
5 runs.
Let's hope not. The cat will suffer, I think.
I remember the ball hitting a seagull in Australia, and they sort of nursed it back to life.
Yeah, I'm less worried about the... Well, I am, obviously, I love animals, so that's important. Let's put that to one side. What actually happens in terms of the scorebook if the ball hits the cat? Is it just regarded as invisible and the ball deflects off and play on?
Tipped out to deep square. The cat has made his way to short mid on, so he's okay on this one. I mean, things being... There probably already is a Twitter account for the Karachi cat.
Yes, that would be a good idea.
Equally as funny as Larry the cat.
I think many England grounds have these cat accounts, right? So not many, maybe 2 or 3.
There used to be a cat that wandered around Loftus Road on match days. That's why the mascot is a black cat. And then these Italian owners came in and said we can't have a black cat as a mascot, as we were alluding to. And
there used to be a Downing Street cat, didn't there?
well, that's what Larry the cat is supposed to be.
That was Larry the cat,
Yeah.
was it? Okay.
Clipped into the leg side by Van der Dussen. Up to deep, they'll pick up one. It's quite an involved story, and seeing this game is so pointless, I might as well go on with it. So they got rid of the black cat, but he was quite popular among the young fans. So they did an old. He's just gone upstate. You know, he's just gone on holiday. They said, and they changed it to a tiger.
Oh.
But then, you know, a couple of 3 years later, the Italian owners leave, and we can get the black cat back again. Overton obligingly pulls out so I can continue with this pointless story. So they said, okay, but then suddenly they realised that now the tiger was really popular.
Oh no.
So, yep, now we've got 2 mascots. That's how we solved that one. There's a cat and a tiger.
Okay, right.
Well done. But okay, coming back here, there's an on Hayden. Joe Root is taking that position.
Yeah, it's always
I'm
a sign of desperation.
Oh dear.
Lovely shot by Klaassen. 2-4 outside off stump, and he just leans that through extra cover for 4.
4 on the floor, and one more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4s are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
Looks really untroubled here, Klaassen. That wasn't even that full, but straight onto the middle of the bat.
On the up. Lovely shot. Lovely, like just putting his momentum through the ball. Yeah. Lovely. Look, based on how Overton has bowled as well as what we saw with Rashid, I already expected a change from the other end. I'm curious that he's being continued, Overton. I don't know what's the thought process.
Well, I haven't got a lot else but Root and Livingston. That one's dropped down into the offside for a single. And Brooke throws it past the stumps, and it's almost an overthrow because Smith hadn't been bothered to get up to them.
Look, there's not a whole lot of runs. If you want to cause any panic, it has to happen within the next 20 runs. Let's say 2 wickets. So that means I would have brought in the all sorts licorice that Livingston can give right away.
Yeah, maybe they'll do that after, because Overton doesn't look very threatening at all. None for 22 in his third over.
If England were to do something, if England had have done something weird and won this game, it would almost have made things worse.
Yeah, maybe it's better to. Yeah, I see where you're coming from. I was a bit disappointed when Archer got out, though. I wanted him to bat longer.
Yeah, he was batting nicely, and then seemed to just get out of the zone a little bit. That one's pushed out to deep point. They'll get another single. That's the end of the over.
Right, okay. Kundam wants 4 innings, 25 overs times 2.
I think they tried that in Australia, didn't they?
Have tried it in the past. Gary Naylor of this parage is a big fan of that idea, I can reveal.
Tendulkar once proposed it as well. I don't know, it never caught any heat, I think. But that would make some sense.
It didn't seem to. I can't remember exactly why it didn't work, but it didn't.
Well,
work.
it wasn't 4 innings. It was stop the first innings after 25, and then have 25 overs from the other team, and then the first team started again.
Yeah.
So 2 halves of an innings split up. Yeah. Cavi, who is the next promising all-rounder like Ben Stokes in England cricket?
Well, that's a good question.
We only really get one Ben Stokes every 20 years, unfortunately. Before that, it was Flintoff. Before that, it was both, and we just have to hope that one will turn up like a 75 tram sooner or later.
Maybe, I don't know, maybe Flintoff Jr., who knows?
Yeah, he seems to be making the rounds, and there's also Vaughan Jr.
Onto the leg stump from Rashid, and it's clipped out into the leg side. They'll pick up a single.
I think he's called Rocky Flintoff, and there's Archie Vaughan. I'm keeping my eye on both those names. Looks very interesting.
Hopes are fading for Richard Hutton, Chris Cowdrey and Liam Botham. Doesn't look like any of those will be appearing.
No.
Nah, I think, a bit on the wrong side age-wise.
Pushed up to long on for a single.
Also, there's this third-generation cricketer from Leicestershire. I forget his name. He's grandson of the guy who came from South Africa.
D'Oliveira.
Yes, Brett D'Oliveira.
It's interesting grandson, isn't it? Dean Headley's grandfather was George Headley, who played for West Indies.
Rashid's in again and reaches out for it. Van der Dussen plays it up to long off.
And the 3 Chappell brothers, they didn't have a father who played for, but they have Victor Richardson from them.
I was about to say grandfather who played for Australia. Yeah. Now there is some pedigree there. Even Gavaskar's uncle Madhav Mantri played for India back in the day. So there's some continuity there. So it helps.
Well, it helps, I think, across all sports. I saw something that pushed that one out to cover for no run. In baseball, if your father was a professional baseball player, you were 9 times more likely to become a professional baseball player yourself than the run-of-the-mill person. Which is, not to suggest anything nepotism, but just you've got a coach right at front. You've got a role model you've seen do it. You can, be around the game all the time. That's chipped up. That could be in business. No, it's gone over mid-on. And I'll tell you what, Livingston didn't get there. That looked a lot like the one that Ngidi did get to.
Yeah, that was a good catch he took. I mean, he's sometimes capable of silly pieces of fielding, but that he did well.
A rare false shot, but mid-on was up in the circle, which I guess he knew, and he just got enough on it. Klaassen, but that'll focus him a little bit. Out of the front of the hand from Rashid, just pushes that one up to long off for a single.
This right here is the problem. They don't have to take unnecessary risks. If it was a runner ball, it would have been an entirely different story.
Yeah. One thing I think is funny in football is how you've got sons of past players, and the past players were really gnarly sort of hard men. The classic example is Alf-Inge Haaland and Erling Haaland. His son is so quick and skillful, and Roy Delap and Liam Delap as well. I mean, Roy Delap is only known for his long throw, really, and Liam Delap's a great player.
I do remember the reverse case being Mike Summerby, who was a fluent, rather exciting winger, and his son, can't remember his first.
Nicky Summerby, because
Mike Summerby.
Mike
he was
Summerby.
He was a bit of a thug.
Yes, and Mike Summerby ended up being kicked off Sky for getting a bit drunk and saying, "My son should be playing for England, not all these wankers."
Oops. Okay, you should say that company of your close friends, not on TV.
Yes.
Or radio. But all right. Look, Overton is continuing to come back. I don't know what's going on.
No, I don't know why either, to be honest. Yeah.
To be honest, I don't think anyone cares too much right now. Let's get this over with is probably the thinking.
Because you can clearly see.
Say.
Yeah. I mean, they're more comfortable with the space that Overton gives in the lengths he bowls. But okay, we get a close shot of his 2 differently coloured shoes. Clearly, one that will need to take more stress. Looks like.
Full and driven straight, and as Overton got a finger on that, it's back on the stumps. Probably going to go up. Overton thinks it's out.
Yes, he's out, because I think Van der Dussen's bat came in well after the impact to the stumps. I could spot it on live.
Well, might have been the only way Overton could get a wicket. It drilled back at him by Klaassen. They're obviously going to check. Overton seems very confident. I mean, he's going to know if that flicked his finger, because it was going at about 150 miles an hour, so even the slightest of touch would have been felt. It went back onto the stumps, and England think it's out, and I think Van der Dussen thinks it's out as well, but they're just going to check.
Yeah. I think the description on the description on the English field, as you would describe them, as sheepish right now.
Right.
That same boot, that differently coloured boot.
Got a toe on it, yeah.
And Van der Dussen's bat was in the air, and real time it looked it was a corner.
You can't actually see the straight angle.
It nicked. It was like a glance.
I have seen them put ultra edge on this.
Oh wow! No zoom in and ultra edge maybe, but yeah.
Overton's doing a bit of a dance in the slow motion as he goes back and forwards.
Very Bollywood. Yes, looks good. He has the moves, I can tell you.
It is. He's on his left foot, and he's just going back and forwards.
You can see the bat is in the air.
Van der Dussen is certainly out of his crease. You just really have to determine if that has flicked his boot.
Also his back ankle. Van der Dussen's back ankle, I'm not sure where it is, but we'll see.
I think it comes up before the ball hits the stumps. We didn't really get a definitive angle on that. I think all the body language of the players is suggesting that's out.
Yes.
I mean, Joe Root was actually signalling from extra covers to his captain who was at mid-off.
Well, Baird did say he was going to put a bet on a run-out. If he's done that, well, I'm sure he'd be dancing around the green room, and I've heard about it if he had.
Oh, there comes
They are doing ultra edge. Ultra edge says no.
What? To the naked eye, it looked, for all practical purposes, he glanced at.
Ultra edge
What
says
does
no.
the position of the seam say? Okay, but it's also pitching on the ground. That's tough to determine.
Computer say no.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, Overton seemed very confident. As I say, travelling fast enough that you'd think he would have felt it.
I've just looked up. We were 1-0 up 5 minutes ago. Now it's 2-2. Sorry.
Blimey, well, it could have been worse.
A lot of goals in a short period.
How long
I mean,
left?
I know what it is supporting the underdog. I support a football team called Almere FC. They're just newly in the highest league in the Netherlands football. And they're doing well for themselves. Surprisingly, they did well in the first year. Okay.
Not out it is.
Not out it is.
Overton looks
can't
confused.
really understand it.
He towers over the umpire, which I don't mean intimidatingly. He's just much taller than the umpire.
He's a huge lad.
Yes.
Yes.
But
right.
England probably take the view, what difference? From there, it looks like it does just deviate.
It does. It really does. It really looks like a big connection, but whatever.
But this is where the on-field umpire's call, whatever he speaks to the third umpire, would be so important. It's you cannot not see this in the naked eye when it's 15 yards in front of you or whatever, right?
Or hear it, you would think. Yeah, he's right in front of the umpire. Oh well, got to get on with it. And obviously, he then gets cracked. That's not going for 4, which is what usually happens. Out to deep cover for a single. And Overton sort of handles the ball and then lets it drop on the wicket with contempt.
Well, for all what he could do, he would have been happy to have contributed in this way. He hasn't done much else in this game.
Well, I mean, it would have been a complete fluke anyway.
Of course it is, but it doesn't matter. It got a wicket. Whether it caught the bottom of your, the
stud.
Yeah, the stud. It doesn't matter. Wicket is wicket. But yeah, all right.
So let's see if Van der Dussen can take advantage of that. Not that time, as he's edged it into his own pad and goes back to the bowler.
At least in this over, he seems to be bowling a bit more purposefully.
It really looks as if it deviates in the real-time replay.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm blunt about it, but the on-field umpire could just have made the decision himself. He had everything he needed, right?
Well, he could. Yeah. I mean, that's a debate in football as well.
But all right. I mean, why take a chance? Always also an approach.
Overton's in again. It's short. It's pulled. Goes absolutely nowhere. It just dribbles in front of square leg for a single.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen out another period a little bit damp because England have not broken through. But South Africa will take this quietly.
A 50 partnership, yeah.
Not a lot of stress, 59 balls. Look, they did some changes ahead of an important game, I think. They made some brave changes. No Temba, I don't know if he was injured. But yeah. But it's paying off.
Has a flash at that one, Klaassen. Wide. Doesn't make any contact, didn't move his feet, that's why.
He doesn't move much. That's his strength as well as his weakness, simply because he stays so strong, his base is so strong, that's why he's able to hit those golf-like shots. But that's also his disadvantage if the ball starts swinging.
Yep.
Smith has been alright, but I wanted runs from him. Maybe that move to promote him to number 3 might not be long-lasting one.
Well, no, I don't think so. I couldn't see the logic behind it. That one's played up to mid-off, and I think they prevent the run, and just as you're praising Smith, he falls over while trying to... It does get his ankle on the ball. It was a terrible throw from Butler.
Yeah, who acknowledges it, thankfully.
I can't blame anyone else, because he's still the captain for the rest of this game. South Africa 97 for 2 off 18.
Farong says, just boring England. Drake Mongreen says South Africa should treat the rest of the game as a T20 and blast the last runs. I'll miss a bit of lolling and so on out and then go straight to Dan Castro, who says, so interesting. New Zealand versus India get to choose who they want in semi-finals. Winner plays Australia. But despite no Hazelwood, Stark, Cummins, Lyon, Australia win culture is scary. Shrug.
I'd love to see a game where both teams actually try to lose to get to the...
Also, look, if you're truly an India fan, if you were to think a little bit, one-sided, you will say, come on, get it out of the way, get that early loss out of the way, and be ready for the semi-finals and finals, right?
Here comes Rashid, still got the slip, it's on off stump, and Van der Dussen plays it out into the offside, there's no run.
Yeah, I mean, I want Rashid to finish strong as well. He's not been as effective because people or teams have actually played him out.
Yes.
That's the respect he's commanded.
Yeah. Flicked into the leg side there. Pick up a single. But the bowlers haven't taken advantage of the fact that the other bowlers are not taking advantage of the fact that the batsmen are then taking more risks against them.
Correct. And also, I think if you build up that pressure by bowling 2 more overs on the other end, when Rashid is bowling so well, you will get a wicket, I think.
Yes, tosses that one up, and Klassen just reaches forward and pushes it up to long off for a single.
Maybe not in this game, but in a telling game like the one against Afghanistan probably. Afghanistan really deserve a lot of credit the way they played through the middle overs there. Also yesterday I thought, they didn't collapse to 180 all out. They kept persevering.
They put up 270, yeah, it's possibly a bit of an example for England today.
Yeah.
And Australia had gone off to a bit of a flyer, to be fair, but we'll never know what would have happened in the end.
Fair enough. In completely another topic, RCB's women are showing very alarmingly similar tendencies to their men's team.
Well, you want a consistent culture through the franchise, don't you?
I mean, we have had enough of heartache. They have won a trophy. They've done already one better than the men ever have.
Well, I was going to say that is definitely breaking the mould.
Correct. But I'm hoping they don't fall into the same mistakes that the men did.
Out of the front of the hand, and it's a little bit uppish from Klassen, but safe enough up to long off for another single.
I've got 2 questions for you, Ajit, and I'll just get one of them quickly out of the way. Were you named after the great Indian bowler Ajit Agarkar?
No, I'm actually more or less his own age, so...
I'll come to the other question after this ball.
After this ball, last ball, the over 4 singles off it so far. Rashid with his towel flapping just above his right pocket, tosses it. He seems to be tossing it up higher and higher. That one is scooped over cover and out to the sweeper, so it was a little bit of a false shot. Seems to be bowling slower and tossing it higher. Rashid just wants to try to get something to happen.
Why not bring in the offside fielder? Have the guys go after him. That would have been a catch. But yes, I have time for one more catch. I'm done, but yeah.
The other question from Steve Bruce again. What's your thought on the BCCI playing all their games in Dubai? It's so unfair, says Steve.
Well, I've made a podcast. I've probably made enough of my opinions known there. Please go to Armchair Cricket Podcast. This is a question I can't answer in 10 seconds. And I know my stint here today has probably come to an end. I don't know. I'll come back for the last 10. So thank you very much.
No, I think we've got one more over to go.
I would be very surprised.
Then I'll give you my thoughts.
well, plus, I think this is a game that's very unlikely to have a 41 to 50 over stint.
So look, BCCI are not doing the right thing, I'd say, by playing their weight or using their weight to their advantage. But such is the way people who are in power will do it. It's very tough to appear magnanimous when you also have a lot of history, pain through the generations. If you ask somebody who are administrator in the BCCI in the 70s and 60s, they'll give you a different opinion on how they were treated. That's one thing. The other thing is there is a certain backing from within the government, which this BCCI administration is using. Apparently, it was always there, is what I hear.
We did touch on that before, yeah.
Yeah. So they're happy to use the power dynamics that they are able to use. They are happy to have the government's backing there, and rightly so. It is not a completely wrong point when you say, we are unhappy with you in every other way. Why will we convenience you by playing cricket the way you want? If
shoveled into the
BCCI perspective,
shoveled it into the leg side, and they'll amble through for a single.
Win predictor, a very partisan 95% for South Africa, but very, very correctly, unfortunately, probably. But all right, so look, I would like to see this happen. I would like to see a thaw.
A little bit slower from Overton, full, pushed up to mid-off. Overton tries to get his boot on it again, but misses it again, or at least according to Ultra Edge.
As I said, the thaw would be good between the two countries when it comes to cricketing relations, but at the end of the day, if you look at the bigger picture, I don't blame BCCI for their hard-handedness, and they have the let's say the clout.
The clout, yes, they do.
And they're willing to use it.
Yeah. Overton's in again, short, pulled away by Klassen, and he's beaten the man at backward square, Phil Salt, and he'll pick up. Haven't had one of these for a little while. He'll pick up 4.
You ask where I live. Is the address I give. The phone.
End of the over, we're going to have Mogg coming back in.
Fair enough. So I think BCCI has done the best of what they can, considering they will play it, but they will not go to Pakistan. So, and what is more worrisome is this problem will persist.
Yeah, I think it's only going to get, because haven't Pakistan said now they're not going to play ICC tournaments in India?
BCCI said we'll have to, or ICC was forced to say because of BCCI, let's deal with it then, a couple of years down the road. I don't see BCCI softening their stance or changing it. They don't have to.
Administrators kicking a problem 2 years down the road, I've never heard the like of it.
Because, no, they said we'll deal with it then, and I know, or I can tell you categorically, I don't see any change in their approach.
I don't think so.
So because they have the clout, they'll just stick to their guns. Let's see if then it might really come to a breaking point. The whole organisation is already a laughing stock.
Overton is in. That's pushed between the gap. It's very nicely placed, and once that's beaten mid off, there's no doubt that's going for 4 as well.
1, 2, buckle my shoe. 3, 4, shut the door.
Well, thank you, Ajit. I don't think we're going to need you today again. I think you can pretty safely go and do something else, because I think this game's going to be over, might be even within the next 10 overs, which is going to be
quite likely, I think. Yeah, they only need to knock off another 70 or so.
Yeah.
And,
this means Mog is going to come in for those, and that means Forthy, you're going to be ball by balling for us.
Are you socialising for us, Andy?
I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah,
No, actually, I'm summarising. I mean, I don't mind, but that was Tony's
that's true.
decree.
Summarising.
Yeah.
I don't know shit about cricket, so I wouldn't be summarising.
Mog, I think we're 101. Drake Mongreen's Winston Churchill comment. It's up to you what you read out and what you don't, obviously, but I'm just telling you where we're up to. We've got the Australians are the real heroes here. It's 1:10 in the morning.
Have you seen Coventry have just scored a third?
Yeah, we just
Sakamoto.
scored a third,
Yep.
And we've missed a penalty.
Yes. Oh well, as long as you get the result.
But,
can we get back to bigging up the Australians?
Yeah, sure. It's Jofra Archer back into the attack. And this will probably be the last Guerrilla Cricket trio of comments on Joss Butler's captaincy of the England ODI team. Just reflect on that. They need 69 from the last 30 overs. They'll probably get it. Van der Dussen clamps down on the first ball from Archer and hurries through for a single. And, Van der Dussen's 32 off 54. It's going along sedately. Klaassen has been going on rather more rampagingly. 42 off 37. The score's 112 for 2. Archer has bowled. He's bowled okay. 2 for 33 off 7.1. He's bowled pretty well, actually.
He's got some wickets.
Yes, I mean, it's a funny thing, but overall, if this is, anyway, that's a slower ball, possibly the knuckle ball from Archer, and mistimed by Klaassen, who was a little fortunate that it didn't go into the hands of the man who's short in the covers there.
I'll just leave this with you guys for a moment. I need to get a quick pit stop.
Yes, no problem.
You don't have a catheter inserted? What?
Call himself a bloody professional.
God.
Oh, God. Mind you, I missed the first 10 overs on a tram. Archer, again, this is unbelievable stuff. Klaassen has managed to find that bisected gap between mid-off and cover. Once again, he's hardly put any velocity behind that ball, and yet it's another 4. Impressive stuff.
Surely they'll give us a graphic showing us the angle between the two fielders.
Let's hope so.
Put graphics up for everything else.
The boys in the back room are already working away at it. Looks a little bit like Paul Collingwood, doesn't he, Klaassen? Got that intense, sweaty ginger look about him. I'm not being disparaging, I'm just being factual.
No, you can slander gingers.
Archer in again. On middle stump. Onto the back foot goes Klaassen. Defended to Gully. Dot ball. Did you go out this evening, Mog, or were you...
No, I was doing this for a lot of the evenings.
Sure. No, you're professional, yeah.
Yes. Mm-hmm. That's one way to describe it. Not an accurate one.
Henrik Klaassen, they're just having a look at that. It's 80 metres, that slot he keeps finding wide of the two men of the offside, but it feels like about 20 metres, because once the ball's through them, it just runs away like it's on a sheet of glass.
There's no stopping it.
No, indeed. It's not a traceable. Not a traceable. It just gliding over a sheet of glass.
Traceables.
Klaassen again facing up to Archer. And what do you think happened with that ball?
Lo and behold.
I'm guessing something that happened a couple of balls ago as well. But this
Exactly
one
the same thing.
gets a jingle. In
And
fact,
this
it's going to get
brings up
two jingles. Yeah.
I'm 4. Have you met me before?
You know you lift me with your 50.
I mean, yes, it's a beautiful shot, but it's a beautiful shot we've seen so many times now that you would think either don't bowl there or put a fielder where that
One or the
where it
other,
keeps
yeah.
going, one or the other. But anyway, doesn't really matter. In comes Archer, digs that one in. Is it going to be a wide? No, it's not ball. The end of the 21st over. South Africa 120 for 2 more.
I'm going to jump over all the how terrible the BCCI is versus how great they are to go with Steve Bruce. With England out, I'll be supporting anyone who plays India. I'm still going to bash India. Sidhu says, likewise, Steve. Steve Bruce also says, Klaassen is, as the name says, class.
Yeah.
David Spout says, this may jinx it, but has Archer managed to complete a tournament without getting injured?
He's got 2 overs to go.
He's got 2 overs to go.
There's still time.
If you say that he looks the fittest of England's fast bowlers, that'll tell you something.
Jesus.
Yes. Anyway, Rashid, who never lets you down. He's number 14 of 3. I mean, if the day that Rashid doesn't get 2 for 48 off his 10 is a sad day, isn't it? That's more or less what you get from him every time. Big forward defensive from Van der Dussen out to point dot wall.
I like to set my watch to his efforts every morning.
Yeah. I don't think anyone sets watches anymore, do they? Is that a phrase which goes back 100 years when you had to set the hand? Sometimes you read about it in very old novels. Setting the
You
hands.
set your watch by the chimes of the church clock or something.
Ah, God. Take me back. As people always say. And that's dropped down by Rashid. Bit of a pull down. Doesn't get hold of it, really, Van der Dussen. And they just come through for a single.
I don't actually own a watch anyway, so it doesn't matter.
What's the point? I can't see the point of owning a watch now.
Exactly.
You more likely find people wearing fitness watches like I do, count the steps.
Yes, indeed. And that's played down to a sort of hybrid mid-on, long-on position, which has become quite popular in recent times.
I don't mean to jump in the comments too early, but I do like the comment that just says this sucks. Yeah, it does suck.
Yes. From no bullshit policies, telling it like it is.
There's the leg spinner, and that goes straight to the man, Harry Brook, who's in the game. He's not often been in this game in this tournament.
I wonder if Butler goes up to him and says, "What would you do if you were captain?"
Yeah, here's a little test for you.
Yeah.
In for the 5th ball of the over, and he pushes that one through, possibly front of the hand stuff.
I would occasionally do that to young players, and they would sort of go, "Ooh." Why did you ask me that? I don't know. Leave me alone.
I was just playing the game.
Yes.
Rashid, and that's his lower loopy leg spinner, and it's been pushed out to the sweeper and the offside, and it come through for a single. Klaassen 51, Van der Dussen 34. At the end of the 22nd, South Africa chasing just need 57 more runs from 28 overs. They're 123 for 2.
Warwick Allen says, only 2 remotely close games, Australia versus England and England versus Afghanistan, and everything else either a dead rubber, a thrashing, or all rained out. Is this the dullest tournament ever?
It could be.
Well,
might be the last time you see it for a while.
It's running that last tournament. Was it the last T20 tournament? Was pretty dull. as I remember it, but it did have one or two. It had Maxwell's 200. It had one or two kind of beacons shining bright.
No, that's 200 was in 50 over.
Okay, I get confused. It'd be quite hard to score 200.
It would, yeah.
That is a very.
No one's ever done it.
Not sure it's really possible. I suppose it could be possible.
At the time Chris Gale got 170, I think he could have got 200 if he hadn't got tired.
Yeah. He hadn't got tired. You get tired in a T20.
Well, if he'd made 170, that's why he would have got tired.
Well, plus it was an IPL game, and Ravi Bopara bowled 4 overs for I think 24 in that innings.
Archer in again. Second ball of the over, and that's flicked off his hips by Van der Dussen to deep square leg. And that's possibly Joe Root there doing a little bit of boundary duty. Don't often see him out there. He moves on to 35, Van der Dussen, Klaassen back on strike.
Perhaps he just wants to distance himself from this as much as possible.
Yes, that reminds me of a managing director we had of both the Melbourne and the Sydney office, who became so distanced. I'll come back to that in a moment. Archer in again, that's pulled very nicely. That'll go all the way, beating the scurrying route on the boundary, if it indeed is route for one of these. Yes, we were slightly failing in the Melbourne office for a while, and the Sydney office was doing rather well. And I remember the press release. He's meant to be managing director of both offices. He says, I look forward to seeing how the Melbourne office develops in the next couple of years. Mate, you're in fucking charge of it. You can't distance yourself from something which, according to the organogram, you're in charge of.
Yes. Respect the organogram.
Respect the organogram. The sanctity of the organogram. That's cuts for 4 runs.
Klaassen's good at short ball. I think England maybe not noticed that so far.
Now my aim is going. Great guns. I hit the ball. 4 runs. I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
Well, having 2 locations at work is often a boon. If you can convince people that you're at the other one, and I knew people who did this, you can sneak home for a nap for 3 hours.
Oh, 100%. And if you're in charge of 3 offices, no one ever knows where you are.
Where is the work ethic?
Well, that was local government, so.
There was the Auckland office, the Sydney office, and the Melbourne office. There was a mystery where the guy who was in charge of all 3 was at any one time. No one could ever find him. And that's cut down to 3rd man. And who's that down there? It's not Duckett. No. I wasn't sure who that was. He had a beard. And they come through for a single.
Doesn't narrow it down much these days. Everyone's got a beard.
Everyone's got a beard.
It's like saying mustache for an Australian.
Yeah.
It's funny when you look at the kind of like the great cavalcade of kings, not queens, obviously, for obvious reasons. And suddenly, like for about 10 kings, beards, then 10 kings, not beards. And you wonder who decides. That's flicked off his hips for another one of these. This is all happening in a rush now.
Yep, it's Van der Dussen this time. That's 14 off the over.
So having said Archer was bowling really well, 14 off the over, but honestly, no one really cares. This is as dead as a dead rubber can be now.
Yep.
It always was. It's even deader. 137 for 2 at the end of the 23rd.
Warwick Allen would like to know, can anyone recommend a podcast that looks at alternative music through the spectrum of intriguing themes that I can listen to instead of watching this? Wonder what that could be about.
Warwick Allen is one of my most devoted listeners. I love Warwick Allen's humorous commentary on my Facebook forum. Welcome. Yes, he's referring to a podcast called Sombrero Fallout. Sombrero Fallout. Thank you very much. Since no one's really listening at the moment, I don't mind plugging Sombrero Fallout.
143 people on YouTube.
Oh, well. Go and listen to Sombrero immediately.
Steve Bruce asks who sang the Alzari Joseph jingle. I did one, which was bad, and Jeff did one, which is probably better. That helps.
Well,
there may be another one.
Might be the last time we hear this jingle, ever.
I am Liam Livingston. I play for the Lightning. My one-day kit is blue, but for the tests
It's Liam Livingstone. His first ball goes for a single. They need just 42 runs now, which might all come in this over if. And that's just played down to mid. I'm amazed by Liam Livingstone's hair.
I was just going to say he seems to be making a lot of not very much.
What the hell's going on? It's kind of. It's like a badly cut field on top. And then there's something else going on.
I think it's the modern version of the comb over, just getting a minimum amount of hair to cover the maximum amount of area.
You know, your super chat jingle ready.
There's a dot ball. Oh, okay. Oh, this is what we want. One last throw of the dice for Oxford. Oh, yes. Anyway, must concentrate on the cricket. Must concentrate. One dot for Livingston. That's a horrible ball, but it's not been punished. It's just shoveled round the corner by Van der Dussen, who shakes his head in frustration. Well, this has been a superb over from Livingston.
He bowled the last over for 2 against Afghanistan, I suppose. I didn't see it, but...
Yes, he did. It's true. And they come through for a single down to long off. Just 2 runs. Where have they been hiding this guy? And 139 for 2 at the end of that over.
Like super chat game.
Super chat cash, super chat cash, super chat cash.
Jehan Ariarat for $14.99 Australian. Duckett said they don't mind losing 3-0 to India as long as they win the Champions Trophy. They're going to lose every game. Livingston said the Oz loss was a moral victory. Should they stop talking?
Yes.
Yes.
Shut up.
Yes, they should.
It's not helping.
It's definitely not helping.
Drake Mongreen says it's a great tournament until New Zealand lose.
It's Rashid. Whirls in, and that's his faster ball. Not exactly a flipper.
No, he just sort of throws it out at the front of his hand. He's been dragging a lot of those down today. They say they are a bit quicker and they come onto you.
They are, and that's just played down to mid-on. First ball, a dot. And that's the loopy one. He is a master of his variations. I mean, you know what his variations are, but doing something about them is trickier. And that's shovelled out for a dot ball on the offside. Van der Dussen, a picture of concentration. Oh, and that's effectively a half volley on middle and leg, and it gets kind of what it deserves, which is 6 over.
I did see the previous ball was clocked at 41 miles an hour. I can't remember seeing a lower speed of delivery on the speed gun.
If he hadn't liked it, he could have run down the wicket and picked it up.
Yeah.
That was a big 6. That's... Didn't see England's innings. Were there any 6s in it?
Don't remember any, no.
I think there was one.
That's a single round the corner off the next ball.
There's a nice pickup. Just stepped into the line.
Yeah, it's beautiful, actually. Yeah, they are looking pretty good, South Africa, but they are playing an extremely...
They're not really being tested, no.
Oh, indeed they are not. But they look good against Afghanistan, who are, I would say, a good team. So
yeah.
They didn't get through to the semis because they are a good team.
I think, these semi-finals, anyone can beat anyone.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
No game's more than 60-40 either way.
Yep. Maybe India will make it 60 overs for them and 40 overs for the other side.
They think that's what that means, yeah.
I believe there is a proposal coming from the BCCI about that as we speak.
I didn't say that. That was just...
Business case is forthcoming.
Just a humorous comment. And that's pulled all the way to deep square leg for one of these by Van der Dussen off Rashid. Complete the 25th over halfway through.
Yeah, another poor over. 12 off that one, and England are just trying to get back in the sheds and stare at their boots for 20 minutes, which is, I think, how professional cricketers react to defeat, from what I saw in that Australia documentary.
Yeah, that's right. And then, tomorrow's another day.
What's your tea time tomorrow?
29 needed off 150 balls.
Cundon, who has been commenting frequently today, says, I randomly came across this live today. Had fun, guys. We'll be back for the semis. I'm going to go cook dinner for now.
See you there. Yep.
Most excitingly, Oxford 2, Coventry City 3. In comes Liam Livingston, and that's his leg spin. It's a good ball. Defended off the back foot by Clarkson. Shouldn't be a surprise that England, that a leg spinner can bowl his conventional ball and he gets defended, but that's what we just got there. And he drops that one a little shorter, but Clarkson can't punish it. Well fielded in the covers.
Richard Mountford goes for the we are shocking Oman would beat us.
Oh man.
Oh man.
The old men of Oman. They did have an average age of something ridiculous like 33.
It was in the mid-30s somewhere.
Single.
Or was that UAE? Might have been.
I know. I remember it being the old men of Oman. Yeah.
Livingston has slammed on the brakes in the scoring rate here. The much feared Livingston.
Pick of the bowlers. Yeah.
Jeez, get it over with.
I think that's what everybody's thinking.
Much feared hairstyle as well, which is continuing.
Oh, that's what Livingston's thinking.
My God, that's one of the worst balls I've ever seen. That's just a slow, loopy full toss, like I don't know, like you were just throwing it up in the nets to the end of 40.
Yes, exactly. Hit this one.
See how far you can hit it, little Timmy.
2, 4, 6.
I mean, it wasn't even a no ball. I mean, if you know what I mean, it was just plonked onto his bat. Anyone would have scored a 6 off that, to be honest. And Van der Dussen duly did. He moves on to 57. And there's actually that's not a bad ball. It looks as if it's just drifting down the leg side, but then turns quite abruptly. And Van der Dussen mistimes it. Dot ball. And last ball of the over, hits straight down the ground. Oh no, actually no, slightly wider to mid-on, which Joe Root has moved across to. They hurry through for a single, and I assume Van der Dussen will keep the strike. The end of the 26th, South Africa zeroing in. They just need 21 runs from 144 balls.
Stephen Coke says, this game, make it stop. He pleads it more than anything. Farong says problems for Team Tata. I'm not quite sure where those problems are coming from.
No.
But there you go. Richard Mountford asks, when is England, I assume's next international match?
Not till the summer. No.
Zimbabwe?
No. They can all go and think about what they did.
Sure, they'll ponder long and hard.
Reflect on their behaviour. In comes Rashid again, and that zeroes in on Van der Dussen's pads. He clips it, but straight to the man at mid-wicket. And everyone's in a little bit of a hurry. Everyone's like, Rashid's running back to his mark. Can we please get this fucking over with? New Zealand versus India on Sunday.
Sure.
And that's clouted straight down the ground for one of these.
Let's talk about 6. Let's talk about 6. Let's talk about 6. Let's talk about 6.
I mean, if you could resign like in chess, England would resign. If you could just shake hands and walk off, I think pretty much everyone would do it, except maybe the two batsmen who are enjoying themselves.
A few more runs under my name.
Yep. Pad out the stats a little bit.
Sometimes I used to do a bit of refereeing on as a dot ball on a Sunday morning, and sometimes a team would turn up with like 9 players and they'd be losing 7-0.
You blow up early, yeah.
And they're, okay, fine, let's just go for the day, shall we? Rashid in again to Van der Dussen, but there'd always be some guy who wanted to score his 5th goal or something.
Yeah.
Have we stopped? That's played down to mid-on, dot ball. Up to 5th. We're up to 5th. It's been a very good half hour in the University of Oxford Town for Coventry City. So that's good. Back to the cricket. Rashid in again, and that's squeezed out to gully, dot ball.
Do you think Lampard's made a big difference, or maybe they were just running under expectation the first half bit of the season?
I think he actually has made a big difference because I watched a tactical analysis of what he's changed. He's changed a lot. and he's basically got the same players. He's bought one player in the January window. So, I was wrong. Hats off to him. He's done a good job.
Yeah, I think a lot of people have thought that he leaves every club in the same position. He joins them, but experience can count for something. He's not an unintelligent guy. He's just, a bit annoying.
He does come across as a bit annoying, and I did watch an interview with him talking about his dog, which rather endeared me to him, so that's good. That's the end of the over. Sorry, Mog. Away you go.
Oh, you should be sorry.
Blame it on this game. We want to talk about anything else.
Well, I can't blame you.
Do you want to talk about sludge metal? You can.
I've heard of sludge, I can imagine.
It's just really slowed down blues.
There we are.
Well,
it is, isn't it? Sludge
metal and blues. What's the difference at the end of the day?
Sludge blues. Chelsea Wolfe. I like her. She's a sludge blues woman.
Sex Pistols are just another band playing Chuck Berry.
Yes, it's very true. And that's gone all the way. Joe Root doesn't put in the dive, surprisingly. Can't imagine why not. And Van der Dussen gets a nice 4 off Livingston's first ball.
Doesn't want to break his teeth.
No.
3 balls for the end of the game.
It was I suppose I can say a wholehearted run, but it always looked as if a tournament had been on the line, I think he might have put a dive.
Yeah, you'd have hoped so. Yeah, I mean, even a fruitless dive just for show.
It would have been very England for Root to have, put himself out for the next 6 months.
I think they would have. I used to, when McCullum came into the test team, they would do it in test matches, and I think Stokes would always do it. I think, why are you doing that? They're on 500 for 4. Why are you slamming into the advertising boardings to save 1 run?
The coach is always watching for the video review afterwards.
That one went for 2, and that one went for none. And South Africa are just 8 runs away with 135 balls to get them.
Now, I wonder why the camera is so focused on Harry Brook. I wonder what they're talking about.
Yes, indeed. Big, thick, smeary outside edge all along the ground to point. I think Geoff Arch does the fielding there. Dot ball, 4-2... so far in this Livingston over. Harry Brook again on camera. Livingston bowls as if he's in the nets, but he always bowls that way, so no change. Archer thinks about memories of the 2019 World Cup final when everyone was saying, no! When Archer in that super over looked like he was going to have a shot at the stumps with no one backing up, but fortunately he didn't. Anyway, that seems a
very long time ago.
Livingston to Klaassen, who cuts it to the man in the deep, and Klaassen will keep the strike at the end of the 28th over. South Africa 174 for 2, they're 1 clout away. They need 6 runs.
Try and get through this comment this time without stopping. I think that at this stage, Sky and BBC should just stop at the post-match interviews. They serve no purpose whatsoever and can be cringeworthy, says David Downey. Stephen Kelp goes, I thought we played quite well, etc. Vomit.
Yes.
And Eric J says, yes, David, I would be in favour of a gagging order on all players, which he was corrected by Drake Mongery saying a gag order, not gagging. That's completely different.
Just let that one sit for a moment. Yeah.
yeah, absolutely. Who is going to? It's not going to be Ben Duckett.
Oh, he went for the. I think he's going to try and get this in one shot. 6 or you know what.
Plus, there was the big floaty one at 42 miles an hour, which Klaassen, his eyes lit up, but he completely missed it. We look at Brendan Baz McCullum, who's just, as ever, showing no emotion at all and chewing gum. And that is defended by Klaassen. I don't think I've ever actually seen him do, say, or move, do anything in the dugout, as it were. I'm not sure exactly what he does do. He's probably brilliant behind the scenes, but there we are. Rashid in again, and that's the sort of quasi-flipper one, the faster ball, dot ball.
I wonder how far you could...
to the... sorry, go ahead.
No, I wonder how far you could get as pretending to be a stoic coach who never says anything.
Yeah, it's like Chance the Gardener in Being There, isn't there? After a while, you say, that stoicism thing. Do you actually say anything?
He's going to be out.
And that's the big floaty one, and it goes straight to the man in the gully, the unidentified man in the gully. Is it two? Is it? And that's out. Clarkson has completely mistimed it.
I'm a loser. Yeah, I'm a loser, babe. I'm just a loser. Whoa, whoa.
I mean, obviously he's not. I play that with a touch of irony.
No, indeed.
Mahmood with a catch and a few rueful.
Oh, is it Mahmood?
I think so. A few rueful smiles in the fielding team, and some poor sod's going to come out and bat 5 with like 6 runs to win.
Yeah, bit of a shot to nothing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Hiding to nothing.
Yeah.
So Rashid.
I was going to go.
Yep. Go, Mark.
I was going to say this isn't cricket related. I was going to say, going back to the vomit. One of my cats just came in here and has emptied the digestive tract on the floor
as a verdict on England's Champions Trophy.
Yeah, I don't think he actually had money on them, but he's not very impressed.
Well, David Miller, the hero of South African cricket, the iconic figure of David Miller. Can he steer his team home from here? We shall see.
Well, can we get this
Some
jingle in?
Turbulent waters.
Can we get this jingle in before he wins the game with a 6? It was a good one as well.
Up next is a real life wire. David Miller, qu'est-ce que c'est? Suffer for fire, suffer fire. He will bat left, go right, and score runs all day. Oh, David Miller, qu'est-ce que c'est?
Yes, that's the opening song on the Stop Making Sense film, isn't it?
David Miller should come down to bat in a big suit.
And just put his bat down and do a funny little dance around it. Joss Butler sees the funny side, and why not? There's a slip, there's a leg slip, there's a leg spinner, although to the left-hander it's the off spinner, as it were. And that's they hit it away mid wicket for a single. Just 5 runs needed now. Van der Dussen on strike. He's 72 off 86.
Come on, Rassi.
And he's made the most of that escape when most of us thought he had been run out at the bowler's end.
Yes.
Or Snicko said no.
Mm-hmm.
Snicker says no. Van der Dussen facing up to Rashid for the last ball of the over and defends it. So at the end of the 29th, South Africa 175 for 3. Will the new trio of commentators be required? We're about to find out.
I just told Will no. He won't be required.
Well,
famous last words. SDQAZX says Bazball, more like Buttsball cricket.
Quite like that.
Chief Wardo and Suda, who are both praising that jingle. Our appropriate talking heads, talking about shitty, pointless interviews. Sandra Richardson says, I don't believe 50 overs is boring. I mean, 300 runs is quite exciting. Except they're not making 300 runs at the moment, are they? And S. Sam says, how did it get this bad? They said this was a strong team.
Well, is Liam Livingstone's last act in an England shirt losing a game being hit for 6?
Well, yes.
It could be. I think it is.
Mr. Miller, and as predicted by everybody in the studio, that's exactly what's happened. Back down the ground. Well done, Ed. Was that the jingle?
Well, it remains to be seen if it is his last act in an England shirt, but I wouldn't be surprised.
I don't think any of us would be too surprised. South Africa have wrapped this one up. They win by 7 wickets. It was never in doubt, really, after England didn't go anywhere in their first innings and were all out for 175. Very much end of term, although it's been a very, very short term as far as England is concerned. And they lose all 3 games. South Africa they've won 2 games and 1 was rained off. Is that right? Or did they win all?
Yes, no, they rained off against Australia.
That's right. Lots of handshakes. England look like they can't wait to get out of here. is this done yet kind of a thing. Jos Buttler with his lovely blue eyes looks as if the weight of the world might be about to be lifted from his shoulders, so it's quite nice for him, I suppose, to be honest. Any thoughts, gentlemen?
I think we've covered it mostly today. I mean, we've had, well, not a full 8 hours, but we've had 5 or 6 hours of talking about how much England suck, and I think we just about got all of it in. No, can't really add too much more. Yep, everybody's got a couple of months to think about things, figure out what they're going to do, who's going to get the P45.
I mean, the number of podcasts and commentary and analysis there is now, it's all been said before the end of the tournament, but no doubt there will be more obituaries and analysis to come.
But to take the focus off England and concentrate on this tournament, I think South Africa look pretty decent. They've got every chance. We know who the 4 semi-finalists are going to be now, if not in which exact order. And there should be, hopefully, for this tournament, a couple of decent games. Hopefully.
That would be nice.
Yeah.
It certainly needs it. The tournament needs it, to be honest. Can't rely on England. We can't keep coming to everyone's rescue like
well,
this.
Exactly, yeah.
Well,
we can't always
never spoken.
make it exciting. Come on. Anyway, it's it could easily be. I mean, they're 4 evenly matched teams, as Andy said. So there's no reason, theoretically at least, why we can't have 3 great games.
Bear says it was a pile of shit, which it was.
Okay, I don't know whether anyone wants any more concluding. Do you want anything else that people are desperate to get across their Mog?
I'll just do the last one from Muttley, who says, thanks for the coverage, primates, love and sausages. Stephen Kelk says the same thing, without the sausages part.
Thanks, guys. We really appreciate all your commentary. It does make a huge difference to us. And please do think about that Patreon subscription as well. If you're in any doubt, we really do need it to keep going. So thank you for that.
And yep, that might
Smash
be the
that
end
like
of
and subscribe button.
That might be the end of England in this tournament, but it's not the end of us, not by a long shot. We'll be covering all the rest of the games starting tomorrow. 2 semi-finals Tuesday and Wednesday, and the final next Sunday, which could, as we're saying, be the last ever game from Gorilla Towers.
Could be. Ooh.
What are we going to call the next one? Gorilla Palisade.
I don't know. Yeah. Well, that'll be the new
Maybe you
Gorilla
could,
Towers 2 or something.
Someone can maybe buy the naming rights.
Yes, well, that's true. You could do. We could have that as a Patreon subscription.
The Steve Kelk Stadium.
It has a ring to it, yeah.
Yeah, it does.
Why not?
Right, play that theme tune. Where's out?
Play it out, and we'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time has come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pasco,